the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo, waka waka waka. What's up, fools? Today is 7/12/2025. It is 12:39 p.m. Eastern time. We are getting started a little bit late today. I see KO Dave in the chat. How's it going, homie? Yeah, I do stream late. I've always streamed late. Even when you knew me, I was streaming late. But I am extra late today. I had kind of a rough morning, and I didn't eat, like didn't drink anything, didn't get sustenance and then went out and had like a really hard day's work, not a full day, but like just a couple hours out in the sun, and it's like 100 degrees outside. It was technically 90 degrees, but when I pulled up my my weather app, it says it's 90 degrees outside, feels like 98. And it was horrific. It was horrific. It was rough. I was not feeling it. And yeah, because I didn't eat anything and I didn't drink anything, didn't get like didn't have any water, didn't have any Gatorade, didn't, just was totally out of it. It was not fun. And didn't get to eat for like hours and hours and hours of doing this. So I was pretty sure I'd die immediately in 100-degree weather. It's not fun. Now, I used to play football, and when I played football in like high school, we had to practice and play in 100-degree weather all the time. It's Georgia. It's just part of the game. And so back then, like, yeah, you just kind of get used to it. I'm a 36-year-old man now. Like, I am not in shape to be doing hard labor out in 100-degree weather. And I had to like come home, like just put like I wet cloths with like cold water and then put them in the freezer, and then kept like trading them out. Like, I would put them on my head, and within like 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, they were like hot. Like, you couldn't tell any difference in the rag. It just wasn't cold anymore. And so then I had to go get the other one and switch them back out. But the other one wasn't frozen within 2 to 3 minutes, so it wasn't all that helpful to me. But yeah, so then eventually I was like, all right, I went and took a shower, and then I'd already eaten and had like a bunch of body armor, Gatorade, crap like that. And so eventually I just needed to like sleep. I just needed to sleep for a couple hours and just allow my body to kind of like reset for a while. And generally that's the way it works. Anytime I get migraines, which I had a migraine, but it's not just like a migraine like where like at the front of your head it just has like a sharp pain. No, this is like a migraine like your entire head is throbbing, like bah, 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 and you can feel it, and you got these big old veins sticking up all throughout your forehead, and your whole face is just beet red. And yeah, it was not fun, but yeah, I am finally on. Okay, so yes, I am late today, and I don't know that I'm gonna make it through an 8-hour stream, but we'll try. Before we get started though, I did want to thank our tippers, top tippers for the week. Normally I'll do at the beginning of streams, I will show the top 3 tippers of the week, but today I've got the top 5 tippers for the week. So I wanted to say thanks, guys. So we got Aaron Sound at $20 at 5th place. Tyler $25 in 4th place. So let's get a round of applause for all of these. I think, what do I have applause here? That is not applause. That was not. Nope, don't do that. Don't. Oh, no. I need them. Nope, not that. There you go. Okay. Good. All right, we got it. So yeah. So thanks to you guys. We got Michael Jones. Mike Jones. Who? Thank you, Michael Jones. He's at $30 in 2nd place. And then Slim Shady in 1st place with $100 within the last week. He did that in 1 day. I think I've got another applause button for that one. Do we have? Awesome. No, that's not. There we go. We got a much bigger applause for him. Okay, cool. Thanks everybody. Let's get some let's get some cheers in chat for our top donors this week. Appreciate y'all. I had planned on going over the news first today, but there's a couple of dramas that apparently taken place over the last 24 hours that are near and dear to my heart, and things that I feel I feel compelled to cover. And so now that I've learned of a couple of things, I'm going to have to skip the news today. So one thing that we're going to go over is apparently Brittany Simon leaked DMs with a bunch of like Destiny orbiters and people like that. And from what I'm told, I am one of the people that that she kind of touches on and goes over. And I did watch a little bit of like her preamble getting into it, and it's I do think like it's an interesting conversation. And I've mentioned once, maybe people asked like, where's Brittany? Why hasn't Brittany been on in a while? I haven't seen you guys talk. You guys haven't been rating each other. And so I just said like, I don't know if she's talked about this, so I've left it alone. But like, she did decide that she did not want to associate anymore. And so I said, I was like, hey, we're cool, like it's fine, but yeah, there's reasons for that, and if she wants to talk about it, I'll let her talk about it. And now she has. So we're gonna get into that. But first, we're gonna cover this. I don't know how much of this we're gonna cover, because I just learned about this literally 5 minutes ago. So we're gonna see how this goes. But wait, Tom, you're a Destiny orbiter? I would say no. And I've even heard, even Destiny has said no. There have been times where Destiny's called me an orbiter, but like more recently, he's been more clear to say like, I mean, there's a guy who's like not like an Uber fan and not super defensive of me and like calls me out, but isn't like a hardcore hater either. And so because he's not a hardcore hater, everybody calls him an orbiter, and that like, you know, everybody's like trying to dox him and go after him just because he's not like being malicious and hyperbolic enough. And so yeah, I'm happy that yes, he is more clear on those things now, though there's a lot of other things I wish he would be more clear on, but we'll get to that another time. But yeah, so I don't know how to get into this, so I'll just let it play because I don't really know what all happens in this video. But I hate the way Destiny haters treat people they accuse of orbiting. Yeah, well, I mean, and then people call me like DGG as well, which is annoying. I've never been DGG, like I've never been part of his community. I've never been like, if I say like part of his community, right, I think of like somebody who is in his chat often enough, somebody who is like you know, a regular in his Discord, somebody who's a regular on his Reddit, somebody who's a regular in his like even maybe Twitter forums and crap like that. Like when I think of a Destiny community member, yeah, I think about those people, right? I like Destiny. Yeah, I like him. I like his content. I like most of his like politics, and so I'm going to agree with him more often than not. A lot of people say that I change my politics to agree with him, but if you look at the last 4 years, he actually has moved towards me. I've moved a little bit left, but he's moved a lot more right from where he was this like almost Bernie bro-esque, you know, kind of dumb progressive fuck when I first met him and first started talking to him till now. And so yeah, we are like both more like moderate liberals now, to where yeah, we're just gonna have a lot of the same takes and a lot of the same politics, and we think about things similarly and break things down similarly, and so we're just gonna have a lot of the same takes. But But yeah, well, because he is a lot bigger than me, he's able to have a lot of the debates that I would like to have with a lot of the people that I would like to debate. So I end up reviewing his debates a lot, and I think that is the reason that people will call me like an orbiter or something. But most of the time, if I talk to him, it's over a disagreement. So, all right. Well, yeah, like I said, I don't know how to introduce this or get into it, so I'm gonna let it play and then try to fill some people in on the reason for this as we go, because I think we talked about this last week. Apparently, like half the community now just doesn't know anything about some of this that I went through about a year ago, and so this is some shit that I'm gonna might have to get into here, but we'll see. We'll let it play.
All right. Do I want to cover the...
Also, I don't know if we're gonna get into the Candace Owens topic. Apparently her Nick Fuentes video came out. It is behind a paywall, but she's allowing people to review it on YouTube. So as long as I go and pay for it, I'm able to review it apparently. So we'll we might get to that. That is on the back of the list, and so depending on how much time we have, we'll see.
Chaos. Who knows? Maybe. Yeah. Oh god. I didn't ask for this. This isn't the first time, like some stupid drama has come into my lap and I didn't even do anything to warrant it, but okay. It's not even that interesting, man. It's not even that interesting. It's just like I'm doing the very sanitized version of it because, I don't know, people are snowflakes. Am I using that term? People are pathetic and I'm just kowtowing to it, I guess, because I'm a nice guy. I don't know. Oh, before we do that though, I've done a little bit of an update for the community rules because I kind of made the first ones in like 2020. And obviously I think I've learned a few things about how to have a community running since then, compared to when I had like 100 viewers. So we'll do a little reassessment. Okay, I'm going to talk about some rules here and then we'll just see how it goes going forward. I think really the problems with like the moderation in the community so far have not really been massive issues. It's just that like there's been a combination of things that have been a bit cliquey in some places, including with mods, which has meant that like some decisions are a little bit compromised, I think. And there's also an issue where some rules are just getting treated too much like hard rules rather than guidelines. So, or just the fact that things are just interpreted in the wrong way, right? Because you can...
We have similar problems. I would assume that everybody does, because it's hard to put rules on things where you're kind of trying to say something general and you hope that people kind of get it. And then instead, people take this very like hardline approach to the rules, and especially mods. And mods will go and just start like banning people, timing people out. Like you know, they'll start enforcing rules in a way that wasn't intended when you wrote it. And so it is something that like, yeah, we try to that I've tried to play with, and I personally, so I don't own my Discord server, somebody else does, and I didn't write my rules, somebody else did, and they run the bots and everything, and so I don't have like a lot of control over these things. But like if I message these people and ask them like, hey, can you do this? Can you do that? They'll go and do it. But yeah, like I've had issues with the rules that are in the way that they were set a number of times and asked them to change it. But generally, I have like for my mods like a list of things just saying like, this is how we want you to moderate. This is how we want you to go over things. And by the most part, for the most part, we just want them to like just enforce TOS. And then just not allow things to like get out of hand. And so there's like scales to things. There's, you know, good ways to do things, bad ways to do things. There's, you know, people who like you know, there's people that we should like warn, but not really like take any action for. There's other times where you should just outright ban them, but most of the time shouldn't ban anybody. And it's like, it's hard to like get everybody on the same page with rules and guidelines and stuff like that. And so yeah, we've had to kind of rewrite ours a couple of times and have like a lot of meetings and write a lot of like posts, just kind of like re-explaining things over and over, hoping that people will eventually get it. But it's a hard thing to kind of do, because especially if you have like a more laid back moderation style, or you want your community to have a more laid back moderation style, then yeah, it can be tough.
Have a category, like you can say no of this ism or whatever, but the problem is that when you have people who are very quick to shoehorn fairly like benign behavior into that ism, it's like, yeah, you get into a bit of an issue. So we'll go with this so far. There's like a little mission statement at the top, and then we'll just do some guidelines.
Yeah, so like imagine you put in your rules, no advocating for violence, okay? And then somebody comes in and, you know, there's two people having a conversation about Israel-Palestine. And one of the people says, yeah, I'm a Zionist. I think everybody should be a Zionist. While a far lefty mod can look at that and say, that's them advocating for genocide. That's them advocating for violence. We have to get rid of this person and just fucking outright ban them. And so now you're like, wait. Okay, come on. Like, fucking chill, dude. And you can get the opposite of that, where somebody can say, yeah, I believe in jihad, and I believe in, I think that the more fundamentalist Muslim groups are justified and blah blah blah, and somebody, oh yeah, whoop, gotta get rid of them. And so yeah, it's a little rough.
This is kind of like just like a paraphrase of what I wrote 5 years ago about the community, so we'll just go with that. I created this server in part due to popular demand in YouTube comments and from patrons. This is for the Discord server, but everything I'm saying here as well probably applied to the Reddit as well. So yeah, it'll be across the board. The rules here are likely to go through small changes and depending on circumstances, but for now, I think I should state my broad intentions for this server. I want this to be a place for people to have discussions, debates, share memes, make friends, and all those good things. Though my disdain for reactionary/extremist politics should be clear to anyone who's made it here, I have always prided myself on my ability to challenge and dislodge those ideas when faced by them, and I believe there's a balance to be struck between being an echo chamber and a place where toxic beliefs are allowed to run rampant. The community is naturally going to be majority liberal and left-leaning, but it will never be 100% partisan. There's a
yeah, that's also a problem that I have, is like we have rules, but we also don't always enforce those rules, as I said. And then also sometimes we'll ban people for things that are just not in the rules at all, and they'll get super pissed off about it. And it's like, well, sorry, it is what it is. And so yeah, there's been times where we've done Discord purges just because there are communities that are starting, like hater communities that are seeping in and starting to kind of take over the activity of the server to where they're by far the majority of the activity. And eventually we have to be like, okay, I'm not going to be hosting my own hater community. I'm not going to host all the people to come and talk shit about me. So we're just going to start purging people and getting rid of them. And so yeah, it's a thing that, yeah, you can't really put that in the rules. No being a hater, like, yeah, you can come in, you can talk shit about me, you can disagree with me, you can do all those things. I don't give a fuck, but eventually we're gonna kick you.
Time and place for safe spaces, but I don't
if
intend
there's
to
a
play
large
one here.
group of you.
That said, there's a difference between contention and bad faith, and I have no time for people who are just here to spew propaganda, attack marginalized people, and ruin the community for everyone else. Okay. This is one kind of like main guideline that I am going to try to remind people of as often as possible. I also want to apply this to mods as well, because I think it does affect them too, but this is just something that I think affects like absolutely everyone. So, assume good faith until proven otherwise. Did you use AI to write that? No, I've never used AI to write anything. Why would you even ask that? What's wrong with that? What the fuck? Can AI do that? What does that even? Never mind. There are plenty of people in the world who hold at least some harmful opinions. People who communicate their opinions in bad faith or out of genuine desire to do harm to large groups of people are actually much less common. Criticism, even if it's harsh, is always welcome, but I have a shrinking tolerance for people who are more interested in shoehorning others into some indefensible category. If you accuse someone of being dishonest, bigoted, a terrorist...
Yeah, just FYI, apparently he had like a big blow up and a mutiny that happened in his server and in his community. And this was, from what I'm told, led by some people that I totally could have seen that coming with 100%. That I actually, there's people that I considered messaging him about and just decided not to. And now I'm looking back on it like, oh damn, I would have been I would have been totally proven right if I had.
Supporter, an atrocity denier, or anything along those lines. These are strong claims that demand strong evidence. People who have a habit of behaving like this are not welcome. So again, it's like there is an issue where people will appeal to community rules and say like, oh, well, we don't allow sexism or like racism or anything like that. But you do get an issue where people will like to just take something that someone said and connect it to like, well, they said A, and A kind of makes me think of B, and B kind of makes me think of C, and C is kind of the thing that would often be said by people who think D, therefore this person believes E. And I'm like, it's like, that kind of thing to me is just like total, I really, we can maybe use some examples going forward of what, we can use some examples of maybe things that we've had in the community in the past. But I really just don't want to be in the space where people are using the community as a way to just kind of, are using like the mod rules. And this is community members as well, because I get DMs like this all the time from people or complaints from people where they are just kind of like trying to use community guidelines as a way to enforce their like partisan preferences. Yeah, that's going to be an issue that we'll try to rein in a little bit. But all the same, bigotry, racism, homophobia, transphobia, sexism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, or anything else that specifically targets marginalized groups. You can be edgy, but this only works when the community understands the joke. If it becomes clear that your humor is just a vehicle for you to discriminate against people, expect to get a ban. So when we talk about edginess, obviously in the server, lots of people use like humor that in the wrong environment would just be bigoted, right? So there is humor that gets used in the community that might be like a big problem if you were in like say like a right-wing space where those jokes are actually just masking sincerely held like toxic beliefs, right? So I'm not going to do like a hard ban on slurs and things like that because obviously people use them in different ways, but there is quite an easily noticeable like pattern of behavior from people that does actually take you into a situation where like those jokes and those like tongue-in-cheek references or that use of slurs is actually just being used to communicate like a real belief. So I want to just look out for that as well. So when I say like homophobia, racism or whatever, I don't really see like someone occasionally being like, oh, that's gay when they're talking about Putin doing a war crime, right? Like that kind of like, to me, that's just tongue in cheek. And I don't think there are like LGBT people in the community who are going to feel unsafe because someone's doing that. Whereas when someone is doing like the anti-gay stuff, like very commonly and very, and using like their humor to care more about the implication of the joke rather than like the punchline, like there's clearly like a social or political preference being injected into that humor. Like that's when there's a bit more of a problem. Russophobia still allowed. Bullying and harassment. A lot of you claim to like my content because I think independently and don't fall neatly into any specific political niche. Naturally, that means the community fosters a wide variety of opinions, but this also brings a lot of contention. This is completely healthy, but it's also unavoidable that some of you just won't like each other. People being mean to each other is one thing, but there is a threshold where this just becomes bullying and harassment, neither of which will be tolerated. So again, fairly easy way around. We have to make some illustrations for this next bit, okay?
Yeah, so I'm gonna skip over the rules part.
Because this problem kind of overlaps a little bit. I'll publish this to the Discord and Reddit as well. Also, I just want to put this ahead of time, okay? Because I know that you know, and you know that I know. There are definitely people somewhere behind the scenes right now who are being like, huh, he really put out these rules, yet he's about to let someone get away with breaking these rules. Yeah, I know that's the thing, okay? Don't worry about that, okay? Fuck. So people would believe. Okay, there's an issue here, all right? Fuck, mate, I hate talking about I hope you understand how much I fucking despise talking about this. So, like this whole thing that's happened in the last couple of weeks is probably like easily one of the most like depressing and like fucking actually kind of hurtful situations like that I've had with internet hatred, much more so than anything that comes from like the Hassan sphere or anything like that. Like regardless of the numbers of anything that came from Nazis beforehand, I was like, yeah, we're in a different fucking world right now. Even though it doesn't like on face value, it just seems like probably the kind of thing you would never really understand what it feels like unless you were a in that position, but it's whatever. But we're going to behave ourselves. I'm not going to go overboard, but we'll see. Because there's kind of like a problem now, or this is a situation as I think it should be, right? Which is that you have haters, okay? As a creator, and I have a lot of haters, okay? Because I put out a lot of, I'm a very snarky person, okay? I make people hate me, okay? I'm a bit of an asshole. That's fine. But the haters are they're over here, okay? This is you guys. This is you guys. You're here, okay? You're all good, okay? This is all my little boxoids, okay? That's you guys. And usually the understanding is that some of you have criticisms, okay? And those criticisms are the orange ones, the orange lights, okay? And that's cool as well, okay? But some of you, occasionally, will become these guys.
Come.
Thank you, Brandon Cavallaro. Appreciate it, homie. Let's get some cheers in chat for Brandon, adding $2 to the goal tonight. Let's fucking go, boy.
And you know what you do when you're this guy? Fuck off, okay? If you're this person, okay, and you actually just like really don't like me or like what I've become, go here. I don't want anything to do with you. I don't need you. You're nothing to me, okay? I hope you have a happy life. I honestly do, okay? I don't wish any fucking harm on you or whatever. Go there. But there's this problem now where recently people, because this server, like this community is full of fucking diverging opinions, like there's all kinds of, like especially your fucking Israel-Palestine shit, not to mention other things where we have lots of lefties, we have lots of liberals, we have some centrists, we have a couple of right-wingers, okay? We have all these people. And they argue a lot, okay? So we have this issue where some people who have their little issues don't necessarily want to be part of all that. So they make their little servers, they make separate servers. And usually these servers are not necessarily just for people who are annoyed by issues in the broader community. They're sometimes just like people who are small friend groups, okay? Or there's some people who are like, oh yeah, I just need to get away from that. Like there's like, for example, people need to get away from the debate space, right? Like they want to maybe be a little bit less challenged on every opinion or news story they bring up, right? So they're fine. They're whatever. Now, sometimes there'll be people who are all kind of like fans, and they're fine as well. But then they will not get along with like two people in here. So these guys over here will have to make their own splinter server. There's like a splinter of a splinter going on. Okay, this has happened.
This is literally something that's happened with my community. It's where we had a bunch of people split off from my community. And some people who were still in my community were kind of upset about it because now they're like, shit, like this is where I was able to hang out with all of these different people. And now a bunch of them are just gone. And this kind of sucks. And so they went and made another server and invited all of the people who were still cool and all of the people who were super active in the server together to that server. And they like said, they're like, look, I know a lot of you guys don't like Tom. Like, we are going to be pretty hardcore on the fact that this is not going to be a Tom hater server. And that we just want everybody to be able to come chill here. But over time, more and more people start to get pissed off that there are people who are in the server who still defend me, and they start to like create fights over it. So then eventually they create another server for the you know, actual haters, and they end up being a hater group for the first splinter server. And that was literally what it was called. The one that split off from my server was, I believe it was called the Splinter server. And and so yeah, like a bunch of them started to get in fights there, and some of the, like, even the person who created the server was like voted out and asked to leave. And so then they went and created a third server where just the fucking haters finally had their fucking Tom hater server and were able to just just sit around lying and being the pieces of shit that they were. And Svlphur was part of all of these. So Svlphur was part of this shit. Oddly enough.
This is a real thing that's happened in the community, where these guys jumped ship into this Discord to get away from two people or three people, right? And sometimes there's like leaks get passed back and forth, and people are in here will shit on these people, and people will shit on these people, and then it'll get leaked, and then it'll end up on my fucking door, right? And then I just want to say, if you want to do any of this behavior, which I can't, I will never abide or understand, and that'll never make sense to me, okay, why you people do this. But if you guys do this, that you can do your own Discord servers outside of this one. You can do your Splinter Discords for your little cliques or your little niche issues or whatever. You can do that, okay? But if anything gets fucking like leaked out of your server and screenshotted and sent to another person, and you've said something that is like bannable in this community, then you're fucking off. Sorry, like that's just the risk you take. And just so you guys know, if you want to do stuff like this, you all have leakers, okay? I know all of you. You all have fucking leakers, okay? And
Yeah, I had numerous people come to me and they were just like, hey Tom, I just want you to know I'm in the Splinter server, but I want you to know that like I am not a Tom hater. Like, don't get mad at me, don't get upset. Like, I'm in the, you know, the server. Or most of the time they would come to me and say, Tom, first off, listen, there's another server that was created, it's called the Splinter server. I'm like, I know about the Splinter server, bro. They're like, oh, okay. Why? I'm there, but I'm not hating on you. I'm not there to talk shit about you, okay? I don't want any beef, like blah blah blah. That was a wild time. All the factions, yeah, it was definitely a wild time. And it's funny because for me, I watched all of the people who ran around like you know, acting like they were all still friends and or even creating friendships over their hatred for me, and all of those people hate each other today. All like I had like my own community. I had a ton of like streamers who were constantly like, this is where we hung out, this was where we all like had our conversations, and this was where everything happened. And we were creating like our own, like, you know, cool community of people who covered drama and talked about politics, and we were able to just kind of all exist together and debate things and stay friends. And they decided to be pieces of shit and lie and scheme and do a bunch of horrible stuff. And afterwards, they all started doing the same things to each other. And this like includes people like, you know, Ico, President Sunday, Svlphur, Sassafras, Reservoir, I think food shops, just like a ton of people who all like built their platforms off of like hating on me, after like building their platforms like through me, then build them by being Tom haters. And it was definitely some shit. But they all hate each other now too, because they're just all bad people. Like they can't manage to keep any friends or hold any standards, because this is just who they are. So.
And some of you don't even know who all your leakers are. Most of you don't know who all your leakers are. So, sorry. But the thing I've had an issue with now, okay, because I've spoken about this before, okay? I am not a very socially dependent person.
The alt Toms too, yeah. The alt Toms was I forget his name, but there was like a specific person who was going around and pretending to be me and like just saying a bunch of shit to a bunch of people. That was that still to this day, I think a ton of people believe that was me saying those things.
And most of what I enjoy doing is like by myself. Most of what I don't need that much emotional support or like socializing in my life to feel like a normal human being or whatever. I'm just generally not like that. And
yes,
when I've been
Addy.
part of friend groups in the past, it's usually always just kind of like I always feel like just like a little bit on the outside, just like a little bit. And and if they ever get involved in any fucking nonsense and people have to take sides.
And Svlphur went around telling everybody that Addy was a big part of my community and was doxing people because of me, and that I was like creating a community of doxers. Like anytime Addy is in my chat, if we realize that he's there, we ban him immediately. Like nobody here is trying to keep Addy around. It's just he has 1,000 accounts, so like it takes a while. But anytime he's around, like we immediately ban that motherfucker. And yeah, they just kept Svlphur kept acting like he's like a big part of my fucking community. It was so weird.
Sides because one person is fighting with the other. Well, I'm just like, fuck off, I don't care about that. Like, I just detach myself. I don't really feel like I need to, like, that's kind of how I've usually lived. But that also means that I'm not very, I'm probably not that experienced in dealing with a lot of interpersonal drama. So sometimes I will hear like, oh, well, someone's saying that this person did this. Sometimes it can be serious, right? Like, I'm not going to tolerate if someone's been like fucking racist in a friend group, right? Like, that's obviously a bit of a different thing. So sometimes I will defer to people who I think are more in the know. And it turns out that doing that doesn't always help. But the thing I noticed recently is that there was one of these Splinter servers that was specifically for people who were farther left than me, and probably farther left than a good chunk of the community. They're like the far left part of the community. And they really didn't like the, I guess like what some of them described as the toxicity of the debate space, or the aggression, or the like the right-wing opinions and all that stuff, or what they consider to be right-wing opinions. Like, they were in here. So there was quite a...
Oh, actually, Trib was one of the people who was accused of being a doxer as well. Trib was also accused of being a doxer, as was, I forget his name. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name all of a sudden, but Owl, something Owl, I think. But yeah, the Svlphur also accused Trib of doxing for like the weirdest thing in the world. I think like she said I was accused of being a doxer. What the fuck? Yes, I told you you were accused of being a doxer. You, Addy Pupils, me, and Infallible Foul. And the stuff that they were accused of being doxers for was just the dumbest shit. Like, apparently Trib, so I think they said that Trib was like trying to dox Sanso, I think, something like that. It was in her timeline. Yes, timeline. Get it right.
Critical people in this place. Yeah, it's not a very big place, maybe like 100 people. But then for some reason, there are people in here who are just haters. They fucking hate me. Like, to the point of like...
Yeah, well, as soon as you create like a Splinter server, all of the people who hate that person are just going to start flocking in there. Like, as soon as they find out there is a Splinter server, yeah, they're gonna start flocking.
Actually wishing physical harm on me, okay? Or like they properly, it's like nothing, no substantial critique, no like, oh, he's, I really hate that he said this because that's just completely wrong because look at this source. Nothing like that. It's just personal attacks. It's just false accusations. It's just bad faith accusations.
That's literally what I said too. That's exactly what I said about these people. Is I was like, bro, they're never actually saying like what I'm wrong about, why I'm wrong, was showing any evidence that I'm wrong, showing like receipts, sources, showing what I actually said. They'll just like make up something I never said, then keep telling people I said that, and then just running with that. Or sometimes they do repeat what I said, and then but like say take it out of the context that it was said in, and then just make it sound like it was some horrible thing. And so yeah, that was just a constant thing with the people in the Splinter servers.
It's just like, I hope your fucking career dies and shit like this. It's like, okay, but the thing is they're still...
We called them the Cabal because people... I don't remember who started it. I want to say it was Beckett or somebody, but somebody started like calling themselves the Cabal. They started calling themselves the Cabal. But I think it was Beckett, but they were saying it as though I called them the Cabal. He was saying it as though I kept calling them the Cabal, which I had never done. I never called them a Cabal or anything like that. And so then because he was like, yeah, he's calling us like a Cabal, dude, and like and keeps accusing us of being this like secret community Cabal, that blah blah blah. So then we all just started referring to them as the Cabal. It was like, that's fucking brilliant, dude. That's great. That's so good.
Kind of in the community. And I don't get this. Like, why? So there are people who are like this, and they should be here, but they're still like watching my stream. Sometimes they're in this Discord telling people who are watching to go and comment XYZ in my chat. So I'm like, what do I do about that? That's kind of fucked. And not only that, these are also people who talk about how it gives them massive fucking anxiety at the prospect of me mentioning who these people are on stream. So it's like, you hate me, you're over here, you're in this server, okay? And you are talking a lot of shit about me and spreading what I would just say are like completely like hideous, like bad faith accusations on me, smearing me basically. But you're also watching my stream, and you're also in a way like involving yourself in my stream by telling people like what to type in chat sometimes, at least once that I saw. But you also expect me to not talk about you. And I'm like,
I don't
okay,
think she
you
was
know what, if,
banned.
like,
Again, I don't know. I haven't watched it. I have no
which
idea.
I think is like standard manipulative, like crybullying. But you know, I understand. I've got the power, so I'm gonna see if I can go through most of this without naming anyone that doesn't like absolutely have to be named. Okay, so unfortunately, the problem with this server in particular that I will have to mention, and again, I've spoken to this person. It's all good. I'm gonna make sure that they're because they're not like because unfortunately the person who was running this server was Svlphur. Okay. Now, I don't think Svlphur viewed every single message in this server that was like really toxic against me. I don't hold like that much, like I don't hold like ill will towards her or anything. She was very apologetic when she found out that I knew what was going on in here. Some of the message, I believe her when she says like she hadn't read a lot of these messages. She initially
That's what she did with me as well. Yes, when she was being a big fucking shithead. This is I have this whole video called Two-Faced E-Girl caught lying or something like that, and it's me like confronting her on the fact that every time I talk to her about things, she's very apologetic. She's very much like, I'm really sorry. You know what? I can understand how that was offensive. I try to take your feelings into consideration when I say things, and I probably said that in the wrong way, and for that I apologize, and I'll try to work on that and things like that. But then immediately after, she's right back somewhere else. Like, yeah, fuck that guy. What a fucking lying piece of shit, dude. He's a fucking blah, blah, blah. And so then I like confront her again. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Like, why do you keep doing this? You know what? You're right. I was just like having some fun with people, and I didn't, I just didn't think about, the way that it would affect you and your brand, and I wasn't, it wasn't supposed to be like, and so yes, just over and over, she would like keep like being apologetic. And so then the last time, like I say, I'm like, it's not, the problem is that it's you that's like doing this over and over, but then you're also like in this chat, in this chat, and in this chat with all of these people who are doing literally the same fucking thing, where they keep acting like, to my face or whenever I talk to them, they're acting like, we're cool, hope you're okay, buddy, wanna talk sometime, blah, blah, blah. But then they go back to like other streams and other places and just totally fucking shit on me. And every time I'm like, what the fuck? Do they think I don't see any of this shit? Like, do they think I don't know about this? Like, they're doing this shit in public. What the fuck? So yeah, so I'm telling her this, and I'm like, this is all like, you're hanging out with all of these people. And again, she's like very apologetic and like, we're having a conversation. And then literally the next day, I see her in Rezi's chat saying, and I said to her, I was like, yeah, look, like, Six said this, this person said this person said this, and like that, but this is what they said to my face, and then they say that out in public, like, this is weird. And she's like, oh, I don't know if that's what they meant, it's interesting, blah, blah, blah. And then she goes in the Resi chat the next day and is like, you wouldn't believe it, Tom fucking lying about Sick and Beckett and these people and just making shit up. What the fuck is wrong with him? And I'm like, I immediately, right after she posts that in chat, I'm like, really, Svlphur, you wanna have a conversation about this on stream? Because now I'm thinking, okay, I can't keep having private conversations with her about this in DMs, in calls. I need to actually like have a conversation with her in public now, so that she can't like keep lying and pretending shit that didn't happen. And so, yeah, we had it out on stream, and what she does is exactly what I accused her of doing, which is on stream, She admits that she was wrong. She says she shouldn't have done it, that that wasn't the way that she meant it, the way that came off, that that isn't what she was trying to communicate. And then immediately in another server is saying the exact opposite, saying that I forced her to apologize, saying that I pressured her into it, that I was being pushy and aggressive, and it was just so, and then accusing me of like sex pesting and shit, like just exactly what it is that she just got fucking called out for. She goes and does exactly the same thing again. And so yeah, the LonerBox LonerBox will learn if that's what she said to him. He will learn pretty soon that that is the way she says shit. She will be completely fucking two-faced. Again, there's a whole video about this on my channel, so I guess I'll just show you guys what it looks like in case anybody wants to check it out, because it is like cut and dry. Like cut and dry, you watch the video and there's just nothing else you can take away from this except that she's just a fucking piece of shit liar. Like this is why can't I just lie about you? And that's literally what she does. Like there's a point where I'm like saying like, but Svlphur, like you said this, you said that, like if you can't take this back, like there's gonna be a problem. And she's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really care about this. Like, we can move on to something else if you want. Like, this isn't important. I'm like, and like Rezi, thankfully, is like, Svlphur, this is the whole thing. Like, I don't know. This is literally what you guys came on here to talk about. What do you mean? Like, and she does this every time. Every time she lies about somebody, every time she like makes shit up about somebody, she'll just do this whole like, oh yeah, yeah, just it's not a big deal. So it's not anything we need to talk about. You don't decide that, bitch. What the fuck? You're not the one who decides that. So yeah, so I had it out with Svlphur, then had it out with food shops, like a week later or so. It was good shit.
Initially wanted this particular server to just be a place where people wanted to get away from the like debate space or like the combativeness of my Discord, right? Like just like a little friend group. Yeah, she was modding this community. Quite a lot of like crazy shit in this community was like not really getting moderated. It hasn't actually. Well, there have been changes made to the server, but obviously the reds are still there. Obviously, like so, I guess whatever they've done or said about me or anyone else is like it's still seen as acceptable. So again,
yes. Well, I mean, again, this is exactly why you cannot trust anything that she says. This is why you can't listen to her. She knows everything that is said in that community. She has said many times that she logs everything. I've seen some of her logs, and the way that she just completely logs just everything that everybody says and goes through it and tries to find like patterns and shit. Like she is hardcore logging everything. And if she's telling you in one of her own servers that she doesn't read it, she doesn't know what's going on, fucking bullshit. Bullshit. Unless she's got like 3,000-4,000 people in there, then maybe, but even then, I just wouldn't believe it. Even then, I just wouldn't believe it.
Saying I don't want anyone to give her any shit. I still like her as a person. I still think she's done quite a lot of good as a mod and everything like that. But yeah, I've taken. She's not gone. I've just demodded her. I might bring her back. I don't know, because she's actually quite good at what she does. It's just that to me, there's just like a lot of there's just like a good bit of fucking what'd you call it?
That was initially why like we started bringing Svlphur on over here, is because she does a bunch of like research papers and was able to like bring like a lot of stuff about like Israel Palestine and crap like that. That was really helpful and had a lot of details to it that I was able to use. And so that was initially like why we brought her around. But then at the end of everything, she did a research paper on me that was the worst fucking shit you've ever seen in your life. Like truly, it's either that she's like one of the most malicious fucking people you've ever met in your life, like psychopathic, or she's one of the dumbest motherfuckers you've ever seen in your life. Like, it's one of the two. There's no way you can get that much wrong. Where, like, yeah, she was accusing Trip of being a doxer. She accused me of grooming somebody because apparently she just can't do math at all. She literally posts, like, she went and got my criminal records, posts them, doxes me, like, posts my fucking records and with, like, my full name and everything, and then types out completely different shit that is not on the fucking record. Like, that is not my record. That is not what I got arrested for. And she types out something totally different on her paper than what was in the record. Like, it's just drastically different. And then she, what was the other thing? She, oh yeah, and then she also said that I said I got arrested for this. I said that I went to prison for racketeering. I said, no, like, no evidence of this, nothing showing this anywhere, nothing proving this, and, like, showing where I ever said this, because it just never happened. It didn't happen, didn't get said. And so, yeah, like, she was just full on schizo. And this is a, like, 40 chapter thing, like 500 pages, something that, like, she bragged about, like, working on it day and night for 2 months. Like, this is, she was just completely fucking schizo, dude. Completely fucking nuts. Just totally nuts. And it was, yeah, it was, it was mostly her making claims and then putting what she called, like, a source below, but she, like, linked to it to where you would have to click on it to go look at it. And so, and it was when she linked to it on her own thing. So it wasn't to the original. You didn't get to see the actual thing. And 3 months, okay, so 3 months. She worked on it day and night for 3 months and was bragging about the fact that she was this fucking nuts. But but yeah, so she would link to something, and when you would look at the receipts were never what it was she claimed. Never. It was never what her claim was. It never backed up her claim. Half the time, it was something even totally unrelated to her claim. But she would link stuff to, like, make you feel like, oh, well, she's got receipts, so I guess I can believe this. But if you looked at the fucking receipts, you would be like, wait, what? What the fuck? That has nothing to do with what she said. What would drive someone to do something like that? So from my perspective, from my opinion, from what I saw, I think it was that she's kind of a people pleaser. And so when I say that, like, I would keep catching her saying things to me that, and, like, apologizing and all of that, then immediately doing the opposite with the haters, that I think she was just being a people pleaser. She was just trying to fit in. She was just trying to just do the thing that they all wanted her to do in each group. And so when she's talking to me, she's going to apologize. When she's talking to them, she's going to talk shit about me. Then she's going to apologize. Then she's going to talk shit. Then she's going to apologize. Then she's going to talk shit. And she'll do her whole, like, baby voice every time. And, yeah, I'm so sorry. I get it. Yeah. That makes sense. So, yeah. And when you try to talk to her, she doesn't ever actually say anything. Nothing comes out of her mouth. She will just kind of dance around and say a bunch of random things without ever saying something. And so it's always a lot of, like, stuttering and, like, oh, yeah, I mean, look, I'll tell you, because, I mean, that's, I'm not, like, I would never, especially when it comes to you, like, there's a whole thing with everyone who because it like, when in perspective, and like that is like how it goes on. It'll go on like that for like 5 minutes, where that's all she said. 5 minutes later, and you're still sitting there like, that was a yes or no question. I don't know what that was. Like, I have no idea what the fuck you just said. And this was even when like we were friends. I would, anytime like I had her on, I would constantly have to be like, Svlphur, I need a simple answer, please. For the love of fucking God. I'm trying to be nice, but damn. so yeah, if you go watch the video of this, it's like I said, I think it's e-girl, two-faced e-girl caught red-handed over and over. Svlphur versus Foolery show. So yeah, it's you'll see it very clearly. But I think because she got caught lying there to be a people pleaser, she was very upset about that. She was very, very, very upset that I would call her out publicly for being a fucking cunt. And so that's when she lost it. Like, that's when, like, as soon as she says that she was wrong for saying it, she shouldn't have said it, she apologizes, she gets off stream, immediately starts calling me a sex pest, which is something that she had been, like, adamant about, like, defending me against and calling other people out for, and, like, saying that everybody else who said this was a liar, and blah, 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 blah. She was adamant about me not being a sex pest, and then immediately gets off that stream, starts accusing me of being like a sex pest immediately. So, and she ended up, like, people went and took clips out of context where she was like telling me to take my shirt off, and I was like, what? I'm not taking my shirt off. I thought you were taking your shirt off. And they like clipped me just saying that, and they're like, look, he was telling her to take her shirt off. He said, I thought you were going to take your shirt off. He's saying this to a woman on there. Like, he's like super drunk, like totally trying to like get this woman on stream to take her shirt off. And she came out the woodwork after all of this happened. Came out the woodwork. It was like, yep. It was so uncomfortable. I couldn't believe he was doing that. It was really, really hard for me to have to deal with that. And you're such a fucking liar, dude. We were friends. You messaged me the next day, like, inviting me to something else. Like, we were friends for months and months after this. You are such a fucking liar, dude. What the fuck? But that's, yeah, she just, I think she totally lost it because she got caught, like, hardcore caught, no doubt about it, lying. She lost it.
Just maybe been like a bit too much of a conflict of allegiances or friendships or whatever else that just makes like making her a mod is a little bit like problematic. So that's kind of where I am on that. I've still given her the right to send me any messages. If any of you actually go into her DMs and just decide to harass her about this, then she does have the right to send me that. And if it's bad enough, then I will ban them. I'll ban you for that. So just saying. Okay. Where do we go now? As for the Reds. I did, like, fuck it. Listen, I don't know how I do it. Okay? I don't know how I do it. Listen, as for the Reds, just stop watching me. I don't know why you're doing this to yourself. I don't know why. Or if you want to watch me and hate watch me, then just do it over here. Like, do it with these people. But I have decided to not, because I don't want to start a whole fucking civil war, and because I want to talk about this kind of stuff for as little time as possible. I'm not today going to name any of these folks. I don't really even want you guys speculating on it in the Discord or in chat, but I don't know. I feel like it's, because I'm kind of explaining this stuff to you, just like saying, oh, trust me, bro, take my word for it. If it comes to a place where it actually, like, some of this causes like a huge rift or whatever, because the problem with some of them is that although they definitely would not like to be or enjoy being named, they absolutely would, they've had like an influence on the server and like some of the narratives around the community. So, but we'll see how much we can achieve without mentioning that. So they'll out themselves anyway. I highly doubt that. You mentioned some screenshots you want to show. I can't really show a lot of these screenshots because they're just like, I don't know. Listen, the people I'm dealing with right now, it's not just that they're cry bullies, right? Because I will talk about them. I'm not going to name them. I'm going to talk about them because I know they're listening, right? These people they're not just cry bullies, okay? It's not just the classic example of some dipshit who wants to throw their weight around as much as they can.
Yeah, I mainly just wanted to talk shit about Svlphur because this is this is what she does. This is the beginning of the end. So this is yeah, this is definitely something that me and numerous other people have dealt with. But I'm interested to just hear who else got fucked. It's probably a bunch of people I've never heard of. We'll see.
And then they'll just cry about their fucking anxiety or whatever when they get shit thrown back at them. It's not quite like that, okay? This is like manipulative people, okay? This is like people who they have a way, and the way that I know that they're going to do it is fucking disgusting, but there's a way that they'll just like weaponize some fucking shit and try to. They have ways that they can spin it back at me, like my retaliating to them will actually make me look like the bad guy. So I just want to deal with like that level of toxicity. Like, it's a waste of time. Life is too short. So coming back to this with the
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's right. She didn't. Svlphur also got caught another time lying, where Mantis went onto his stream and started calling out like a bunch of these people on Rezi's stream, and Svlphur jumped on and like started screaming and yelling at her, and then I forget the name of the person. It's they them now apparently, or he him. I don't know. But another person that I used to be friends with that also is just one of the worst. Like, everybody knows that they're a fucking psychopathic liar. Like, everybody knows this about them. But they, Mantis called this person out for pedo baiting, and Svlphur went off on Mantis, saying that's a lie, that was her trauma, she was forced to do this by grown men, how dare you use that against her as an adult when these men were being predators and blah blah blah. And I was sitting here like, I was reviewing this on stream the next day, and I'm sitting here like, what the fuck? Svlphur is lying right now, dude. Svlphur is lying right now, bro. Food shops? No, it's... I can't remember their fucking name. They used to go by, like, Sleepy and a bunch of other names, but they constantly change their fucking names. So and the reason they constantly change their names is because they're constantly caught lying. But they were, like, best friends with Zonia. Zonia and them met through my stream and through my community, and then that was yeah, anyways. So Mantis calls this person out for pedo baiting. Svlphur defends them hardcore and like says that Mantis is disgusting for saying this about her. And I was like, okay. I have a recording of the last time that I talked to Svlphur, and again, Svlphur came to me to tell me about like how like bad what Zonia just did to me was when she was like leaking the DMs and like trying to start shit between me and Sassafras and then she says that yeah, Sleepy was like going after me for the big lie. And I was like, what's that? And she's like, she said that you were like dating an underage girl or something like that. I was like, what? That definitely never happened unless I was underage. Like, that never happened. And she's like, yeah, she's like, well, and it's especially weird that she would accuse you of that when everybody knows that she's well known for pedo baiting. And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, everybody does know that, so yeah, that's weird. And then yeah, she starts saying, I've been A-logging her, I've got tons of DMs of what she said, I've got tons of like proof of her bragging about the fact that she still does this. And I was like, yeah, I was like, I've had to like get onto her for talking about this shit in my community as well. And so yeah, that after I like play the clip of Svlphur saying this to me on a call, I'm like, I can't believe she's going after Mantis for saying this when Svlphur said this as well. And that is when Svlphur started the grooming accusations, where she comes back and says, no, actually, we were talking about the fact that Tom was underage dating and blah blah, and like she just made up this whole lie that didn't even fit the conversation at all. It didn't fit the conversation at all, and even all of her own friends are all sitting there like, Svlphur, that doesn't make sense. Like that literally makes no sense. Like Tom kind of did win this one. Like you're just wrong. Like you can't claim that's what you said. And she does the same thing where she's like, I don't even care about this. So whatever. It doesn't matter to me. It's like, no, duh, it doesn't matter to you. You're the one who's fucking lying. You're not harmed every time you're running around making up shit about other people. So wow, oh crazy. You don't care. Whoa, that's so surprising. So yeah, she just that was when she just went full fucking schizo. That was it.
The rules because of the other drama that's happened, which also the people involved don't want me talking about it. So everyone here is very.
I think I have. Now that I think about it, I think I have like a short video just outlining that little timeline. Fuck, where is it? Maybe I think this is it.
Food shops got upset with Yuki. Yuki was saying like inappropriate stuff in the Discord about like being
Yuki. That was their name. Yuki. So yeah, apparently Yuki was mad about this from January 14th, 2024. I made this claim that Yuki was doing weird stuff in the Discord or something.
Food shops got upset with Yuki. Yuki was saying like inappropriate stuff in the Discord about like doing stuff underage that made food shops and her mods uncomfortable. Yuki has had like a history in the past of talking about like, oh, when I was a kid, I was sending adults pictures of myself and I was doing this and I was doing that. It's like,
But the problem is that she says she still does it today. This is the problem, is that she still does it today, tries to dress up like an underage person, and then tells guys that she's underage and sends them stuff. And she's not doing like you know, trying to catch predators and anything like that. Like she's not doing any of that. She's just selling pictures, trying to look like she's underage and telling guys that she's underage and sending them shit. And so like when you say like, oh, you used to do that, that's crazy, she still does it today and still brags about the fact that she did it when she was underage. So
I don't know if you should like be talking about that so much. That's like in a like a bragging sort of way, not.
Yeah, this is just not true. Yuki was really pissed off about this whole thing. I think Yuki came on and even talked
so,
to
I mean,
me,
this
and
is
then I
also
went and-
this is also weird because the dates on here, that's February 10th. This is January 14th. Zonia and I had like 4 or 5 conversations between these dates. So the fact that all of a sudden she was saying this on like an exposed stream about me for no reason, it was super weird. It's so weird. Never said anything to me about it.
This is just not true. Yuki was really pissed off about this whole thing. I think Yuki came on.
So this says Zonia is 100% lying here. Literally everyone knows Yuki/Sleepy does this. Zonia and I have had conversations about it being a problem in the past.
And even talked to me, and then I went and like jumped on to, or Yuki talked to me about it, and then I jumped on and like corrected the situation or something. I forget exactly, but yeah, you know, Yuki wants to.
And it says Zonia just randomly brought this back up a month later on her stream, where her and Sass made up tons of lies that they have been and are still being disproven. So yeah, like tons of shit that they said. They were Lots of stuff was disproven immediately. Some stuff was disproven over time when I would find more and more receipts in like old VODs or even shit that like calls that I had recorded on accident or shit like that. Like just tons and tons of stuff that I was able to disprove pretty thoroughly over time, to where like they would keep saying Tom's lying. Here's some like general evidence that can make you kind of lean in that direction, but didn't have like anything like proof or anything like that. I was able to come with proof that they were lying, and Zonia knew she was lying. Like Zonia and I had numerous calls about the stuff with Sass before she went and did this. She told me she was doing this stream to vindicate me, and then went and did the exact opposite. So
wants some justice for this kind of thing and wants the record set straight. Yeah, this was not true. I'm not too sure why it is that Tom thought this, or if this is a misunderstanding or a miscommunication. I'm not really sure, but yeah, for a good reason. Yuki's pretty pissed about it.
So you just made it like a long time ago for funsies?
You realize that Tom's been
So this is now the call with Mantis. I totally forgot I had this video, so this is great because it just outlines everything that I was just saying. So yeah, Mantis said, so you just pedo baited a long time ago for funsies, and then here's Yuki sleepy down here at the bottom. And she said, you realize Tom's been asking Svlphur to find the supposed evidence.
asking Svlphur to like find the supposed proof.
Yes,
Like,
Find the supposed proof, and then Svlphur says yes, literally. That's what it was. And I had the phone call to prove the exact opposite.
Literally.
What? Me? I asked Svlphur?
We're not talking about someone who is victimized as a child. No, listen.
Yeah, man, this is really messed up of you to attack Yuki for this. You know, it's really messed up. Hold on a second. I got a phone call here somewhere that I got. Hold on one second. It's good that she's not recording this call. So yeah, and then it has the date on here. I pulled up like the list of calls here, and it says there's a Sass call and a Svlphur call here, and I pull up the date on the Svlphur call, and it is from Sunday, February 11th at 1:30 a.m. Sunday, February 11th, or sorry, does it say Sunday? Sorry, Monday, February 11th, 2024 at 1:30 a.m. So like it shows, I can show that like I didn't go and grab this later. This isn't something from way before. This is something from like the day that Zonia did that stream and said that Svlphur called me, and I already was like I was already mad that Sass and Zonia were lying about me, and I didn't record those calls. So the very next call that I had was with Svlphur, so I was like, well, I mean, I still trust Svlphur, but I'm going to go ahead and just start recording all of these calls so in the future I don't get in trouble for this. She can say all of this safely, thank God.
Part of it I'm like so fucking pissed off about I can't even like put into words.
Why are you pissed about it?
The only thing that I know about is that Yuki said that I said that she
So yeah, so this is the phone call right here.
bragged about being underage and sending older men pictures of herself.
Well, she does that anyways. Like in
Oh, she does that anyways, does she, Svlphur? Do tell Svlphur.
That's what Zonia said. Yuki needed like needed that clarification, but I know that that's fucking true. I know for a fact it's fucking true, and I know that I probably have VODs of her doing it numerous times. I know there used to be tweets of it.
Yeah. Well, she was pedo baiting in Food Shop server and Spicy Chat. So I guess months ago when
Wow. So she knows about this. Yeah, she has her own fucking claims about this. So it has nothing to do with me. She's upset about it.
someone was worried about Mantis, I think we already had this conversation where I put like a mole into like a listen to like what was going on in there. So even though like the entirety of Spicy Chat has been wiped over them saying slurs, I guess the other week, I have the entire archive of what was, I guess, I don't know how many years it goes back, but I have like the entire archive. So I've seen what Yuki has been up to for a very long time, and now I really don't fucking trust this person. And I think that Yuki.
Oh wow, that's fucking crazy. You keep getting proven to be liars and two-faced and flip-floppers and, oh, let me change my position. Well, let me change it back. Well, let me change to this. Let me change to that. Like over and over. You guys just keep getting proven over and over, but y'all got nothing.
I also think that you're trying to also tell me this isn't the verification for that to begin with, right?
Yeah, she says, I brought it up in the call. Then her next message is, he asked me to look. I didn't ask her to look. You can hear it right there. She brought it up. She just said, I have all of these logs. I have all of this proof of her doing this. So then it says, Svlphur gave Rezi our DMs, still claiming I begged for info on Yuki pedo baiting, and he's telling her he doesn't see any way this defends her. So you can hear him talking in the background, but the reason that this happened is because she said, I have the logs of her doing this, and so I'll send them to you, and then you can publish them so that you can show that like Zonia and her are lying about this. And at like a couple days later, I did message her and say, hey, do you have those logs? I didn't beg her for anything. She offered them to me. And so very, very different. But that, like over and over, you guys just keep getting proven over and over, but y'all got nothing.
I also think that you're trying to also tell me this isn't the verification for that to begin with, right? I'm sorry, all right? I'm very confused about this. What is this?
Sleepy absolutely does, quote unquote, pedo bait.
I've heard other people saying they've never done it to me. All right, just to be clear.
I'm talking about... So Rezi refused to say anything about this until Queeman said, Sleepy absolutely does, quote unquote, pedo bait. And then Rezi's like, okay, I've heard that they do this. They've never done it to me, so like it is what it is. Like he refused to admit that until she said it. Or sorry, until Queeman said it. And then once Queeman said it, then Rezi was like, yeah, okay, I mean, yeah, I've heard this. Everybody knows this. Like pedo bait shit. Like they were underage. They took pictures of themselves, sexy pictures of themselves. They sent them to adults. And then they, as an adult, bragged about this shit. That's what Svlphur's talking about. That's what I'm talking about. And then, yeah, there's Svlphur already in the chat. Wait. What the fuck? She said, I don't give a fuck about this conversation anyways. Or it was something else entirely. The lie was about Rose. No, we didn't talk about... No, it wasn't. We're going to run this back.
I'm not recording this call. I'm happy to say.
You're not? Okay, good.
I think it was much more oriented with Yuki and being led around by this big wrong that Yuki is saying that you did, which is like...
That Yuki's saying that you did. Uh-huh.
Lie about them on streamers. Like
lie about them on stream. That you lied about them on stream. Huh. What was that, Svlphur? It had something to do with Rose? I lied about them on stream? Huh? What was that? Let's hear that one more time.
I'm able to see that there's the influence of this again. I'm not recording this call. I'm happy to say
you're not.
Like
good.
I think,
and just FYI, she told me that the reason that Zonia was doing all of this stuff, lying about me and like leaking all of this shit, was because Sleepy was pushing her to do it. She said that all of the mods know that Sleepy is pushing Zonia to lie about me and make this shit up because Sleepy's mad at me. And she told me that because she was part of the mod team, that most of the mod team was getting ready to quit because Sleepy pushed her to do that.
It was much more oriented with Yuki and being led around by this
Yuki
big
and Sleepy,
wrong
same
that
person.
Yuki's saying that you did, which is like lie about them on streamers. Like
that you lied about them on stream. Huh. So yeah, I just in case, yeah, anybody has questions about this and they're thinking, well, maybe Tom's saying she lied, you know, maybe she didn't. No. She was constantly lying, constantly making shit up. After she got caught lying there, then she went and lied again and said, no, we were talking about Rose, which was my ex-girlfriend. She never came up in that conversation once. Not once, not at all, never happened. Then sorry, and I said a minute ago that she said something about my ex, me like dating somebody underage. I don't know. I think I might have been mixing up what she said here because I'll have to listen to the call again to see. But I don't think that actually ever came up. I think I was mixing up what she said was said. But yeah, anyways, and then yeah, you can go back and watch this video as well, where again she gets caught lying numerous times and just totally makes up new lies right at the end, and I show those DMs, those Discord logs as well, where right at the end she just makes up some new shit, and doubles down on the shit that she had just admitted she lied about on the stream with me. So Trib, 5 gifted memberships. Let's fucking go, dude. W Tribs in chat, guys. Thank you, Trib. Appreciate it, homie. I don't think I'm able to. Before, when I was able to send like 10 gifted memberships and everything a month, I don't think I'm able to do that anymore. I've tried a couple of times and I don't seem to have the ability. So yeah, just in case people don't go check that stuff, you can check this one as well if you need more verification. But yes, there's numerous lies just right there in that little bit that she was getting caught for over and over and over.
Everyone here is very shy, but if you have complaints about other people in the server, like bothering you or whatever, or breaking rules or bullying you or anything like that, just mostly what I just need is a list of like one image or link with all the screenshots in it. That's all I need. I can usually go through that and I can check the logs in my Discord for context if I need to. That's usually all I need. Okay, I don't need it. Yeah. So if you feel like you need to do that in the future, that's all you need to do. Okay. One other loose end I want to tie up here. Just because I kind of realized that I've been grossly misled, it turns out, and I feel quite bad now because I spread this myself like as a
Lions, tigers, and bears. It's been 2 years. Well done. Thank you, Trib. Let's go.
creator. I use my platform to spread this as I want. But going forward, okay, David in chat. David is some of you might know him, okay? Like new Jewish twink dude, him. Like David's an annoying little bugger, right? He suffers from annoying bugger syndrome. He occasionally says things, or has in the past, that are quite inappropriate, especially a couple times leaning into the gender area.
David R just said K. Q-U-E-K.
But this narrative that has been spread around about him being a sexual harasser or making romantic advances at people even when they make it clear that they want him to stop, this is bullshit, okay? I've looked through the logs looking at this situation and the way that the people he was apparently doing this to responded and everything like that, and looking at context of logs, because again, there's somewhere someone has 50 pages showing why this is true, but again, 50 pages can be frivolous. I've had a look at these. Barring a couple of like inappropriate comments that seem to have been dealt with at the time and apologized for, this accusation of him being like a sexual harasser is bullshit, okay? And going forward, he's just, he's not going to be like only relegated to one part of the Discord or whatever else. He's just a regular annoying little bugger in the community. That's it, okay? Maybe that'll change, maybe he'll out himself in a different way and get banned again. But yeah, and anyone who disagrees with that, sorry. The thing is, the way that this, you have no idea how much fucking restraint I am applying right now, because the story about how this accusation got spread and the things that are referred to and what it looks like when you look at it in context is so damning. It's so damning. I'll give you one example because it doesn't show you it doesn't show you like any naming shaming, but there was, say, like even just today, because people obviously in the other little servers, like the more lefties, like they know that I've been like kind of challenging this narrative now, and someone in a damage control panic sent this. I won't say who. Someone sent this. I was like, well, this guy, this you. I'm like, you're my little Sandra. I'm like, well, okay, oh, wow. And this is from a while ago because his name's Purple. This isn't from today. It was screenshotted on the day, ages ago. I'm like, okay, that's pretty bad. That's a pretty weird thing to say to someone. That's pretty spicy. But I looked at the context. He's saying a two-way racist relationship. Imagine how hot that would be. You're my little K-word, you're my little Sand redacted. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that like the person who sent me this, knowing what the context was, is like, this is like a racket, okay? This is like a smear campaign, okay? That's some bad faith right there. Fuck. And
Wait, I don't get it.
The context is like, the person who sent me this.
A two-way racist relationship. Imagine how hot that would be. You're my little K-word. You're my little Sand redacted. I don't know. Okay.
You're my little Sand redacted. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that like the person who sent me this, knowing what the context was, is like, this is like a racket, okay? This is like a smear campaign, okay? That's some bad faith right there. Fuck. And I've just been spending like the weekend going through a bunch of these and being like, oh my god, I'm like fucking Neo, and I feel bad. I feel like an asshole now. I feel like a dumb fuck because I literally spent like, I took a stream to talk about this like misogyny in the community and like and specifically David in particular. Yeah. And
Oh, okay. I get what he's saying now. Two-way racist relationship where like a Muslim is dating a Jew. One would call one a K word, the other one would call them a sand N word. Okay.
David in particular. So yeah. Ouchie. Big ouch. Life is ironic, Svlphur gets demodded, but Embo doesn't. Well, the only thing that Embo does that I have issues with is that he that he sometimes bans people on partisan grounds rather than like more neutral grounds. But again, that's like that's something that I think is easily solved, like with the new rules. So we'll see how it goes, you know. If he doesn't like it, we'll go from there. So yeah, there's been a lot of manipulation going on around here. Yeah. Ouchie. Just saying. Fuck. So in terms of accountability, whatever, I'm just like, hopefully that's the end of it. Hopefully that's the end of it. If my one worry is that because people have obviously like taken sides and there's like a bit of cliquiness going, if it does end up that like this turns into narratives of, oh look, Loner's like defending a sexist, defending sexism, covering for a misogynist, then I'm gonna leak everything. Fuck you. But it's like one chance to just move on and leave me the fuck alone. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Is that okay? Fuck. Going forward, rule enforcement, all that shit, it'll be a work in progress.
Wasted is in chat over and over saying name names.
I'm team leak everything. Yeah, you know me though. Bit of a doormat. Bit of a doormat. Box, you and your mods have been sent a lot of out of context screenshots. I don't know who you are, but sure. Also, again, because I don't know, people are complex, you know, like, because obviously I've had my issue with Svlphur and like what was happening with her, but I don't think she's like a bad person. I actually still think quite highly of her, but it does also mean that we might have to get a couple of more mods because she did do the work of like 10 people, which is very appreciated, but it also means that she needs to, it's big boots to fill. So if anyone has like, if you feel like these rules or like these standards are something that like you feel like you can stick by, if you feel like you can do modding without being biased towards like your clique or your political fucking leanings, then yeah, send us a fucking message, you know, we can fix you up if you want to help. You think Spider can do it? I don't think Spider's like mod material, you know, he's like, what's the story with Spider? Honestly, nothing newsworthy. Nothing newsworthy. Why don't you mod people who aren't in these micro communities? I didn't know exactly who was in these micro communities until recently. I will say though, the fucking irony.
You're a better person than I am. This sounds like scorched earth territory. Saluting face emoji.
Yeah, do you know what's even better about it is there are some people, some of these reds, one in particular, is I've already gone above and beyond to give like special treatments to this person, and they're still acting like I'm the fucking bad guy. It's fucking crazy. I don't know. You do everything. You feel like you're doing everything. You're giving all the ground, and it's just like
that's it. Again, the way that he's talking about a lot of these people. This is literally the way that I felt about Svlphur. I felt like I had like already gone above and beyond in like giving her like the most amount of charitability and just like allowing like thing after thing after thing after thing with her. And just continuously trying, because I liked her. I thought that she was like an honest person. I thought I could trust her, and so I kept trying to really trying to give her the benefit of the doubt every single time. And yeah, eventually it was just like, all right, like this can't always be some sort of fucking bullshit where you're just apologizing and saying you just don't understand, like. Especially not when it's literally like the next day after we just had this conversation. Like, it can't always be that.
More so. Yeah. How did you not? I can count the total. There have been so many. There have been on my fingers, toes, ears at the point. What, the Splinter servers? I don't know. No one tells me anything. People have more recently started telling me things for whatever reason, and now I know quite a bit. But it's also because, like, why should I know? I shouldn't really have to know that like 5 people have built a friend group in my Discord, and they want to have their own Discord so they can talk to each other without everyone else. I shouldn't have to know about that. I also shouldn't really have to know that when those Splinter servers fight with each other. But yeah, the fact that one was going on without really like any, that was like specifically like harboring quite a lot of pretty gross attacks against me. I will say how fucking interesting it is that the space that this is not an attack of Svlphur, by the way. This is about the other people. It is very interesting that the people who wanted to who wanted to build a so-called safe space to get away from the toxicity and the right-wing shit and the debate brosphere of my server have ended up harboring the most toxic behavior I've seen out of any of these. Like, this place is a fucking hellhole. Like, the amount of shit that was acceptable in this place compared to my server, I just think that's very funny. That's very funny.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand. Don't understand what.
You want a vitriol, bro. Okay, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, that's exactly how I felt. It's exactly how I felt. There were a bunch of people who were like, again, shit was like getting leaked out of context all over the place, and then those people would go and delete all of their DMs to where I didn't have the context or I didn't have ways to like do things, or people would just say things happened and I can't disprove something that they just said happened where they don't show any evidence for it. So I don't have any evidence one way or the other because it just literally never happened. And so like lots of times I'm thinking like, okay, I can understand how people might think this thing or could possibly believe this thing. But then all of the people that I'm kind of giving the benefit of the doubt to sometimes thinking, oh yeah, it's I was thinking like, yeah, I guess I could understand how they might think like this of me or that of me after a while. You know, there may not be like a whole lot of evidence, but there's at least a pattern of people who are coming out and saying things to where after a while, like it's gonna start to feel like too much. And those people that I'm thinking of are all like talking about me being a liar and me not being trustworthy and blah, blah, blah. And then one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other, they all get proven over and 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 over to just be lying, like knowingly lying over and over and over. And they're all like ganged up together now and all working together. And I'm getting DMs from people like, hey, they came and asked me if like you ever did this and you did that, and hey, they came and asked me if like about this panel that I was on with you years ago, and that they're like investigating you, and like they said that you did X, Y, and Z, and I'm like, that didn't happen, dude. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, and I was saying, like, did they show you any evidence of this? They're like, no. That's the thing, is that like they just don't seem to have evidence of anything, because I asked for receipts and they didn't have any. But they're like one of the people, they said, they're like, they asked me about all of this stuff, and so I'm coming to tell you, because the way they talked about it, regardless of what I said, they were gonna run with the story and do it anyways. And they're like, and I'm not in that space anymore, so I wouldn't see it. I'm thinking they're just gonna go tell people they talked to me and that this happened, even though I didn't say it. They're just gonna say, I talked to this guy and this is what happened, as though I said it. And so yeah, and it was just like over and over and over, just the same people every fucking time, just lying nonstop. And so yeah, I think this is one of them right here, which is Resi, like I was just talking about a minute ago.
You know what? That's just not like, it's just, I don't have to like pretend to be honest anymore. He does realize that, right?
This is him talking about me, just saying that like he doesn't even have to pretend to be honest anymore. When he says he does know that, right? He's talking about me, like saying like Tom knows I don't even have to pretend to be honest anymore. And I'm thinking, you didn't have to in the first place, bro. Like you didn't have to do any of this, but all right. But yeah, like the problem became over time is that even when they got caught lying, like objectively, no question about it, that it changed nothing for them. Changed nothing for them. Most of the time, they would just immediately come out with something new the next day. Just like the next day, just immediately something new. And that was that, so. Example, I just went over a bunch of examples. We're an hour and a half into it, and I've gone over a ton. So yeah, there's a lot out there. But yeah, and then I also said that there's another VOD here called Two-Faced E-Girl, caught red-handed over and over, and then Insane Coward kicked after confronted with receipts. Like these two are... The third one was JSTLK, but I don't even have to I don't even have to do that one anymore. But yeah, these two were definitely very damning.
I think that's the end of that. If there's anything I've missed. Oh, going forward as well. I know I say this quite often, and sometimes it doesn't really lead anywhere. For unban requests, I don't know if it'll be like amnesty, but if someone's got like an unban request and we just like can't find the paper trail of like what they did to get banned, we'll probably just get them unbanned. So I think for the next week or so, it's going to be fairly amnesty conditions for unbanning people, just in case people have been caught.
But okay. So yeah, I would definitely recommend though, yeah, like I understand how people normally want to act with caution and engage with people the way that they've engaged with them. And that has always been my thing. Is like, I understand this person treated you that way, and I get it. And I get why you don't like them. The thing is they've never done anything like that to me. And so it just doesn't make sense for me to like hold some sort of vitriol towards them or like, you know, anything like that when it's just that hasn't been my experience with them, even though I do believe that that was your experience with them. That was a huge mistake of mine. That was a huge mistake of mine. Was not really just looking at the overall pattern of behavior and sometimes just thinking I was special for some reason. And yeah, needing to really look at people's overall body of work and take that into consideration. Thomas Fair was the issue. Yes, that was definitely the issue. When I made the Sassafesto, I literally, the beginning of it starts off with the fact that, like, you know, people say the problem here is that I'm lying over and over, but in reality, the problem is that I was being fair. Too fair. Because in a lot of these cases, they're lying. I have the proof they're lying, but I'm still thinking they're being good faith and that they're just confused, that they were somehow misled, and I'm waiting for like an opportunity to just be able to talk to them behind the scenes or something and be able to like show them that they're wrong so that so that they'll come out and admit that they were wrong. And that just never happened with any of these people. And so over time, eventually I'm like, fuck, like I wish I had just leaked everything right away. But at the time, yeah, like I thought these were my friends. I thought these were people that wouldn't do something like that. And so I trusted them. But yeah, when it came to people like Svlphur, like Zonia, like Rezi, like a lot of these people, I'd already had the pattern of behavior. Beckett, like a lot of I already had the pattern of behavior. Sassafras, the Cabal, I already had the pattern with each and every single one of these people, and I just didn't take it into consideration. So, all right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. And I think, yeah, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick and I'll be right back. Oh no, that is not what I meant to click on. Well, shit. Non-fawn. Appreciate the raid. Let's get some W's in chat for non-fawn. Yeah, I was gonna pull up. There's a Brittany Simon BRB screen, but it looks like it's just gone. Yeah, it looks like it's just gone. Damn. Well, that sucks. I was gonna use the Brittany Simon BRB screen. Wait, is this it?
Because you will have people saying, oh, women don't want men like Tom. Tom is a great guy. Lots of women want Tom. It's just not the guys that have these podcasts. Do you get what I'm saying? Okay? Like, the guys who have these podcasts where they're uber super quote unquote masculine, yeah, you don't think women want Tom, but women want Tom, bros. People want Tom. They just don't want Tom. Not every girl wants a Tom, right? Because Tom is just he's like golden retriever energy. So you have to like that in a guy. Now, I like, I don't think I could end up with a Tom because, again, our levels of like dysfunctional are different. He feels too suburb for me. I need my boy to have a little bit of edge to him. Like a little bit of like, I hate the planet, but I'm never going to harm it. Tom feels like, I love the planet. I love the people. I love people. People are great. I love people. I couldn't be with somebody who likes people the way Tom feels like he loves people. I need someone who's like, I hate people, but you know, whatever. Hear me out. Tom is a beautiful older man. He is gorge in his 40s. He's looking fine as hell for 42. Why does he look like her older brother or her dad? What is happening? Am I crazy? He looks so inappropriately old for her. And again, I'm not a big fan of age gap relationships, so this could be my bias, but I did not like them together. Like, I hated this time, but like they don't go to, she's so young. She's young in the way she thinks. Have you heard this woman talk about politics? She has like she has the brain of like a 19-year-old white girl. Like, it's like, what are we talking about here? And again, I'm just saying that because that's her bubble. So, like, I can't handle it. But she's so like, I hated this era. Did not think it was wholesome. Did not see them grow together. And I don't know about the bad to good ratio. I never heard much about the relationship, except that she wrote songs about all the guys she broke up with. You know what I mean? But like, he's gorgeous. She's gorgeous. But like, I did not understand this pair up whatsoever. I just don't get it. But Tom, gorgeous. Holy, she's so pretty. 39. Perfect. Okay. She's 39. He's 42. Much more appropriate. And again, I'm not dissing all age gap relationships, but look how good they look together. There's so much more, wrong pictures. There's so much more complimentary. Oh, look, it's so nice. Like, very nice, aesthetically pleasing, looks very warm. I don't know anything about the relationship. They could literally be abusing each other every night. I don't know. But just aesthetically, in terms of category, doesn't this make more sense? Oh my God. Love, love, perfect couple, love, wholesome, how does each other grow, more good than bad, love them. Okay, what else? Okay, who else, guys?
I love it when I go into other people's chats and like I'll go into somebody else's chat and everybody starts spamming red faces, based as fuck. I'm as soon as I walked away, because I thought, well, we're about to show Brittany Simon stuff, so we have to put up the Brittany Simon BRB screen. Like, it's just kind of a necessity. But then as soon as I walked away, I was like, shit, that's only like a minute and a half long. That is not going to be long enough. I should have put the first screen up and left that, because that one's like 4 minutes long. The fuck was that? That was a bunch of quotes from Brittany Simon, totally out of context, where she's talking about, I think, like Tom Holland or something like that, Tom Cruise. And so she just did a stream where she was talking about celebrity relationships, but she's talking about, I think at one part she's talking about Tom Cruise, and one part she's talking about Tom Holland, another part she's talking about like another Tom. And so I just went and cut those out of context where all she said is Tom, and then just overlaid my, like, you know, other pictures on top of it. That makes sense. Yeah. So at parts it looks like she's talking about me being an older, like 40-year-old man. Then at one part it sounds like she's talking about herself, and she's like she's like a dumb white girl. Like, if you ever heard her talk about politics, it's like dumb white girl politics, like so stupid. At another part she's saying like, them, beautiful couple, perfect couple, so great, love it, and it's me and Mr. Girl. Then she and then at one point you can hear her like click, and she's like, love them so much. Oh, sorry, wrong screen. And like when she accidentally clicks, it goes to me and Lav, and then she's like, oh, wrong screen, and goes back to me and Mr. Girl. So yeah, it was I bet you play that when you wake up in the morning. Yes, I love being called you know, someone in his mid-40s dating women who are too young for me. That is I wake up to it every day. That is my jam. We went over some of the Natalie Wynn, Taylor Lorenz drama, but in full, Natalie Wynn, ContraPoints is Natalie Wynn. ContraPoints was acting as though apparently what it sounded like. I don't even know what they were fighting about. It seems like everybody's looking at the same screenshots because Contra does delete her tweets a lot. But it sounds like Taylor was saying that Contra was acting like 50% of Twitter is far left anti-Semitic people. And I think Contra might have said at some point that she never said that, but if that is what she said, that is a dumb thing to say. Like, that is insane. But I could understand how half of her feed might be that, because again, like, a lot of us exist in different spaces and our algorithms are very different. But apparently Brittany leaks some stuff with like Destiny Orbiters. She talks about other people that she used to engage with, and so the name of the video is The Death of BreadTube, what it really says about all of us. And then, yeah, somebody said that she leaked DMs with me as well, so we'll see. But yeah, just figured we go over this and look into it. But yeah, I did say before, I've said that, yeah, Brittany did a while ago, somebody asked if we were still talking, and I did say that, like, eventually she did message me and say that she wasn't interested in doing content together anymore, and so I kind of explained why I was disappointed in that, and and then that was that. But I've never really gotten into it because I don't think she ever talked about it, so I never really talked about it and just kind of left it alone. But did want to at least let people know why a friend of the show wasn't around anymore, and apparently she does talk about it this time, so we'll maybe get into that.
It's extremely important to note that 99.9% of the anti-Semitism on this app is from...
And this is Cavernacle. Cavernacle is somebody that I've had a couple of engagements with. This guy lies like no other. Like, he lies like no other. He is constantly lying. Just pulling shit out of his ass. And I don't know if he's... sometimes I wonder if he's, like, actually just lying, or if people are telling him things and he's just not vetting it and repeating it himself, or what. I don't know. Hello? Hello, hello? Okay. Alright. It's gonna take me a minute to set everything up again, so give me a minute to get this back up. I will set up the video first, and then I will finish the rest of it while the video is starting. But from what I saw from the Taylor Lorenz ContraPoints stuff is that it seemed like a big like miscommunication. That's what it looked like to me. It looked like both of them were like saying to the other like, no, that's not what happened, and then the other person going, wait, I never said that.
Views, especially on topics as important as abuse, rape.
And so that just seemed to be like the entire thing. But yeah, I don't know. So again, everything just seemed to be like all screenshots, and it was kind of frustrating trying to watch it, because yeah, it just seemed like there was another conversation somewhere that both of them were referencing that wasn't actually there. And so that was, yeah, it was kind of annoying where they're both referencing things that the other supposedly said, and each one of them are saying, I never said this. And so yeah, I have no idea. Like this one on her screen right here is Taylor saying, are you trying to claim that 50% of the leftist discourse on this app is Jew hate? Because that's an insanely false and disingenuous claim, unless you're making the very false Zionist argument that anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism. And Natalie says, no, I am not claiming that. And then, and Natalie says, look at the thread you're responding to. But I have no idea what fucking thread she's responding to. So there's... It's kind of frustrating trying to figure all this out, understand what the hell they're talking about. But alright, yeah, I think I started this back at a different point, but like I said, I don't really know where to start, so I'm just, yeah.
It sometimes means what they're doing in Gaza is bad, and other times it means, actually, yeah, the Nazis were good because they control JFK and stuff. I don't see anyone on the left saying that. It's just like wild to jump from like, yeah, that...
I don't see anyone on the left saying that. So he's saying anti-Zionism never means that. Anti-Zionism does sometimes mean anti-Semitism. It's wild to me. It's wild to me that leftists know what dog whistles are unless it comes from leftists. That is so annoying to me. That is so frustrating to me. They know what dog whistles are unless the dog whistles came from leftists, and then all of a sudden they don't know what a dog whistle is anymore. For anybody who doesn't know much about like Israel Palestine, I think watching somebody like Hassan it just seems like really, really normal. Like you're wondering why everybody thinks this guy is anti-Semitic. But if you do understand the like Middle East history, and you understand like the history of like Israel Palestine and a lot of that crap, and especially like during the Nakba and everything, you know Hassan either has no fucking idea what he's talking about and is just somehow constantly downplaying what happened to the Jews in that time, or he's just lying about what happened to them. Like, it's hard to know. It's hard to know. But when you go watch the conversation between Ethan and Hassan about this, it becomes fairly clear that he is being disingenuous in that moment. I'm willing to give somebody the benefit of the doubt to an extent, to say, okay, normally if I get called out on stream when it's a big thing, like, I'm not going to admit I'm wrong right in the middle of that a lot of times. Sometimes that's a really hard moment to admit that you're wrong. And so I think, like, yeah, he can probably like take some time to think about this and realize that he was disingenuous and misrepresenting a lot of these things. But he never does. He never does come back and say, okay, yeah, I was wrong. I fucked up. Like, that was dumb of me. Like, he never does that, ever. And so when we talk about somebody who is a Holocaust revisionist, we call that person anti-Semitic. Why? Because by them lying about the history of what happened to the Jews and the persecution of the Jews, we believe that is a way of harming Jewish people. Whether it's intentional or not, it doesn't matter. You don't have to hate Jews to harm them. If you are constantly spreading misinformation about Jewish people to make it to where they are less likely to get the sympathies deserved in a lot of cases, or less likely for people to even understand what took place, you are actively harming Jewish people. Hassan does this all the time, and the conversation between him and Ethan is a perfect example of that. And so, yes, just the same as I would call a Holocaust revisionist anti-Semitic, I would also call somebody like Hassan, who's constantly downplaying the Nakba, the numbers, the actions that took place, the systemic oppression of these people. The way that he does this, it just is anti-Semitism. And I would say the same thing about a lot of leftists on the internet. And so when they say anti-Zionism, these are people who, what I believe is, I don't think that their anti-Semitism makes them hate Israel. I think their anti-Zionism makes them hate Jews. That, I believe it's literally the opposite way around, is that, like, I believe because they hate Israel so much, they end up having a bias against Jews for that reason. And it's like, it's a common thing. Like, when you see a lot of people who are in these like very ultra black progressive communities where they talk about how white people are colonizers and they've done so much evil throughout history and they did this, they did that, and it's all about like the oppressor oppressee narrative, to where they are constantly talking shit about white people throughout history, you see it is like, I want to say 100%, I'm going to be nice and say like it's like 90% of those people end up also saying insanely bigoted and racist things about white people. And so that they're just, the fact that they are constantly learning these like negative things about one group all the time, 24/7, it starts to like convince them of this narrative that gives them a bias that then feeds into their feelings and opinions and all those other things. So, and also, I say this all the time. I'm going to say it again. For anybody who doesn't know, Thomas Fair was started by Nico Pluto. Nico Pluto is our pet schizo poster, and for a long time he just fucking spammed Thomas Fair all the time, just out of nowhere. Just Tom's always been fair to me. I'll never forget that. Thomas Fair, Thomas Fair, Thomas Fair. Tom's my little weirdo. He's my little weirdo. Thomas Fair. He's always been fair to me. I'll never forget that. And it's just like the same fucking shit where like a lot of people thought Nico was a bot for a long time, but that is where this came from. The whole meme and everything came from that. And the reason that the meme is in black and yellow is because on this screen here, the Nico's name is yellow with a black background. So the Thomas Fair emote is in black and yellow for that reason. But yeah, all right, let's get into it.
That Rathbone guy, I don't know fucking much about him. If he said some shit that is crazy, like, that's just one guy. I do not see this as a problem. I have been making anti-Zionist left-wing content since like 2019.
Yeah, anyways, the reason I went on that rant is because Kavanackle dumbass is sitting there saying that I've never heard anybody on the left say that just because they're anti-Zionist, that means they love Hitler. Like, nobody's saying that, bro. Nobody's saying that anywhere. That's not the claim. That's not what people think. But it is true that they end up saying some Hitler-esque things, just the same as MAGA doesn't run around saying that they love Hitler or Mussolini either, yet they say some very Mussolini-esque and Hitler-esque things as well. So, yeah.
I do not recall any major leftist content creator in this space ever being anti-Semitic. Obviously, I'm not as well-versed in TikTok, so I don't know if people...
Okay, let me tell you. I have a deep special interest in YouTube. Like, I love YouTube the way Hank Green loves YouTube in a sense. Like, I watch so much YouTube. It's the only thing I care about. I have a YouTube subscription. I watch YouTube in the background all day, period. I watch a lot of philosophy podcasts, debates, conversations, but one of the things my brain is interested in is information. So sometimes I fail to remember who I was listening to, remembering people's names. Cavernacle? How long, chat, did it take me to learn how to say his name? Even though I was watching him every day. A big part of it is people don't say their names on their videos, and so I don't learn their names and I just read them and then I fuck up. So what I want you to understand is that as a person who loves YouTube and watches it all day, there are patterns I see all the time online that makes it clear to me that even though, you know, people look like grifters and maybe they are, maybe they're not, people...
Her audio is kind of low, and I don't know what it is, but does it sound okay for you guys? You hear her okay?
Look like leftists, maybe they are, maybe they're not. But people are, regardless of their identities, traumatized. We're traumatized. I certainly was very traumatized for most of the time that I was on the internet and only became healthy a few years ago. And that's when I became a full-time content creator because, like I said earlier in the stream, my mental health correlated to my ability to hold down a job, right? And now I'm diagnosed.
This is definitely true. I've said this a million times. So like, yes, a lot of people flock to the internet because there's something else that keeps them from engaging in real life. Some of it is that they work a job that they're always busy at and that they're always doing, and so lots of times they just like listen to a lot of podcasts and YouTube because they're always at work with an earbud in, just kind of listening. But there's a lot of other people that don't work a job and don't go out with their friends and don't do a lot of things because that they have some sort of trauma, they have some sort of issue. The internet is one of the places, like I would say the majority of people who end up what we call terminally online, the majority of them end up there because of a breakup. I would say probably 60% of people who end up here because of a breakup with somebody where they don't want to be around friends, they don't want to be around family, they don't want to be around a bunch of people, and so they end up kind of like distancing themselves from everybody for a while, and then they find other communities that are a lot easier because they don't know about their breakup, they don't know about their relationships, they don't know about any of these things, and so it's easier to just kind of drift into new friend groups and new groups of people that makes it easier for them to cope. And so it's just, I would say that that's probably the majority of people who end up here is for stuff like that.
Autistic. I got diagnoses. I went to therapy. I started to learn about myself, learned why I did the things I did. But the one thing I did coming into this space, and this is the thing, the one thing I learned coming into this space is we weren't all here for the same reason.
Yeah.
We're not here for the same reason. And I want to move on to that. So that's Cavernacle's video. I'll link it in the chat. That's the only part I really wanted. I wanted to give you an idea of what was.
It's funny she says that, because that's something that I say about Cavernacle all the time. That's something I say about him all the time. Is that like Cavernacle is not here for truth. Cavernacle is not here to like spread information. He's not here to have dialogue or learn or educate or anything like that. Cavernacle is here to virtue signal the correct beliefs to the correct communities. There is never a point where he challenges people on the left. There's never, unless they're doing something that is not left enough. That's it. That's the only time he ever like has any sort of challenge for somebody on the left, is when they are just not left enough. And so now he needs to purity test them. But outside of that, like, it is all just to appease the leftist community and push the leftist beliefs on, out to them, so that they know how righteous he is. And I have a couple of videos on Cavernacle. We've had a couple back and forths where like he's saying shit that is just pure bullshit, and I'm like demanding him to give an answer or give receipts for his shit, and he just refuses. He just like he doesn't give a fuck that like he has nothing to back up a lot of the claims that he's making, but he's just going to keep making them anyways, and just keep running with the same narrative no matter what, because that's all that matters, is as long as he gets the right narrative. And so this is the last video that I did on him, was Cavernacle takes L on Mr. Beast criticism and Hasanabi takes W. And so this is something where, yes, like a Cavernacle put out just a completely unhinged video on Mr. Beast that he had like no reasoning for, no evidence for, and just made up a ton of bullshit. And then Hassan came out with the actually like good take and was like, nah, like that's fucking wild. This is what it is. Tom, please give me your take on Epstein, honestly. You were here yesterday. You watched me over the last couple of days go over the Epstein stuff. Epstein killed himself. There's no evidence of anything otherwise, and there's no possible way somebody else could have killed him. Two, there's nothing else to really know about him. There's no evidence that he had a blackmail ring. There's no evidence that he has a list of people that he was using. And three, Donald Trump is almost 100% implicated in the releases of the Epstein stuff. Almost 100%. We went over an old lawsuit from 2016 for Donald Trump and Epstein, and that thing was I don't even know what to say about it. It was so disgusting and horrific and shit. Like, it was horrible. So yeah, that is the take. What Pam Bondi put out, I believe, is the truth. The problem is that her and everybody else in the Trump campaign and in the Trump office have been lying about all of this shit and grifting off of it for so long. Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, all of them have been lying about this shit for so long, to where now they look bad, because now that they tell the truth about it, it's obviously contradictory to everything else that they've said up to this point. So how was that not talked about during the campaigning? So the reason, the problem is that, because what I've always heard about it is that the lawsuit got dropped. So there's just nothing to really take from it. And while that is true, when you read those affidavits, And the fact that it's 3 people, 3 stories, all align. One of them is literally the Ghislaine Maxwell for Epstein at the time, who is procuring young women for him, and that she is also part of the lawsuit and testifying that he did these things and that Donald Trump did those things. That is some fucking damning evidence. But, you know. Oh shit, did I just... What up, buddy? I didn't mean to click on that. Nope, wrong one again.
For unban requests.
Shut up!
Happening with Contra, and you just wait. I'll read her Reddit post that she put out after this, right? But because I have a special interest in YouTube, it gets me in trouble sometimes, because just like when I met Lindsay Ellis and H Bomber Guy, okay, I'll tell you this story. I've never told this story, but I'll tell it to you. Bad first impression. I think for both of us, I think they gave me a horrible first impression of them, and I think I probably gave them a bad impression because my brain doesn't work like other people's, and I think people sometimes think I do. So let me show you.
I mean, she said before that she's autistic, and I think that there's a lot of times when she talks about other interactions, you can, in the way that she sees them, but then when she describes them, even, it's funny because you would think that when she describes them, it would be like the best interpretation of them. And even when she describes them, you're still sitting there like, wait, that's still not good for you, dude. I don't know how you see it that way. So, DOGE, what's up? How's it going, homie?
Guys, I'm so sorry in advance of old Brittany you're going to see. This is Brittany from 2017. This is June 27th, 2017. I uploaded this video called Breaking Bread with Enemies, VidCon 2017. Does anybody know about Brunchgate? I don't know. I was there. I don't know why I was there. Actually, I do know. Natalie invited me. Now, 2017 Natalie had different pronouns and names, so I'm going to stop the video before I start dead naming and using bad pronouns, but I'm just going to use this as evidence. This is my receipt that it happened.
Just FYI, I don't think that she has to do that. I'm pretty sure ContraPoint still has up old videos of other people also saying those things about her as well, and up, like, she still has up her old videos where she refers to herself in other ways and where she identifies in different ways. So yeah, I don't think that's really necessary for her specifically.
Okay. So I went to VidCon 2017 initially with no friends in contact except for a couple who I didn't even get to see. And before I went, ContraPoints hit me up on Twitter. We decided to. Okay, I need you to know something. When I say friends on YouTube, I just mean content creators I'm collabing with. I have decades-long friends. I have all of my personal contacts in my real life. My real friends aren't on the internet. My online friends exist on the internet. My YouTube friends exist on the internet. I've met friends with the internet that became real life friends. Like, they've met my family, they've been to my house, all that stuff, right? But at this time, I was going to VidCon without any contacts. And Natalie hit me up and wanted me to tag along. And I said, cool, great. I was going to VidCon by myself. That sounds great. Okay. This gave me an opportunity to end up being present for what would be known as like Brunchgate, okay? And Brunchgate was this picture. And this picture was incredibly... To me, it was the most innocent thing that had ever occurred. To me, Brittany, it was just the sweetest, most innocent, like, love.
Brittany Simon, shoe on head, what's his name? The night guy, I can't remember his name, but whatever. Lindsay Ellis, H Bomber guy, ContraPoints. I have no idea who this guy is.
Ever occurred. To me, Brittany, it was just the sweetest, most innocent, like, lovely situation, right? Armored Skeptic and Shoe on Head meeting with Lindsay and H Bomber guy and Dan. It was just the cutest situation.
Armored Skeptic, yeah.
And I was there because Natalie invited me, which was very nice. And I'm sure everybody there didn't know why I was there, right? Because when I first met H Bomber guy, I remember it. So Natalie and I are in VidCon, from my memory. We're in the upstairs level, and Natalie is meeting H Bomber guy and goes, "Oh my gosh, like, Brittany also."
Foolery is an Asian last name? No way. No way. They wouldn't even be able to pronounce it. Wouldn't they say Foolery? Tomfoolery.
Knows your videos, because I was like, oh yeah, I know that kid. And he goes, oh, which one of my videos is your favorite? And I was like, oh, well, I don't know you like that, bruh. And he looked very upset. And I just remember thinking, like, why are you mad that I don't know who you are? Like, I know who you are because I watch YouTube the way people listen to the radio. You're on in the background all day, but I don't know who you are like that. I can't reference your old video, bro. You know, so bad first impression. And I think he was probably mad at me a little bit because, like, they were very mean to me. But I'll tell you why I think they were mean to me. And I think because in high school, imagine, like...
Just FYI, we got 28 minutes left on the clock. We got $2 from the goal. If you want to donate, use tips. The link is in the description. And I'll try to post the link again for anybody who wants to donate. But you can donate using PayPal or credit or debit card. So yeah, there's the link. I'll pin it in chat. But yeah, we got $23 left to fill the goal, and that will, get us another 3 hours added. And then that's probably all I'm gonna do. Let's just add that one to finish this video.
The cool hipster kids forming a group, and the weird library girl comes to hang out with them. That's what it felt like. And I admit, as a girly who has a special interest and read thousands of books, I never needed to be a part of your clique. I just thought we were having fun. Okay, very human, very traumatized, no judgment, right? Everyone's anxious. Natalie was the most anxious. Natalie has a lot of anxiety, and I am diagnosed with anxiety. I feel you, okay? So as the event carries on, this picture becomes the most controversial picture in all of YouTube at the time. Before I get into that, we're at another party, and I meet Lindsay Ellis for the first time. And Natalie goes, do you know who Lindsay Ellis is? Because Lindsay had just put out the Beauty and the Beast video. It was like very popular. She was very like, you know, and it was a VIP party that I shouldn't have even been at, but I got through because I was with Natalie.
Folding ideas. Well, no, Armored Skeptic is the guy that I said he was sitting next to Shoe on Head. You're saying Folding Ideas was the guy at the end? Short stack?
Natalie. Okay. So I'm at this party at VidCon, and Lindsay does the same thing H-Bomber guy does. Basically, like, oh, like, do you know Lindsay?
The one you didn't know. Yeah, so I said like the night guy here, I can't remember his name. That was Armored Skeptic. He was sitting next to Shoe on Head. The two of them were dating at the time. Whereas then I guess, yeah, the guy at the end was whatever you just said it was. Folding Ideas.
You know, like, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. And I'm just being, like, autistically honest. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. And same way I was when I went on that Destiny panel and Lav was yelling at me. And I'm like, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Nico Pluto, for the $5. Okay, so yeah, she's saying, like, I'm telling them I don't know who they are, and they're getting mad at me.
Lav, who are you? I don't mean it to be rude. I don't know who you are.
I don't know if this is, I assume this is autism. I have no idea. Maybe she's being serious, but this is often used as an insult, okay? People will say this to me, even though I know they know who I am. Sometimes when I'll go into a debate with somebody and it's fairly contentious, they'll say shit like in the middle of the debate where they're just like, I mean, bro, I didn't even know who you were before today, okay? Like, or they asked me who, you know, if I want to debate a guy named Foolery, I'm like, I've never even heard of this guy. Like, they're doing it to be condescending. They're doing it to try to, like, put you down. And they're acting like they're too cool for you, they're too big for you, they're too, you know, whatever. And so obviously, yes, if you say it like that, so like normally, if I said to somebody who's like within YouTube or something like that, if I said to somebody, oh no, I was like, you know, I do content, I don't know if you've ever seen it. Normally the like response is like, oh no, what's your channel? I'll go check it out. That sounds cool. Or if it's like, you know, oh no, I haven't seen it, but dude, you give an excuse. Like, I don't really ever watch YouTube, so like don't don't be offended by it, or don't take it personally, or something like that, right? Like if somebody ever doesn't know about you, they will give a reason for why they don't know about you, because they are trying to be polite. It's just a polite thing to do. Like, it doesn't really, it is like a, it's a thing, but the reason that you do that is because people will use, like, I don't even know who you are, never even heard of you, to try to like say like you're irrelevant, like who gives a fuck about you, like you're not big enough for me, or I'm too big for you, or shit like that, right? That is the thing that they're trying to do. And so yeah, the fact that like she's just like doesn't even know this is I don't know. It's kind of odd, but
like, and so remember how like everyone took that as like, but like I'm trying to state a fact. So I'm meeting Lindsay Ellis, and I say, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, and Lindsay looks like offended, and I was like, okay, I don't know what's happening, okay, because like I am just, I don't know what's going on. Do you know who I am? Like, I don't know what's happening. So then we're talking, we're having a conversation, and the Beauty and the Beast video gets brought up, and I go, oh, I love that video. I know who you are. I loved that video. And then Lindsay goes, okay, so you do know who I am. And I was like, well, I don't know who you are, but I mean, I know who you are. And that was the impression I got from being in this group.
yeah, again, it can be the way that you say things. It can be like the way that you say it, and especially if you say it with some sort of attitude or some sort of stink face, and like, it's just. And she talks about like where she was at that time, and like the part of her life that she was in around that period. And I like, yeah, it could be that it was just said in a way that was like, it came off as though it was meant to be offensive, and that's why even later she would be like, so you do know who I am. Like, she's saying it because she feels like you took a shot at her, so now she's trying to take a shot back at you. Like, that's what it sounds like. It just, I don't know.
Is that they were a bunch of neurodivergent, hipster kids who thought they were the coolest kids in high school.
It is funny because yes, she says that they're all neurodivergent, but this just sounds like autism to me. It just sounds like autism, and that's not to like be insulting. Obviously, again, yes, people will use autistic to be insulting, and I totally understand if people think that that's what I'm saying, but it's not how I mean it. I'm saying that like it actually sounds like it could just be that like she just doesn't she wasn't picking up on this at the time.
And I was just there, and they didn't know why I was there. Great question. It's going to get worse because Lindsay Ellis started a rumor about me behind closed doors that honestly, years later, I now understand. But I really want to make it clear I wasn't surprised when Lindsay got canceled. And I'm certainly not surprised that Lindsay isn't that well loved by leftists. Okay? And we'll talk about it because I genuinely think they are not evil. I think they're traumatized. Genuinely. Okay, so this is happening, right? Everyone's like, oh my gosh, this is the most like controversial thing ever.
I always, Brittany and I had a bunch of conversations about this where I didn't like the way she used terms like that, like traumatized. Everybody's dealing with trauma. Everybody's going through trauma. Everybody's trying to heal from trauma. Normally when you talk about trauma, it's not just some little thing that happens that you remember, right? It's not like, oh, I was walking through the kitchen, and when I got into the living room, I stubbed my toe on this like little, step up. And so now I always remember to take a step up before I do that because I hurt my toe that one time. Like that's not really trauma, but that's just like a thing to remember. But the problem is that when we say trauma, that kind of fits. That you stubbing your toe kind of fits. And so we would think of it as like, well, no, that's kind of trauma, right? But when the problem is that, yes, it fits as far as like a definition goes and the way that we conceptualize it. But when we say trauma, you have trauma, I have trauma, we are communicating something bigger and more important and more severe than stubbing your toe. And so if, when we say that like people are always healing and people always have trauma, we're not talking about stubbing your toe. We're talking about something that has affected you, that gives you, that you have triggers to, that has changed your behavior in some way, that has given you a fear of things, that has given you we're talking about something a little bit different than just like, oh, I learned my lesson with that, now I step up. Like we're not really talking about just learning a lesson. We're talking about something that has caused a trigger reaction for you, and so yeah, I've never liked this way of saying trauma.
Let me see. Okay, so then this wait, my timeline's correct. Then this happens, okay? I'm not going to play the video because this is a time in Natalie's life that I'm not sure she's comfortable with me bringing back to light, you know? But this is Natalie's house. Natalie, I was on a road trip. For myself, finding myself. I was traveling around the US and I stopped to do collaborations with people. And Natalie invited me to stay with her, which was very generous. I stayed with her. We filmed a video. We had a good time. She introduced me to the movie Paprika. I will always be grateful for that. One of my favorite films. Okay. We had a really great time together, but something stood out to me about my experience at that time. One, Natalie could not hold a conversation to save her life. Like, I really want to talk about philosophy and ideas, and I just like had to fight tooth and nail for something.
That is ContraPoints all the time. That's ContraPoints all the time. The person that you see in those videos, that's this like Yaz queen that's very like sassy and all this shit, that is not ContraPoints. ContraPoints is like this very emo, awkward, silent person who is almost always giving off annoyed vibes. Like she is sick of you talking. She's sick of a conversation. And after seeing her do that too many times, I get it now. But there were so many people that I would see her talk to and I would think, oh, she doesn't like that person, dude. She is so done with them. I can probably pull up some interviews on this.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm joined today by Natalie Wynn, the creator of the ContraPoints YouTube channel. But Natalie, do you want to introduce yourself?
She already looks like she doesn't want to be there. She already looks like she does not want to be there. And she is just like so over this. And it hasn't even started yet, dude. It hasn't even started yet. And she already looks like she is so over this fucking interview, bro. It's so weird, dude.
Yourself to everyone who's watching.
Sure, I am Natalie Wynn. I am, like Riley said, the creator of the YouTube channel ContraPoints, a channel about politics, philosophy, and sexuality, I would say.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Or sorry, if there's anything else you wanted to say.
Oh, I feel like I got it all out.
So,
so much like attitude from ContraPoints here. Like if I didn't know who she was, I would have just thought that she hated Riley. I would have thought she fucking hated Riley. And because I had already seen this numerous times before this, I already knew that this is how she acts. But
I am super happy to be able to talk to you. So a big reason I want to talk to you.
She like even that, like I'm super happy to be able to talk to you. And she's like, yeah, you would be.
I am super happy to be able to talk to you. So a big reason I want to talk to you, among many, is because I'm really interested in the role and the impact that you played in the online political space, because part of the project that I'm doing with some of the work I've done recently.
Is Riley still around? No. I hated her sexualizing kids take. That was kind of the last straw for her. She was out after that. Like I thought it was bad as well, but I also thought that I know what it's like to be a debate bro. I know what it's like to have these these battles, and there was, at the time, you guys have to understand, like I've talked a lot about the fact that Twitch politics at the time was this very, very, very far left-leaning community where everybody was just super far left. Literally calling somebody a liberal was an insult, and at that point is when people were kind of starting to bring liberalism back, and they were kind of starting to like separate themselves from the far left. And there was this battle with like the DGG people versus the Vosh people, and DOE was the Vosh people and RGR was the Destiny people. And so when RGR debated against DOE, it wasn't just seen as these two trans people having a debate. It was a proxy debate for orbiters of Destiny and Vosh. And so she had this like weight on her to get a W for the Destiny community. And I think that, yeah, like I think she was really putting on to try to get a W there and I think she was trying really hard, and I felt for her. But yeah, it was not a good take. Not a great take. For those of you who weren't there, they were talking about the fact that the like Demon Mama community and like DOE community, that they would allow too much like sexualization of things, and they were arguing in favor of kink at Pride, whereas RGR was arguing against kink at Pride. You have to know, at the time, this was a yearly conversation that always blew up. There was always some massive drama that surrounded the kink at Pride conversation, because there was, truly, like 25%, 30% of the Twitch politics community was trans. Like, there was an insanely disproportionate amount of people. And because a large percentage of them were trans, anytime the kink at Pride conversation was had, anybody who argued against kink at Pride, they were attacked for being transphobic. That they were saying, you are attacking us as trans people. That like you're coming after it. They took it all very personally, as though it was about them and just them, and not about kink at Pride. So when we had two trans people debating it, which was RGR and Demon Mama, this was pretty big. And RGR was saying, you shouldn't have kinks around children. This is just fucked up. It's not something you should do. We don't want to see a bunch of, somebody walking around with, I forget what they call it, a gimp collar and, or a gimp rag or something. I forget exactly what they were using, but she said, I don't want to see somebody walking around like with a leash on their partner while they're getting off on this in public with children around. That's disgusting. A gimp suit, yes, a gimp suit with a leash and a collar on this person, and they're literally getting off on this. They are doing their sexual routine or their ceremony out in public around children, getting off around children. And so Doe says, so what if a guy has a foot fetish and he takes his girlfriend out in public and they're going to the beach and he tells her to wear sandals because he really wants her toes to be showing, because he gets off on her toes showing around other people. It's like a foot fetish and a cuck. It's like foot cuckoldry fetish. He wants other people to see her foot. He wants other people to see her toes. And sometimes kids are looking at her toes. And she's like, yes, that's disgusting. That is disgusting. That person should never, ever have their feet out in public. If they have their feet out in public, she's like, I'm not even just saying if they ask them to do it. I'm saying that at all, if that person has a foot fetish, if their partner is ever out in public with their toes showing, that is pedophilia. And everybody's like, oh, that's fucked, bro. Like, because that's taking it. Like, I understand her logic is consistent there, and I understand where she's taking it. The problem is that she's being consistent without like drawing a spectrum there. And so while the consistency makes sense, there's a spectrum of sexuality, and some of it is a little bit more overt and sexual than other things that are covert and sexualizing. And so when you get to that point where just the toes showing is enough, now this also leads to wearing tight shirts, wearing shirts with cleavage, where your boyfriend likes tits, he likes boobs, and now you have cleavage out on your dress when you go out to dinner. Wearing a tight pants if your boyfriend likes ass, and he likes that other guys think his girlfriend is hot, and they think her ass is nice. That you're down a very dangerous track where now you kind of are advocating for everybody to just be walking around like it's the fucking Middle East now, and you just got to stay covered from head to toe so that you don't show anything, because somebody, it could also be that they like that their girlfriend has a pretty face, and they like it when other guys think their girlfriend's pretty, and like it's, yeah, you are not looking at the spectrum there where like you're making a separation between the overt and the covert. The kink stuff at Pride, when we're talking about like gimp suits and leashes and shit like that, that is overt. That is overt. That is fucked. Yeah, that's not the same thing. So, sorry, that's not the same thing. That was the issue that I saw. So, that was the issue that I saw. So, and then even Vosh ended up going and having a conversation with Demon Mama and reviewing it, having a conversation with Doe after he reviewed it, and was telling Demon Mama like how great she did, how crazy RGR is, how fucking nuts this was, how schizo this was. Destiny reviewed it and then brought RGR up and was like, yeah, I mean, it's rough, it's you did what you could, like, better luck next time. It's I don't really agree. I see what you were going for, and I get it, but yeah, and he did not have her back, and that was it. That was it for her. She was gone.
And people who I'm talking to is trying to figure out.
Because she actually blew up in a fight with Demon Mama, where the two of them had a fight about what gender is, and that's how she popped off. And then that was like Doe. If you guys don't know who Doe is a trans person who, whether or not they really are, I have no fucking idea, but they were a trans person who said that they identified as a deer with deer gender. They called themselves Doe, and they wanted people to use the pronouns it, its. Doe is actually trans. So, DOGE, I said the same thing for a long time. Until they said they don't believe in gender dysphoria, and they don't think that that's a real thing at all. That they just identify however they want on whatever day they feel like identifying as that. So, I don't know anymore. I would assume she's trans, but I don't know. So yeah, so like a lot of people got really upset with the its pronouns, and especially a lot of trans people, and this was it was a whole thing. So yeah.
Especially with like the 2024 election on the horizon, how we can use some of the energy in this online political space to try and make some kind of positive impact in the real world. And a big reason why I really respect you is because I think that you've done a really good job of being able to have really nuanced and meaningful and insightful conversations on very charged political topics and achieve like a really substantial degree of success. And I don't really see many, if very few at all, who have been able to achieve anything like that, especially, you know, as a woman, someone who's queer in this online space. Like there's so much to be, you know, impressed by. So yeah, I don't know, like there's a lot of different places I want to explore, but I just
But yeah, anyways, you see what I'm talking about. That's ContraPoints. That's just how she is. And it's funny because Destiny has always said about video essayists who don't have conversations with people outside of video essays, that those people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That he has challenged tons of video essayists to debates, and that 90% of the time, they will never come and debate him. The 10% of the time, when they do come debate him, they only know what it is they said in their video. That's it. That's all they researched. That's all they have. And they just went and picked the topic that they wanted to talk about. They got the research that they needed for the video, and then they put the video out. They didn't understand the context for the things that they were saying. They didn't understand like the totality of it. They didn't understand they didn't have like he's always said this about them. And it's funny because when people like Brittany here saying like, I want to talk to her about philosophy, I want to talk to her about all these things, like she doesn't talk about that shit, because even though that's all she talks about in her videos, she probably only knows what it is she puts in her videos. So we got 2 minutes left on the clock, guys. We got $18 left to hit the goal.
To come out of her face. And then I started to realize, oh, like these people don't know how to have a conversation without a script. And then I was like, okay, so video essayists are people who don't socialize. YouTubers are genuinely introverted. So she is nervous, anxious, genuinely like a shy person. She's not a bad person. She's a shy person. And this had happened to me, not just with Natalie, but content creator after content creator. I'm like, do we want to talk? And nobody can have a conversation with me. I don't script my videos. I touch grass. I have deep, decade-long friendships outside of YouTube that are my real life. When I'm doing YouTube stuff, I am working. So, okay, when I am in this space, I am also going through my own mental health crisis. I'm self-harming, I'm suicidal, I'm trying to figure out my space on the internet. I'm not a full-time YouTuber, but I am a full-time YouTuber. Like during this time, I am doing YouTube full-time, but I'm making like $1,500 a month. I'm like really struggling to figure it out. I'm like really trying to find myself, okay? Like I'm not secure about even being a content creator full-time. So I myself am going through it. So lots of empathy, lots of compassion, like lots of everything towards Natalie and everybody else. We are a group of traumatized people, but we're not that much different than anybody else. See, the issue is that people will weaponize it and say, oh, so you guys are the dysfunctional ones. No, everybody's dysfunctional. Your mom's dysfunctional, Trump is dysfunctional, Hillary's dysfunctional, everybody is dysfunctional. But YouTubers are young people who get pedestaled, and the expectation of them to be perfect is so intense that it just compounds on their already failing mental health.
Mantis tip $20. www joking
Nice. Thank you, Mantis. See, you noticed how it started to fuck with the W's? You got to just do the one letter the whole way through. It'll really start to do some weird stuff. So, yeah, if you just do the one thing the whole way through, it'll it just starts doing some really, really weird shit. So,
right? So then Shoe on Head makes this video. It's unlisted now, but I found it. An article came out years ago called How Vosh and Shoe on Head Ruined the Online Left. Okay.
But also, we hit the... Wait, is it this one? Oh, this isn't... Okay, well, I gotta look up my shit, apparently. Why is it? Shut up.
Shoe on Head was really nice to me. Wait, Yeah, I'm going to do it in this order. Okay. Shoe and Head was really nice to me at some point. We did a collaboration together. We met at events because we both had worked for MythCon in different ways. I had done panel work at one of the MythCons. Here's me moderating, which I did a horrible job of Some Black Eye and Marissa J. Johnson. Shout out to Marissa. Great person, wonderful person. Marissa gave me one of the greatest pieces of advice that I've ever heard in my life. You know, she's really just like, I really enjoyed meeting her and working with her that weekend. Okay. Everybody else though, like whatever. Everyone was nice, but you know. So Shoe and Head makes this video and she talks about Brunchgate, basically. She talks about this picture. Okay, listen to how Shoe talks about it.
The online left, how a growing and flourishing space for the marginalized became indistinguishable from the alt-right. Oh no, what have I done? If you guys don't know who Vosh is, he is a left-wing YouTuber.
And look, none of us are clean. Even Cat Black had a moment with Vosh. None of us are clean. All of us have had a fucked up history online. All of the receipts are out there, and we just have to start owning it. Yeah, we're all kind of fucked up, but we're getting better. And all I want
Cat Black did, yeah, have a fucked up moment with Vosh. Yeah.
to do is be healthy. I think Cat has done a really good job.
Aram Sound tipped $5. Tom popped Brittany's level 1 bubble. She never recovered.
I don't know what that means, but thank you, Aaron, for the $5 donut. W's in chat for Aaron M. Sound.
At becoming healthier over time. I think I've done a really good job at getting healthier over time. I do not think a lot of these people have, though. And I'm a big Cat Black fan, so I don't hear any slander in my chat. But that's the thing, okay? Right? Like, I want to believe that we can all be grown up enough to say, like, man, we really, yeah, we've been, you know, millennial. It's so millennial of us, okay? Now, I want to skip to 2 minutes in. Right about, hold on, give it to me. Okay, right here.
Slowly, new left-wing channels began to pop up. Channels like ContraPoints. They paved the way for what is known as BreadTube, but only because ContraPoints catered to those same men who drove me off YouTube. Despite being the BreadTube queen, there was something off about Contra. I finally realized what it was in 2017, when a picture of her with YouTuber Shoe on Head was posted to Twitter. Oh.
Okay, I posted the picture. Okay, I was at an event with friends. I thought it was a cute picture. I posted it to Twitter because I got everyone's consent, asked everybody if they would like to see the picture. And then I made it my Twitter header because I thought it was cute because I'm autistic and I thought we were all having fun. And then all hell broke loose. And I was the scapegoat. And I think I was the scapegoat. I think all of those YouTubers put all of their responsibility on me, took their millions and moved into stardom. And it left me in the dark. And I'll tell you the story in details. And I need you to know it's okay. It's okay. Because all of them didn't understand me, and I don't blame them because none of them bothered to ever understand me. Because every time a YouTuber comes into my life, they're always asking me for life advice. Raise your hand, autistic people. Who's the firstborn girl in their families who's also autistic and everybody comes to them for advice, but never actually gets to know you? It's okay. I'm used to it. People have been coming to me for advice since I was a kid, literally a minor. And I think that's what happens on YouTube. It's fine. Everybody comes to me for advice. And nobody ever understands me. So then when I do something that's within my values, they're confused by it. Remember when Destiny came to me for advice about his relationship? And then when it came out that he cheated on Melina, I full on was like, do not take advice from this man. He's a bad person when it comes to relationships. And he was like, I can't believe you'd say that about me. I was like, I can't believe you thought I wouldn't. I can't believe you thought I wouldn't. And I have receipts. I'll show you. I can't believe you thought I wouldn't. And I do this with my family and friends. Like, oh, I'm sorry. You thought you were just going to tell me that you did this horrible thing and I was just going to pretend it didn't happen?
Well, so the way that this happened was Cherry was on Destiny's stream one day. And she hops on and she's like, dude, Brittany's saying some fucked up shit about you. And he's like, no, I don't think she would say anything crazy about me. And Cherry's like, no, she does. Like all the time. Like all the time. And I don't think you know what she says about you when you're not there. She talks to you one way, but she talks about you another way. And so I think you should watch this. And he's like, I mean, maybe I'll get to it. Like, I don't know. She's like, no, I think that you should go watch. Like, let's just pull it up right now and I'll leave and let you watch it. And so he does. And he gets really pissed off. Now, in that clip, Brittany alludes to Destiny. So there was this big drama from the drama community about Destiny possibly dating Lauren Southern for a while, which was already a big thing from the conservative community. Is just because they hung out and just because they had conversations, the conservative community was already super pissed off at her for having any sort of relationship with him whatsoever. And so they all hated on Lauren Southern hardcore and just kept saying that she was having sex with him, that she was a slut, that she was cheating on her husband, blah, 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 blah. Then eventually, because of that drama, Lauren Southern and I forget her name, but two girls, they started messaging. I forget his name, but it's the red pill godfather. They started messaging him stuff about Destiny. He hated Destiny. And Rollo Tomasi. They started messaging him stuff about Destiny, saying that Destiny got Lauren Southern pregnant and that she's been pregnant this whole time and is having Destiny's baby. And they sent him like fake medical records and shit like that. And then after Rollo Tomasi came out with the video, they came out with videos showing all of their emails and all of their like back and forths before, saying like, you know, fucking with Rollo Tomasi. But it turns out they did that to Rollo Tomasi to make everybody think that the rumors about Destiny and Lauren Southern dating were actually fake. And that was like, it seems like the whole plan, the whole ploy was to just make everybody think like, oh, okay, so it was just a meme the whole time. Okay, so it's not real at all. There's no truth to this. Then Counterpoints came out with a message saying that Destiny and Melina were about to get divorced because Destiny was thinking about leaving her for Lauren Southern, and that Melina was upset because she called it emotional cheating. So even though the two of them have an open relationship where they can go have sex with other people, they can't have an emotional connection to them like a relationship. That like Melina and Destiny are married, there has to be a difference between their relationship and everybody else that they sleep with. So that kind of confirmed it for a lot of people, and everybody was like, oh, okay, so they did cheat. He was cheating on her. And then Brittany, in this video that Destiny watches, Brittany alludes to Destiny telling her about a girl that he cheated on, and Destiny's denying this. He's not talking about it. Lauren Southern's denying this. She's not talking about it. It's all just rumors. It's all just bullshit. But Brittany then alludes to Destiny admitting that he cheated on Melina with somebody, and that she thinks he's like a really bad husband, and that he should never give dating advice to anybody. And then a little while later, she says something like, you know, I think that Sneeko is a lot more introspective than Destiny. And Destiny, when she says that, Destiny gets super offended by that. Super offended by that. And then says he's never talking to her ever again because she says that Sneeko is more introspective than he is. I watched this, and you could go back and like watch me review this. I at the time was like, this is weird, dude. The fact that Destiny is getting that pissed off over a quote like that, I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I'm pretty sure he's mad about her like alluding to the relationship, kind of adding like, you know, making it sound like he was cheating on Melina, to where now everybody else is like, oh, that's fucking Lauren Southern. Holy shit. She's talking about Lauren Southern. We all know now. And so yeah, that like I remember even telling Destiny one day, he was like, you know, well, why would you not think that I would get mad if you talk to Lav? Like, shouldn't that be obvious? And I was like, I don't know, bro. I don't know what you think anymore. Like, you're all over the place. Normally, I would think that you wouldn't give a fuck about people, you know, somebody saying that Sneeko was more introspective or something. Like, or if you did give a fuck about it, you would just go talk to the person about it. But instead, with Brittany, you said you're never going to talk to her ever again. That is totally out of character for you, and from my understanding of you. So I don't know what you're thinking anymore. Anyways, the Brittany, even on my stream, started like alluding to this shit, and I thought she was gonna leak it, and I like had to stop her at one point to like keep her from saying anything. But I don't know if it's like in this, I'm pretty sure it's in this VOD somewhere, but things that he was saying made absolutely no sense. And that, yeah, like you're very focused on like the actions and why would he criticize people or try to hold them accountable when he's not holding himself accountable. Whereas for him, he's like, well, the ideas are correct and that's the thing to strive for. And at least once we can get like what the goal is correct, we're in a much better place than we would be otherwise.
Yeah, I think that's just like the difference of the spaces, right? Like I don't know what people thought I was when I came into this space, but I already had a whole brand. I've always been a peer educator. I've always wanted to do self. But he is not changing. He is simply rebranding. Just like Tate's a grifter. Rolo said it. Not that we love Rolo Tomasi.
Wait, but isn't that the change? It's like the actual decision to not engage with these types of people.
Anyways, she started alluding to it again here. And I stopped her and I was like, hold on, don't, like, I don't want you like leaking anything here. And she's like, all right, like I'll just say, like, if you don't know yet, like you're blind, because if you look for it, everybody already knows who it is. And just kind of moved on. And I'm like, fuck, dude, fuck, like because it kept happening at this point. People kept leaking things about Destiny on my streams, and I was kind of getting annoyed by it because I'm like, I kept getting like accused of trying to drama farm and get people to leak stuff about Destiny on my streams, and I didn't want that. So I'm like actively trying to stop people from doing that before they do it. And so yeah, that like this was another time where somebody's like kind of moving in that direction, and I'm like, no. And then and then she ends up saying like, well, if people don't know who it is, they're just blind because it's out there. Everybody already knows. So fuck. That's still too much. That was still way too much, dude. Fuck. It happened again. So yeah, it was
people anymore?
No.
Like, he can't change what he wants or what he likes, but he can change whether or not he acts on it.
No, that's not the change. That is the cope.
Engage with, but it's a lot of fun. Like, definitely by far the majority of my community
is, or the time I'm on, or maybe my computer's old. I don't know. Okay, so
do you have Comcast? Drama will grow from this. Like, that's kind of drama farming.
So yeah, I don't know.
Farming, like where you're trying to turn something into drama where there isn't any, or trying to make drama happen when it's not happening naturally.
Yeah, this is me trying to explain why I'm not a drama farmer at the time. So yeah.
And that's the thing. I'm happy to give you advice. I want to see you, because listen, I want to see everyone get better. I believe in restorative justice. I believe in recovery. I believe in rehabilitation. I
was particularly offended by that term the whole time, because that's the type of thing that people called like Chud Logic and Queeman and people like that. And so I was particularly offended by it, where I was like, I do not want to be thrown into a fucking group with those people. Please, for the love of fucking God, dude.
That cancellation must come with a pathway to rehabilitation. But I believe that you do not have to be there to be the emotional laborer for these people on that journey. But I believe very deeply that people can get better. I just think the road to getting there, to actually taking accountability, is actually incredibly difficult. And I think we mistake this idea that you have to do the emotional labor. You don't have to do it. Okay, so here's Shu recounting this kind of this story.
No, this controversy, guys. I don't even know if half of you were around for this, but me and ContraPoints and my fiance and a few other YouTubers.
She's no longer with Armored Skeptic. She's married to somebody else. But you know what's interesting is Armored Skeptic actually came out, and I'll show you, saying that this was a time in his life where he feels he contributed to some of the worst conversations around feminism and liberation ever. He has even come out and apologized for his participation in this content era, but Shu hasn't. Shu has doubled down and just made more shitty content. So keep that in mind.
who I won't name because I don't want to even drag them into this drama again, all had brunch together.
Okay, there's the picture I showed you, except I'm blocked out, Dan's blocked out, Lindsay and H-Bomber Guy are blocked out.
VidCon in 2017. Contra was relentless.
Yeah, I think a lot of people looked at like a lot of the anti-feminist stuff from back then and the type of content that she was doing, and it was kind of fun to just like dunk on those people because they were stupid people saying really stupid things. But the problem was that pretty much everybody that was any sort of feminist were all thrown into the same exact bucket. And seems like she was turning on dude and got called on it. No, it was more so that she had always talked about him in that way, and he just didn't know. It really was that like she always talked about him in that way, and he just never watched her talk about it, so he had no idea, and that was the first time he ever watched her talk about him when he wasn't there. So
Tom, have you seen Planet Peterson recent video about Dean? He goes in on him. If we're not familiar with Planet, he's an atheist liberal debater.
yeah, I know Planet Peterson. I plan on getting into the Dean stuff at some point. I was going to go over it yesterday, decided not to. Then I was going to get into it today, but we ended up taking up some of that time with the LonerBox stuff, so we might get to it tomorrow. But yeah, the reason that I know so much of this is because, yeah, I ended up having a lot of these fights with Lav, with Brittany Simon, with Cherry, with Catnip, with, like, you know, a lot of these different people, with Mr. Girl, like, here on this stream, to where we ended up with Destiny. And so I ended up, like, having a lot of these fights with them where, to where, yeah, it was, it was just people that I was talking to were having these fights with him at the time. A lot of times. Sometimes I was literally inviting them on just to call them out for something that I thought they said that was dumb to Destiny or about Destiny. But most of the time, yeah, it was just people that I was already talking to anyway.
Relentlessly dragged and canceled over this. It was crazy, and I felt so bad for her. It was a very fun and productive
Yeah, thank you for the $5, Mike. Appreciate it, homie.
conversation, too. She winded up changing my opinion on a few things.
Barely. Okay, listen. Now, keep in mind.
Oh, yeah, but sorry. So at the time, like, a lot of us enjoyed dunking on the fucking dumb feminists, and they were dumb. They were saying dumb things. The problem is that a lot of us over time, we got older and started to realize that there is, like, an in-between line where you can understand, like, some of these ideas to be true without taking them and having a really dumb prescription from it. So, like, you can believe patriarchy is a real thing without thinking, well, then therefore men are scum and we hate men and they're, like, slave owners from the antebellum days. And, like, you can believe some of the ideas without coming to the prescriptions. And that's where a lot of this gets mixed up, and that's especially where I feel like progressives and far leftists are separated from liberals, is that liberals will admit to things like systemic racism or Israel's doing bad stuff or, you know, patriarchy or all these different things, yet they're not going to come to the prescription that is this deranged, you know, crazy sort of extremist version of things, but instead a more pragmatic idea that actually fits into a real moral system within the United States. And so I think some people end up going far left, which I do feel Brittany has done. She's always thought that, like, being a liberal was gay and lame and that liberals were weird, but she was more open-minded and more understanding back then. I from the little bit that I've seen of her, she's hardcore about, like, you know, if you talk about Israel Palestine at all and correct a leftist on anything, if they're lying about Israel, who cares? Why are you bothering to correct them on misinformation that they're putting out about Israel and Jewish people and the Nakba and all these different... So why are you doing that? There's a genocide happening right now. Like, get your priorities straight. And it's, yeah, to me, it's like, sorry, but these are the types of like times. So that is the idea that America ran with after 9/11, where people are like, whoa, like, just to be clear, like, there's a difference, and there's Sunni and Shia, and you have like some people who are a bit more extremist, and you know, then jihad is this, and you have that. Like, you got to be clear. But most Americans were running around like, who gives a fuck? They're flying buildings, you know, they're flying buildings into our planes. They're all terrorists. Like, we should just nuke the whole Middle East. Like, that is, you know, that's the type of like very it's a lack of nuance, a lack of care for the truth, and a very I'm trying to think of the right word, but I almost want to say simple, but that's not really what I'm looking for. It's not like accurate enough. But it's kind of just like a lack of nuance. Like, it's not yes, it's reductive. Exactly. It's a very reductive way of thinking about things, to where you're going to look at things very differently. And so I think while there are horrific things happening in Palestine from Israel, if all of a sudden you just say, because that's happening, we don't really care about like how our culture is reshaped into this very anti-Semitic culture in the meantime, to where we can believe a bunch of historical revisionism about what happened to the Jews and shit like that, we're going to end up doing the same exact thing we did during 9/11, where we're just going to reshape our culture into a very anti-Semitic culture. And while Donald Trump is in office, this is the last thing in the fucking world that we need. So while you're right, there's priorities here, some things are more important than others, that doesn't mean that we just brush everything else under the rug and fuck our future and what our country turns into and the direction that we head in, because that, yeah, it's dangerous. It is a very dangerous road to go down. And so I think it is important for people like Ethan Klein to push back on a lot of the stuff that people are saying and the misinformation they're pushing and crap like that. I think it is important.
Behind the scenes, I'm being blamed for the Contra getting dragged. Behind the scenes, I'm being like, I'll tell you the story in detail of how I found out. But in public, no one's even talking about me. But behind the scenes, the group of people are like, this is Brittany's fault. Brittany posted the photo. Instead of, this is your decision to participate in a situation that I thought was going to be great. I thought we were coming together to build community. See, I'm so autistic. I'm so autistic. I was like, I thought we were coming to build a community. And they were like, you made Natalie's life hell. And I was like, oh, and I was like so confused. I'll tell you the story in detail. Hold on. Okay. So there's that story. I'm just trying to give you snippets of an understanding. Here's me in June 21, 2018. It's after the road trips. I've collabed with Shu and Natalie. I've done all these events. Okay. Here's me explaining I'm going to be at VidCon.
You can tweet at me, but you are the winner. You were coming to VidCon and you're going to hang out. If for some reason you can't make it to
okay, hold on, blah, blah, blah.
Happening. So Thursday, starting tomorrow, my sister and I will be in Anaheim Convention Center. We'll be there for the weekend. We have a hotel and everything.
Okay. I went to VidCon with my sister. It was so fun. We met up with a couple of other YouTubers, and Natalie and I were texting and talking about meeting up. And I was like, hey, Natalie, I'm at VidCon. Can't wait to see you. And she's like, okay. She's like, kind of like ignoring my texts in a way. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? And I'm talking to my sister, and I'm very confused. And I'm talking to some of my friends, and I'm like, why isn't Natalie? Why is she kind of ignoring me? And I'm deeply confused. So VidCon is happening. Natalie keeps saying she's going to eventually hang out with me, but doesn't keep returning. It's like really, I think it's a big miscommunication. I'm like deeply confused. And I'm like, okay, this must be weird. My sister's confused. My other YouTube friends that are there are confused. We're all kind of confused about what's happening, right? So then I'm sitting in a hotel room with a YouTuber who will remain nameless because he's not involved and he's a good guy and we've been friends for many years, but he wasn't involved. He was just a witness. My sister was there, okay, not a public figure. And another YouTuber whose name I actually, for the life of me, cannot remember. Like, I actually cannot remember. Right? Chat says this VidCon is after your road trip. Well, I went on 2 road trips, but yes, this is so I had the first VidCon where I met Natalie and had BreadTube and the whole situation happened. Then I went on a road trip where I went to Natalie's house and stayed over and collabed, went to MythCon, collabed with June. She went ahead and then got home from the road trip and was heading to VidCon again. Okay. So then, and this is with lots of compassion, just a story about traumatized people that y'all got to stop pedestaling. That's what the point of this story is. So I'm feeling weird. I'm in the hotel room. This YouTuber, I can't remember his name, but he was definitely trying to like, he was giving me like Clout Shark energy, but I couldn't get his name. I don't remember his name. And he was in the hotel room with us and he's like, we were talking and I was like, I wonder why Natalie's not getting back to me. I'm so confused. Like, I feel like they're avoiding me. And he goes, oh yeah, they are avoiding you. And I said, what? And he goes, oh yeah, like Lindsay is telling everybody that like you're the reason Contra was bullied on the internet because you posted the video or the picture on Twitter. And I was like, and I start crying because I'm an emotional girly. It hurt my feelings. Okay, because I didn't know that. If she had just told me, hey, can you take down the photo? It's really hurting me. I'd be like, oh yeah, totally. And I didn't know what was going on. Okay, this is like 7 years ago. And I am like crying in front of my sister, in front of this YouTuber. And they were all very nice, but they were like, yeah, like Lindsay's telling everybody that you're the reason, right? And so they don't want to hang out with you at VidCon. I was like, why didn't they just tell me? Because like, I would have accepted it. Like, why didn't they just say it, right?
That is the part that I have like a big problem with earlier when we were going over all the issues that I had with all of the other people in the LonerBox scenario. The issue that I had with all of those people is that they were being two-faced. When I talked to them, they were acting cool with me and acting like everything's fine, and that's that. But when it came to, when I wasn't around, they were the exact opposite and acting like kind of virtue signaling that they were against me. That's what it came off as. It came off as like a virtue signal that we don't like Tom, and without like anything substantive, without anything like any reasoning there or anything. And so my frustration was the two-facedness, the fact that they couldn't just come to me and talk to me about this, that we couldn't have a conversation about it, that we couldn't like engage in it, or that they couldn't even tell me at any point like, oh yeah, we're not cool anymore, like I don't want to like talk to you anymore for X, Y, and Z reason or whatever, right? That is really annoying to me, because same as her, I will always kind of put people ahead of everything else. I care more about people than anything else. And so even when it comes to content, if I'm having conversations with people on stream, even if we're not like these super close people or something like that, if there comes a time where I'm able to just fuck that person over to gain a lot more views, I'll never do it, because I care about the community aspect of things a lot more. I remember talking to Hunter Avalon a while ago, and about the fact that he got canceled by his entire audience and like lost pretty much everybody because he was this hardcore conservative content creator and just totally flipped and moved towards the liberal direction. And I remember asking him one day, and I said, I was like, did you ever have like fans that when you got canceled or when everybody left your audience, did you have like mods or, you know, people who were there every day from the beginning? Like, did you have people that you were all of a sudden thinking, damn, that's like a, you know, it's, I guess fuck them if they're going to be this unfair to me, but that's sad that like they don't like me, or that they're gone, or that, you know, this that I won't see them again or anything like that. And he's like, no. And I was like not even one? He's like, no, nobody. So, not a mod? No. Nobody at all. He's like, nah, nobody. And I remember just being so blown away by this, because I'm thinking, I am attached to my community. Like I see the same people all the time. I'm responding to their DMs. I really like a lot of my chatters. I really like my Discord. I like my communities. I have a lot of appreciation for them. I like, the people who show up all the time, and people who donate, and the people who are constantly chatting and leaving comments, and like there's a back and forth there to where you start to build a bond, even if it's not the same as the bond that you would have in real life, in interpersonal relationships, or one-on-ones or anything like that. It's not the same type of bond, but it is a type of bond that is building there. And it's weird for me when all of a sudden people that I got used to having around for like a year, 2 years, all of a sudden hate my guts and are just talking shit about me. And And it's the same with like, yeah, streamers that I have on, people that I talk to. So I've always found that to be odd. I've always found that to be weird. And the way that all of these other people didn't even have the gall to just reach out to me and just say like, hey, I had an issue with this. It's not my thing. Not really happy with the way that you did that. And I think I'm probably going to move on. Or, you know, hey, this is what I would expect of you if you were going to fix this. Or, you know, this is why, like nothing, literally nothing from that entire group of people that we were talking about earlier, like the cabal, literally nothing from any of them. And the few that I did talk to and I did have conversations with, all of those last conversations were them like checking on me, asking if I was okay, asking if I needed anything, apologizing for things. Like this is the last conversations that I had with any of them, to where, yeah, I just like I'm left with the exact opposite impression every single time, and then they go and do that shit. That fucking pisses me off. That's so annoying. Brittany is a person that maybe the only person who actually reached out to me and was like, hey, just want to let you know, like this isn't something that I'm happy with, and it's not just you. It is everybody who fits into this category. I'm just no longer going to associate with those people anymore. I'm not going to do collabs with them anymore or anything like that. And I just wanted to reach out and just let you know why. And then I said, I was like, okay. I was like, if you're ever willing to have a conversation about this, because that's sad to me. So if you ever do want to talk about this or want to, are willing to hear my side of things, or if I'm allowed to ask questions and understand more, you can reach out anytime and we can have a conversation on or off stream, whatever. But yeah, like I've had this with a lot of different people, different content creators. I think Angela Knight was one of those where like, she just disappeared, just gone. And that was just super weird to me. There's just so many different people. Like it's weird that like you build a bond with people, you talk to them, you like share information, you try helping them. I would go out of my way to try to help people a lot of times, and to try to like put them in situations that would be beneficial for them as like a show of good faith and as like a like an olive branch. And yeah, just I just like it never expected anything in return except for just being good faith as well, just being charitable as well, and couldn't even expect the minimum from those people. But Brittany is somebody that, yeah, I don't think she ever fucked me over, and I don't think she ever she didn't turn around and try to like make content off of fucking over Tom Foolery show or anything like that. She's and she did reach out and just say like, hey, this is the issue and I'm just letting you know. And like, I appreciate that a lot, because yes, I do like the people that I talk to. If I choose to talk to people, if I choose to hang around people, if I choose to continue interacting with people, it's not really because I like it. It's not really because I like something about it. I'm getting something out of it and I'm enjoying it. And so, yeah, it's, I like community a lot more. I care about building community a lot more than just getting views. The views are good, the views are great, but the long-term, like, people who are here consistently, people who are going to be around a lot, people who understand things, understand where I'm coming from, that's what's way more important to me than just growing. So
in case this guy was lying, because I wanted to make sure, I asked Natalie. I DM'd her. I said, hey, Natalie, I heard that Lindsay is saying this about me. This YouTuber told me, I can't remember his name now. I said, can you just confirm with me? Like, are you mad at me over this photo? And she goes, Brittany, you don't understand. My life was ruined. I was bullied. It was so hard. I'm going to a wedding, but I'll talk to you after I get back to the wedding and we'll talk about it. And I said, okay, thank you. Like, I'm really relieved. Thank you for talking to me. And then she ghosted me and I've never heard from her again. And honestly, I'm not surprised, because this seems to be a pattern with YouTubers. They don't.
Yes, that is what I was just talking about. This is a thing that YouTubers do. I could understand if she did say, like, yes, I wasn't happy, you're the one who posted it, blah, 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 and Brittany still didn't take it down, I could understand why maybe she just never reached back out. Like, maybe she felt like she had already communicated her displeasure with this, and she expected some sort of sign in return to show that she was, she wasn't just, like, posting the picture just for clout or anything like that, and that she was willing to take it down to, because she cared about the relationship more. But she didn't mention whether or not she took it down, so I don't know. But I could understand that if she didn't take the picture down right then, that, yeah, maybe she just wouldn't reach out again.
Like confrontation, and then they ghost you. Happened with Shoe and Head. Shoe and Head and I were getting along, but I could tell that she was having difficulty getting closer. So I said, hey, June, I texted June or twittered her. I said, hey, June, it feels like you don't really want to be friends, which is so valid. And I didn't know I was autistic, but it's so obvious now. I was like, can you just tell me, like, what you want to do so I know how to, like, organize my energy? And she was like, oh my God, Brittany, you're reading into it. I definitely want to be your friend. I'll talk to you after Christmas. Never heard from her again. When I say these are a group of very traumatized people, and I'm so autistic that I don't need friends. I've been telling YouTubers for years, I don't need friends. I need professional coworkers. And I have proof of this, okay? Because when I talked to Destiny, I told him the same thing.
She said this to me as well. Actually, I would bet that it's on this stream. I would bet that it's on this stream. Let's see. I think it's on the same one.
That Steven involves himself with Farha and Lev and, like, all these women, and she's always complaining about, but at the end of the day, like, women stay in relationships with men who serial cheat on them because they think it will work out eventually. They think they'll be the one. They think he'll change for her. They think, oh my gosh, but look at everything I've built: money, security, love, relationships, friendships. All of it will disappear the moment I break up with this person. And so I was like, of course she stays, in the way that all of us would stay.
That is not what I was looking for. Okay. Ships like this, and I was like, I think I've always viewed relationships as like possibilities. They're like, you know, once you cut off a relationship, you cut off so many possibilities with it. And there's, you know, when you're a kid and all of a sudden you're not friends with this guy anymore who invited all of his friends to go to Six Flags this weekend, and if you had just held that freaking relationship, you'd be out having fun with all of them right now, but you can't go. Like, I see it like that, where not just that I won't get invited to shit, but that I won't be able to invite certain people as well that might make something better or more interesting or have a better conversation or a better content or whatever. Those like, yes, it's just I always view these as like possibilities that when you cut off the bridge or burn the bridge, like, you are just losing so many possibilities with it. And and that's always kind of depressing, just thinking like, damn, shit, we could have done shit and we can't now, and that sucks.
Yeah. No, it does suck. When I was a kid, I dreamt of everyone being like friends with everybody, and I realized, like, oh shit, that's not gonna happen. So I kind of became the person that like hops into everyone's groups. Like, I have my inner circle, I have like my core friend group and everything, but like, we're all adults who live like everywhere on the planet. Like, we don't live in the same place. Wait, okay, we're here. It froze for a second, and I thought I lost you. But
I think this is it.
It's like interesting now because I do get to friend hop into all these things, but like, I can't invite everybody into the same room, and I'm like, oh my god, like, it's so strange, like, realizing like, who can I invite into a room and a fight won't break out, you all together. And I think realizing that as an adult, we might get to have where everyone gets along and can be in the same room together, you know. Same with us. I do feel like most of the people get along then don't get along. I think I don't know if that's just my perception.
Okay, I don't know. But anyways, yeah, she talks about it like numerous times at points that like Destiny wasn't her friend, that Destiny kept calling her her friend, but they weren't really friends, and that she doesn't know why he keeps saying they're friends when like they didn't really know each other. And I think that was in a different conversation with her, actually. Yeah, it was definitely in a different conversation with her. But yeah, they like she would talk about the fact that like people online for her weren't really friends, and that they're like business partners that are engaging in like a venture together. And I said, I was like, yeah, I can't like spend a lot of time with people, be open with people, be able to talk to people, be able to share a lot of things with people, be able to like engage with them a bunch and build this like bond with one another without feeling like they're a friend or having some sort of attachment to them, having some sort of like care for them or something like that. Like I just can't, I'm just not capable of this. This isn't something that I'm able to do. But yeah, it's a little odd to me.
Okay. So, and this is the thing that I want to get at. None of these people are evil in the traditional sense. They're not, you know, they're traumatized. Okay? They're, you know what I mean? Chet says, do autistic people attract mean girl situations more than others? Seriously asking because I think I'm having a bubble pop. I think what happens is that people come to, I think some autistic girlies, autistic people are really good at giving advice. We're very compassionate. We're very loving. We're very open-minded. And
Tomfoolery, people do this because they don't want to feel like they betray friends. They mental gymnastics themselves into, we weren't really friends. Happens in real world too. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. The problem is that a lot of people, so Cherry's done this a ton of times. Cherry's said this to me numerous times, is people online are not my friends. I don't care about you people. I have a real life. I'm not that desperate to where I would call people online my friends. These aren't my friends. And I would say I would call the people online friends. Now, while I understand there is a difference in the type of friendship, there is a difference there. That doesn't mean that they're no longer any type of friend. There's people at work where we have to be around each other. We don't get to decide when we're around each other, when we're not. Like, we're scheduled to be around each other, but we get along. We hang out, we talk, we laugh, we share information, we enjoy our time around each other, and work is better because we're around each other. And so yeah, we would call each other friends, even if after I get fired, we just may not talk all that much anymore, drift apart. Like, it is what it is. But that doesn't mean that we were never really friends. It's just like a friendship of convenience in a sense. But it doesn't mean that we were never really friends at all. It just means that there were probably some stipulations on that friendship, but that friendships can have stipulations. There's different types of friendships. And I think the reason Cherry always says it is because you see her, she constantly says people just use her for content. And I remember her and Aiko, there's this one stream with the two of them sitting there talking about Prime Kais, where both of them keep repeating, I will not be your content. I will not be your content. And it was like this very, the way that they kept saying it was this very like feministy vibe to it, like they were being taken advantage of. And I'm like, you guys are streamers. What the fuck are you talking about? But they always say, I will not be somebody else's content. Like, what are you? You guys are always somebody else's content. You guys are literally sitting on a stream right now, crying and spurting out. What the fuck do you mean you're not somebody else's content?
Can you do a poll of who actually wants to listen to Brittany, Simon? Because TS is garbage and I want to move on.
No, I think this is the rest of the stream. I don't think there is moving on. This is initially, yeah, I was going to cover this and one other thing, and then yeah, now I'm now I decided not the other thing. I did the LonerBox thing instead, and now this. So yeah, sorry. But yeah, I remember like a bunch of people saying like, yeah, people online are not my friends, and this is before she started talking to Destiny a lot, but she would say all the time, these are not my friends. I have a fiance. I have a real life. And so yeah, that was just always weird to me. Where I would say like the relationship's different. It's a different type of friend. There's a difference there, but it doesn't mean that we're not friends just because there's a difference.
I think that we attract a lot of fucked up people who see us and think, hey, you must have an answer for something. Because that's what Steven told me. Steven's like, I feel like you know something I don't know. And I was like, I know peace. I know health. I know therapy. That's what I know. That's what you're sensing in me. But he couldn't get it. And I think like a lot of these people think I'm being malicious when I'm actually just being pretty honest. But they don't know it. They don't know it. And so they misconstrue everything that's happening because in their heads, they wouldn't do this unless it was for something malicious. And look, I've had people complete ghost friends, ghost me from YouTube. And I know they're just going through a mental health crisis.
I said before, and I said this to her as well, that like you guys heard me saying it to her earlier in one of the clips, is that I do think that Destiny understands a lot of these things. I don't think he practices it. I don't think he practices any of those things. And he says it fairly often, like, don't do what I do what I say, but I'm not like a good role model for people. But I do think I know how to analyze things and come to the right conclusion. I just don't always do that thing. And so I think that yeah, there is a difference. But Brittany commonly says if somebody can't do something, I'm not going to listen to them. I'm not going to listen to somebody who can't do that thing. And I think that's just super strange to me. Like, somebody can go to college for something, get an entire degree, but never actually work in the field, and that's still important for like the information that they have. Now, that also doesn't mean that just because somebody didn't get a degree and they work in a field that we discount what it is that they have to say about something either, but that like both of these are just different types of context for the way that you listen to them. Okay, well, if you lost a viewer for today, you can save this garbage. Tom, no one can make Brittany interesting. Alright, well, sorry, buddy.
Because like, you can't just tell me. Now, I know what you're thinking. Brittany, you must have ghosted somebody. Yeah, in my early 20s and in high school. The high school girl, I apologized to and we made amends. The girl in my 20s, in my early 20s, I ghosted. Never got a chance to apologize to her, but I hope my growth speaks for itself. Worst decision I ever made. The worst thing I ever did in my whole life was ghost this girl. Because I don't really do shitty things to people. I am generally a pretty good fucking person. Okay, I'm not perfect, but I don't fuck people over. And I regret to this day ghosting this girly. But let me show you how I communicate with people, because I want it to be clear that I know for a fact I'm not malicious. And I don't think these people are technically malicious. I think they're traumatized and ignorant. I think they genuinely don't know better. And that's why you got to take them off that pedestal you all keep putting.
It's like when people say they wouldn't take health advice from a fat person. It's stupid. Anyone can give it. Yes, exactly. Correct. Again, it's about the logic that you use. It's about the way that you analyze something. It's about coming to the correct conclusion. It's not about what you practice. It's about what you preach. And so I think that's important. This is actually pretty interesting, Tom. I think so too. And that's why I like talking to Brittany a lot of times. And I've said this pretty commonly, is that the people who I disagree with a lot are some of the people that I enjoy talking to the most, or people that I enjoy engaging with the most, is because they analyze things very differently from me. And so even if I don't think what they're saying is right or true a lot, and I have a disagreement with them, even just that engagement can challenge me to kind of actually think of how to word what it is that I'm doing, or be able to articulate the actual differences there, or to actually challenge what it is that I'm thinking, because maybe sometimes I haven't thought it all the way through, and even if I'm still right, I haven't actually worked out every single aspect of it. And so yeah, that's the people like Brittany, it's Dat Katie, Lav, a lot of these people are some of the people that I enjoy talking to the most, because yeah, they just their brains worked drastically different from mine, and I enjoy those conversations.
Them on, okay? So let me show you. This is so interesting to me. This is why this is my special interest, because when you can explain it, you can be more compassionate and you can let go of everything. Let go of it. let go of friendship breakups, let go of miscommunication, like let go of it so you can just accept like, oh, people are just people. Like they don't even mean it, bro, but that doesn't matter. They did it, right? Like to some extent, it doesn't matter. They did it. Just like with Contra, not just being fully pro-Palestine. I know she's doing that, you know, neurodivergent thing where it's like a desire to be very like, quote, nuanced, but you're actually just being bigoted. Get over it, girl. Move on. And I know it's hard because I struggle with wanting to be like, but actually facts. And then you lose yourself in the sauce, right? So I'm deeply compassionate, okay? Here's an example of how I usually end contacted friendships with people online. Now, I've tried to do it 2 ways. I've tried to just unfriend people, but that never works. I've tried to write them messages, and sometimes people get mad and post it on Twitter, and usually people agree, like Brittany was pretty cordial. I don't know what you're mad about. Here's an example. So during the Destiny arc, okay?
Wait, what? I didn't hear what she said. I was reading chat. Everybody's freaking out. What did she say?
Get over it, girl. Move on. And I know it's hard because I struggle with wanting to be like, but actually facts. And then you lose yourself in the sauce, right? So I'm deeply compassionate, okay? Here's an example of how I thing. Like let go of it. Let go of friendship breakups, let go of miscommunication, like let go of it so you can just accept like, oh, people are just people. Like they don't even mean it, bro, but that doesn't matter. They did it, right? Like to some extent, it doesn't matter. They did it. Just like with Contra, not just being fully pro-Palestine.
So, okay. This is also a disagreement that I've had with her a couple of times. And I'll be honest, I could be totally wrong about this and be like making a really like bad assumption. And I'm not sure, but I have still, years later, still come to the same conclusion. She, a lot of times, when I'm saying like we should analyze things, we should really like think about it, we should try to understand it. If we don't understand it, we should continue to try to spend time to understand it to a point to where we feel like we do. That doesn't mean that we will always understand things. And sometimes we like the conclusion, the understanding might be the other person was just a piece of shit. Like that might be the conclusion sometimes. But I think that we should always try to like really engage and understand it and have like a full understanding of what happened in different situations. Whereas she will say things like, no, fuck it. Don't dwell on that shit. Just move on. Get on with your life. Get over it, dude. It's over already. Like, why are you so stuck on things? And it's like, I don't think that most people need to do that. I don't think that everybody needs to do that. But I do think people with BPD do have to practice that. I think that that is a skill that they have to master. I think that that is something that they really have to work on. And I think that a lot of times the way that she talks about, the way that everybody else views the world, it sounds like the way that somebody who's BPD would view the world. I've had like a bunch of friends, family, girlfriends, not within my own family. Nobody with BPD in my own family. But I've had like, you know, girlfriends with family. I've had co-workers with BPD. I've had been around a lot of people with BPD, and this is constantly something that they have to like keep reminding themselves of, and something that they had to work hard on and practice was like just letting go and not giving a fuck about things. Because when they did care, they would hyper focus on it and ruminate, and it would drive them fucking crazy. And so they have to really, really practice not giving a fuck. Whereas I think most people, they might get annoyed by things. They might get distressed. They might get anxious. They might get depressed. They might get sad. They might get like, there's a lot of things. There might be a lot of ways that something bothers them in a way. But they don't normally get to a point where, yes, it like ruins their life and they just ruminate and they can't move on and they're just so fucking stuck on this thing that like it just that it drives them crazy. That is not a thing that most people have to do. And so yes, a lot of times when her and I would talk about like her level system, and that one of the highest points, one of the levels, the highest level that you could get to is where you're at a point where you just don't give a fuck anymore. And I kept telling her that is like the opposite of what I think introspection is. And she's like, no, it's not. Like, don't care about other people and what they're doing. Don't care about what it is, their actions. Don't try to moralize everything and tell other people when they're right or wrong. Don't try to force your morality, and don't try to project your morality onto them. Like, you need to introspect to a point where you understand that it's all subjective and that you can't hold everybody else to your standards. And I'm like, No, that again, that is the opposite of what I think we ought to be doing. I think that we ought to hold people accountable. If they do something wrong, we need to say something about it, that the human species is very much affected by what other people think about them, which is why stigma is an important thing that actually affects culture and changes it and shapes it, and that praising things gets more people to do it and makes more people, like calling something cool. If everybody thinks something is cool, then more and more people want to do the cool thing. If everybody thinks something's gay, then less and less people want to do the gay thing. Like, not gay, like, but you get it. And so yeah, that is like the point, is where you're able to understand why somebody did something, analyze it in a way that is like that is understanding of their actions and where they're coming from, and then be able to communicate it to them in a way that they could understand. Like, that is a very important thing to me, and that we should always care about the others around us, that we are we're a social animal, and so we should always care about the way that society is being shaped and the way that other people around us act, and we should always hold each other accountable, and we should care about one another and for one another. And that she gets to a point that I would say is selfish, where you just only care about yourself and kind of fuck everybody else. I say the exact opposite. You should fuck yourself and care about everybody else. They're like the person who is always selfless, always helping everybody else, always worrying about everybody else, always making sure that everybody else is taken care of, and making sure that, like, other, feeding the hungry and giving money to the homeless and blah, blah, blah. Like, obviously do the things that you need to do and make sure that you're taken care of enough so that you're capable of taking care of other people. But that the most introspective thing you can do is be selfless. But in one conversation, we talked about the fact that she grew up in a very atheist sort of way and doesn't really care about, like, the religious aspects, and that she thinks that I have trauma from growing up as a Christian, and that within Christianity, it's all about giving and helping others and worrying about others, and that's why I view this as like the ultimate goal to get to, is because I grew up a Christian. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't been a Christian for a while. I have like redrawn my entire fucking moral system and re-understood it. And this is still the conclusion that I come to, is that the world is a better place the less we focus on ourselves and the more we focus on each other. That, like, everybody else is better off if we make sure that they are taken care of. Because if all of them are also worrying about everybody else, they will also make sure that I'm taken care of. And we are all constantly worrying about each other so that we're all always helping each other. I think that is a much better world than all of us just in our own little bubbles, just only caring about ourselves.
I know she's doing that, neurodivergent thing where it's like a desire to be very, like, quote, nuanced, but you're actually just being bigoted. Get over it, girl. Move on. And I know it's hard because I struggle with wanting to be like, but actually facts. And then you lose yourself in the sauce, right? So I'm deeply compassionate. Okay. Here's an example of how I usually end contacted friendships with people.
Yeah, I'm always confused by the way that she uses neurodivergent. I don't get it.
Now, I've tried to do it two ways. I've tried to just unfriend people, but that never works. I've tried to write them messages, and sometimes people get mad and post it on Twitter, and usually people agree. Like, Brittany was pretty cordial. I don't know what you're mad about. Here's an example.
Yeah, put your oxygen mask on first, then help someone else. Exactly. But once you put your oxygen mask on, you help someone else. Like, that is the point, is that, yes, like, that's what I'm saying, is that, yes, make sure you're fucking if you guys don't know what that is, that's what they say when you're on a plane. If a plane starts to crash, you start to lose oxygen, and so you have to put on oxygen masks that drop down from the ceiling. And they always say that, like, to parents and mothers and people, like, if you have kids, your instinct is going to be to put oxygen masks on them first. Don't. Put your own oxygen mask on first, then put theirs on. If you do not have the oxygen to help them, you will die and they won't get it either. So you need to put yours on first, then help them. And so, yeah, that's my take, is that, yes, put yours on first, then help them. But that second part is like the important part is, yes, then help them. There's been a number of times too where like I'm in a scenario where there's a really bad car crash and a bunch of people just got really hurt, and all of the people who are closest and like are right there where it happened are just sitting there watching, and I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? And just put my car in park and hop out and run across the road and try to like help everybody and stop cars from driving off into ditches, and putting cars in park while the people are fucking passed out with blood all over them, and just trying to help all of the people in the scenario to try to make sure that like things don't get even worse. And all of the people who are closest just all sitting there like, whoa, that was crazy. Damn, they might be dead. Fuck, that was wild. Like, just sitting there watching. It's nuts.
So during the Destiny arc, okay? So if you guys aren't aware, I had a Destiny arc. I'll show you the beginning of the arc and how it happened, and then I'll explain kind of a little bit of why this relates to everything happening, right? Chet says she is pro-Palestine, but not how you want. I want unapologetic, anti-genocide, pro-Palestinian perspectives. I am not interested in in any way watering down the genocide is happening.
So this is the part that has kind of bothered me. I saw a couple of people say that Brittany Simon is a walking contradiction, and these are things that do, in my head, just seem contradictory. Brittany, in our conversations, and when it comes to her philosophy, has always been the person who says, do not project your morality onto somebody else. You think they did something wrong? So what? That doesn't mean they think that it was wrong. Why are you trying to get them to abide by your personal moral system when it is all completely subjective? But then she will turn around and hold this very, very staunch position on Destiny and what he ought to do and how he ought to act. Then hold a very staunch position for everybody else to also judge him in the same exact way that she is judging him. Then, same thing for Palestine, that like has to be this one position, unapologetic, free Palestine, pro-Palestine. It's just a genocide, nothing else. No, there's if Israel ever bombs Hamas and they only kill Hamas, and Al Jazeera comes out and says they killed 5,000 children, and you cannot call them out for that misinformation. It doesn't matter, because it's just benefiting the movement. And so it doesn't matter if a bunch of neo-Nazis now pick this up and start talking about the fact that this is another type of blood ritual for the, with children, and this is something that like all these, it doesn't matter. Don't correct the misinformation. Let people just lie about this. That idea. She hasn't literally said that, but that is the issue that I have, is that Ethan points out misinformation that these people are pushing. He points out lies that these people are pushing. And then other people say he's not pro-Palestine because that's what he focuses on, right? Well, the people who are attacking him are the ones pushing misinformation. So it makes sense that, yes, those are the ones that he's going to call out for this sort of stuff. But the idea that, like, we just say, like, okay, utility-wise, if we think about it, it is better for Palestine if Israel did bomb 5 Hamas leaders and Al Jazeera said they killed 500 kids. Why does it matter? Like, really, if Israel is the bad guy, like, who cares if you lie about a bad guy who's genociding people? Who cares about that? Like, oh, we're all so worried about the reputation of Hitler. Let's all try to save Hitler and his reputation. Let's make sure nobody thinks untrue things about Hitler, guys. Well, yeah, yes, correct, true, yes. Because that is how Nazis end up, neo-Nazis become neo-Nazis, is they will find a bunch of untrue shit, normally pushed by the far left, about things that happened in Germany, and then the more holes they see in the stories, the more they start to think, well, we've been lied to about this. No reason to trust anything that these people have been telling us now. And then, but more than that, this has been a fight that I've had 1,000 times, is where there were a couple of things that people were pushing about Matt Walsh, where they kept lying about him and saying that he was a pedophile. And there was like clips of him saying stuff that they took way out of context and totally twisted what he said and the way he said it. And I said during that, I said, anytime that I talk about somebody like Matt Walsh, I'll have a bunch of leftists. Anytime I correct misinformation or call out people for lying about him, I'll have a bunch of leftists in my comments who say, who gives a fuck? It's Matt Walsh. Who gives a fuck? It's Matt Walsh. Like, why do we care that somebody lied about Matt Walsh? Like, why is that something you would spend your time defending? Which I hate the fucking defending thing. But, you know, why is that somebody you would spend your time defending? And I always say, if you start to accept being lied to, you don't know where the lies begin and where they end. And so if you are accepting being lied to, you have no idea what it is that you know that is true and what it is you know that is false. And eventually, you could be stuck in a cult that is completely full of nothing but lies. And you're stuck there because you didn't value the truth separate from the falsities. You didn't value what was true more than what was false. And so when you say, who cares if they lied about Matt Walsh? He's bad. How do you know he's bad? If you accept lies about Matt Walsh, how do you not know that everything you heard isn't a lie? How do you not know? How do you know that everything about him that makes you believe he's bad isn't out of context, just twisted, changed? How do you know it's not all a lie? You don't know that. You don't know that. Because if you believe this shit about Matt Walsh that was here, that you're now finding out is a lie, but you don't even care. If you believed that, you probably believed the last 40 or 50 lies about him as well. So, how do you know he's bad? I'm not saying Matt Walsh isn't bad, by the way. FYI, I'm not saying that. I am just saying that I know Matt Walsh is bad because I don't accept lies. I don't accept lying about people just because they're bad, right? Once we've decided somebody's bad, it justifies lying about them. That is exactly what everybody did to me, where a couple of people accused me of lying with no evidence, but the people who believed them then justified any and every lie that was ever told about me afterwards. Because who cares now? Who cares if you lie about Tom? At that point, like, once you've already believed that I'm a liar, I'm not even given a chance to rebut these things because I'm a liar. Why would I? Why would you listen to what a liar says? Who cares if they lied about him? We already know he's a liar. So yeah, this is like, I've always held this philosophy, but this is how they treated me, and this is why I hold this philosophy, is because this is the things that happen to me are exactly what happens. This is the clip I was showing earlier.
You know what? That's just not, like, it's just, I don't have to, like, pretend to be honest anymore. He does realize that, right?
This is what he literally said this about me when somebody came and said, Tom said that you're a sex pest, which never happened. I never said that about him. It never happened. But somebody came over and said, Tom says that you're a sex pest. And so he says, if Tom wants to go to war with me, then I don't even have to be honest about him anymore. He does know that, right? He's like saying, like, if Tom says he's going to war with me, I get to lie with impunity. There's no, once he says we're at war, that means I'm fighting dirty. But he had been lying the whole time. Like, he had been lying the whole time. He's just saying, now he doesn't have to be honest. Now he gets to lie. All the other times he was lying, it was wrong. Now it'll be justified lying. Like, this is the type of shit that you end up getting into. This is the slippery slope that you fall into. So yeah. Somebody asked what was the lie about what I don't remember where the DM was or where the comment was, but somebody said, like, what is the lie about something, and I don't know what they were asking. Tom being pro-Palestine is lying. Truly, they are lying about being pro-Palestinian. Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, I don't see where the question was anymore, but I thought it was El Duce, or I forget what his name is, but he has a very like Spanish sounding name. But anyways, yes, the whole point in that rant is that there it is. And Jade, what lies are the far left spreading about World War II again? Wait, I'm not saying that the far left is specifically spreading lies, but they about World War II specifically. I think that they do like lie about like what a neo-Nazi is, or what like far right is, what alt-right is, what I'm sorry, I did it again. I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. But yes, once I know you're a she, I am like a million times nicer. So I am. Guys in chat would just be way better off just telling me that they're all she's, and I'll be way nicer to them. Complete simp. But anyways, yes, there's a lot of things that like they'll lie about when it comes to like what neo-Nazis are and things like that, and they will also kind of lie about I've had a couple of conversations with people recently where they say that the liberals are the ones that, well, also, just to be clear, you said, I think you did say the far left, but yes, I'm not saying just the left, but like leftists, like, but yes, I just had a conversation with a leftist the other day who was saying that liberals are the ones who always help fascism, that liberals are the ones who are always putting fascism up on a pedestal, when in reality it is socialists who have always joined the fascists and worked with them and been part of their parties, who were also tricked by fascism, but it's more so that like, yeah, anyways, there's a lot of things that are there that, like, yes, I think people will conflate or stretch or whatever, but yeah, it's not necessarily just the left. Maybe I probably did say the left, but yes, more so just things that are glossed over in media. Like, I keep hearing people go, did you know that 6 million Jews weren't killed in gas chambers? They've been lying to us. Like, all right, I don't know if anybody ever said that. I could imagine some fucking lefty online saying some dumb shit like that like they think all of them died in gas chambers or something, but I don't think any reputable source ever said some shit like that. But yeah, I don't know.
Need to water down the genocide that is happening. It's not good enough.
When's the last time you talked to Brittany? I don't remember. I don't remember. I know that the last couple of fights that we had were contentious. I also know that she, when I was going through that drama with all those people who were lying about me, it was interesting because the reason I started talking to Brittany was because Sassafras was a really big fan of her. So I started reviewing some of her content here and there. And then because I reviewed one of her videos and she felt like there was like, something there for us to talk about, she messaged me and asked if I wanted to talk. And so we did. But when Sassafras started lying about me, and as well as other people like JCLK and others, Brittany came out in full force and was like, fuck these people. This all seems so fake. They don't ever have anything to back up their shit, or they just whine and cry about the smallest little things that they need to get over. And it was funny because, yeah, Sass was a huge fan of Brittany, like her favorite fucking content creator. And Brittany was totally calling her out during that. Yes. Oh, that's right. The bear versus man video essay. So I think that was probably the last time that we talked. Yeah. I don't know. So this is my bear versus man video essay where people were asking feminists if they would rather if they were lost in the woods, would they rather be found by a bear or a man? And we had a very contentious fight during this.
In the sense that they're doing their best, and I think they think they're good.
And honestly, both of us went into this conversation wondering if this was going to be the last time we ever spoke. And it's interesting the way that it ended. That somebody in chat or somebody anywhere will see what I'm saying, have a different perspective, have a disagreement, and want to come talk to me about it. And so when I make videos, I most of the time I'll put at the end and say, like, if you have any disagreements, I stream every day, so just pop in chat or message me on Discord and come talk to me about it. Like, that's what I enjoy. I want to go talk to people that disagree with me and that have a different perspective, because that's how I learn. That's the only way. Like I talked about earlier, that like I was really upset. I've like been upset with my parents as an adult that they did say because I said so. And I would say, like, I was really inquisitive and like I wanted to know things and I was always asking questions.
Yeah, I think this has been like a very satisfying conversation for me. I'm really happy we had it.
Good.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I didn't read chat that much because it distracts me and I can't think. And the notebook, I went through like 10 pages because like I just like lose my train of thought. But this has been better than I hoped. And this felt different, this conversation. I don't know if you were making an extra effort, but it kind of felt like you were maybe.
No,
like to
I
maybe.
said
No?
before we talked, I said I expect it to be just like all of our conversations, and I feel like this is pretty similar to all of our
I
conversations.
think this has been the best one though. I think this might be the best conversation we've had.
Okay. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I liked it. I don't know if I missed it, but yeah, she said somewhere in here, I was scared coming into this conversation. She's like, I was scared, and I thought that this was going to be like a big blow up. I think the first one that we had, I really enjoyed that one. That one was definitely
Present, bitch. Okay, but the point is that in a hypothetical where you answer for yourself,
most women do mean it literally, like have to go through the shame and somebody just shoot, but I don't want to.
right? My life, so I agree if I don't have a husband to come home to, because he's my cherry on top, right? My life is good. I don't need to add rape into it again. I'm good. I can die. I'm fulfilled. My life is fulfilled. If I died right now, if I have a husband, then I'm the way. Like, it's really contextual. Like, that's what I'm saying, how nuanced it is. For me, nuance is saying there's 1,000 variations to unlock this key, and everyone keeps focusing on the 2 options. And I'm saying, well, it depends. Like, it really should depend too. What do you think about that?
Yep. One of the people, I had a long conversation with Jane about the like death versus rape the other day as well. And there's a lot of people who are as though you can't get then having to want to make sure that I don't misremember this. Like, they extra trauma to like is a thing is talked about in today's that's and having to go terrible thing. The whole time I'm just like, what the fuck? So I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. I think I think this has been like a very satisfying conversation for me. I'm really happy we had it.
Good.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah. I didn't read chat that much because it distracts me and I can't.
Yeah, okay, I guess. I could be wrong, but yeah, I think she said she was anxious. Okay, yeah. She said she was anxious, and I think she was saying that, like, she was afraid to have the conversation. She was afraid that I was going to be mad, that, like, this is going to be a very contentious conversation, because when she reviewed my video, she was mean. Like, I do bring up some of the things that she said at the time. She was mean when we had when she reviewed my video. And so, yeah, she said some things like, the reason that women would rather meet a bear in the woods is because of men like Tom. And that she's like, I think, she's like, I think before this video, I would have said that if my option was between a bear and Tom, I would have chosen Tom. After watching this video, I would choose the bear. Because of incel thoughts like this. And I was like, whoa. Now, she says in this conversation that it was just a joke. I don't think it was a joke. I don't think she meant it. But I think that she was mad. Did she explain why she was like that? She says that during the video, I said to her, I said, during the video, you keep saying that my response is an emotional response, when my entire video is literally only data, studies, and math. That's my whole video. Data, studies, and math. And you kept saying that it was an emotional response. That is as unemotional and as objective as one could make it. I believe you were triggered. I believe you were triggered when you watched this. And I think you were the one who was emotional. And that's why you were reading things that way. And she didn't really respond to that. As much, I think maybe she just nodded her head and just said, like, I can see how you thought that or something. A lot of this stuff, but I just wanted to make sure that we went through some of it first.
I didn't finish it, but I listened to, I think, a lot of it, but I'm not sure when it ended because I didn't get a chance to finish it. But yeah, I did listen to a lot of it.
Okay, so the first thing, it sounded like I counted for a little bit, and then I just stopped counting once we got into the double digits. But there was I had a count of how many times you said either that I was making this video because my feelings were hurt, because I was upset, because it triggered me, because of some of those things, which I don't feel like that was like could have been read from the video in any way. I felt like the whole video is about like logic, stats, like going through like premise, conclusion through the whole thing. And so I didn't know, is it just more so that like, it seems like all of the guys who have a problem with man versus bear are just people who are triggered and offended by it. And so that was like the thought process of me being offended, or was there something you got from it that made you think that I was offended?
Good question. I think I was confused on why you made it. And then I was thinking, well, why would he make it in the first place? And then it felt like you were making.
Okay, I guess that's not the spot. But anyways, yeah, the point is that oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. This is it right here. To me in the streets and be like, hey, Tom, would you pick a man?
But if I had to come back to my husband, I would choose the man in the hopes that I would roll a good die.
Yeah.
But I would really get mad if I rolled a bad one.
That makes sense. So you're saying like you want to change the hypothetical to answer in different ways. That makes sense. But it sounds like you're saying, oh, I'm not changing the hypothetical. I'm just answering. So somebody could walk up to me in the streets and be like, hey, Tom, would you pick a man or a bear? And I'd be like,
Well, I mean, it depends on what bubble I'm in because it, like, honestly, you know, if it's a man, humans are gonna.
I feel like I look really good here. I feel like that's like a good amount of like weight loss here. Where I was like, I had a good like even medium there. But I also think this this hat was always a really good hat too. So it could just be the hat.
Kind of human, you know what I mean? They're like,
Okay,
what are you
but, like,
talking
but
about? And I'm
don't
like,
you
no,
ever-
oh, I'm not answering the question. I'm answering it as
Okay,
though
wait,
I'm
wait, wait.
Brittany. That's what I'm doing. They're like,
Did you
oh,
also
no, I
hear
asked
me
you.
say? Did you also hear me say that after I watched your video? I was like, I lied. I said I would pick Tom over the bear. I'm picking the bear over Tom just because he made this video.
I did. I wanted to.
Yeah.
Yes,
See?
I wanted
See?
to bring this
See?
up. Yes.
Were you upset? Were you upset?
It seems like yes. It seems like you're upset with me and like you're triggered by my video, and so now you're wanting to like yes. That's it's.
No, that's the hypothetical Brittany. The real Brittany wouldn't choose a bear over Tom. I know Tom enough to be like, Tom and I would make it out of that forest fine. But the hypothetical Brittany that's like, ooh, I'm picking the bear now, girl. I'm picking the bear. You know, that's obviously not the real me. The real me would pick you because I've worked with you. I know you well enough, I think. I think we'd make it out of that forest alive without killing each other.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, well, and like it was part of the problem because you're saying like, oh, I wanted to engage with it differently and all those things. But from my perspective and from me watching it, it seems like what it is that I actually believe and the values that I actually have are just being misrepresented to be this other thing that I don't believe. It's not what I'm saying. It's not what I want to get across. It's not what I'm trying to communicate to anybody. And if I'm watching you and I'm saying like, oh, well, you know, what's potentially said this other thing, I would want to communicate that to people so that they don't think you actually believe this other thing, but instead I'm saying like, oh yes, let's change it ourselves.
Yeah, so I'm telling her right here, like everybody who watched you say that heard Tom is a dangerous person. Everybody who heard you say that, they heard I believe Tom is a dangerous person. That's what they heard. So yeah, anyways, this is the last conversation we had. And I think we had like one more interaction, and that interaction was on a panel because I remember at the time I was being told by people that I was fighting all of those people who were talking shit about me, who were lying about me. It was fun because they were just really easy to like debunk and like prove to be lying and to prove to be contradicting themselves. And they would just never even make an attempt at trying to prove any of their claims. So it was just really easy and just kind of fun sometimes. And she apparently thought very little of me engaging with it at all. She felt like it should be below me, that because I continue to engage with those people who are lying about me and continue to debunk the stuff that they're saying and continue to prove that they're lying, that it almost seems sus of me, that like there's something there, and that I'm like working overtime to hide it because I keep engaging with it. That this is what like that yeah. So apparently she was saying stuff like this, and then we were on a panel together, and we did have like a pretty big fight on that panel about human nature. And I think that was the last time that we spoke, but that was the last one-on-one that we had. This whole man versus bear thing, I think started with a vox pop of English women taking the piss, didn't it? It was so dumb. No, it was a TikTok where a guy just went and asked women on the street. He just always does like triggering questions that he'll just cut out like all of the logical answers and then go and only keep the worst answers possible. And so that was a question that he asked people. It's just like, you know, he'll start with a question to where he knows one answer is going to piss people off, and then he only shows that answer. And so that's what he showed. He said, I think he said 8 out of 10 women answered fair. And so I did this video
If they were
being clear, saying
with women,
I'm not arguing against women who pick bear. I understand there is a like emotional response to this, that for lots of women, they can just have trauma and they can just be afraid of men because they've had experiences that make it to where they're just making that connection all the time. Those are not the women that I'm arguing against today. I'm arguing against women who are saying, we have the stats, we have the studies, and we know for a fact that you are safer with a man, or sorry, with a bear than you are with a man. That's who I made this video about. That's who I was fighting against. And then just that, and just like broken logic that people were using. If you try to logic this out, yeah, that's ridiculous. But if instead you just say like, yeah, it makes sense that women would be afraid of men based on a lot of women's experiences, or based on women hearing about other women's experiences, then yeah, it makes sense that some people would be afraid. But yeah, I think I clip it at the beginning of this.
The bear versus man question is, if you were alone in the woods, would you rather see a bear or a man? And it's part of this radical feminist ideology to say, oh, I'd much rather see a bear in the woods than a man.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
The bear. Bear.
Oh, of course women would rather see a bear than a man.
So that was the TikTok. That was it.
And it's deeply cruel and deeply wrong. Okay? So if Natalie continues to both sides this issue, it's going to be wrong. It's okay to show the nuance. It's okay to be deep about it. I certainly have been accused of both siding it, but that's why I changed my rhetoric, because at the end of the day, we can wait to have other conversations, but right now we need to be focused on the genocide. Okay? We need to make sure we're focusing on the genocide. And by the way, you think she's pro-genocide? Wait until I read you what she wrote on Reddit, okay? So when the Destiny thing happened...
The problem is that there's already a problem of growing anti-Semitism within our country and a growing movement of fascism. And what I think a lot of leftists don't realize is that they play into the rhetoric of anti-Semites, where they are really pushing the same... they're pushing the same arguments that end up bolstering their the far right ideology, not theirs, and that they are continuously propping up far right arguments. So like there was a couple weeks ago, it was really frustrating for me when everybody watched Tucker Carlson debate Ted Cruz, and all of them were sitting there cheering on Ted Cruz. And every once in a while, they might stop and say, like, well, just FYI, guys, like, Tucker Carlson is an anti-Semite, but he is totally based today, or something like that. Like, and it was so infuriating because not only are they bolstering his arguments and acting like those are correct arguments when they are not correct arguments, they were wrong, but they are also making it sound as though, like, he's making sense, that like anything he says is true, that any of it was right. He was like objectively wrong from like beginning to end, front to back, the whole way through. He was lying, he was misstating everything, he was strawmanning everything. And I don't like Ted Cruz. I'm not somebody who's going to defend Ted Cruz, but when it comes to Ted Cruz versus Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz is a billion times better than fucking Tucker Carlson. Ted Cruz, I would take him all day, every day over Tucker Carlson. We had a bunch of leftists, like I think Straighterade was one of the people that I messaged, where I like clicked on her stream for a little bit, and she's reading a chat where somebody was like, damn, Tucker's based in this, or she's like, yeah, he's fucking killing it. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What is wrong with these people, bro? Like, why? After reviewing it myself, I'm just blown away. There was nothing. And there wasn't a single thing that I can remember Tucker getting right. Like, there's not anything that I remember Tucker getting right over Ted Cruz. And a lot of them were like, yeah, but fuck Ted Cruz, right? I'm just like, no. Yeah, they're so self-involved. They don't care about the rest of society and how things are different outside of their retarded hug box. It's bubbles, Mantis. And yeah, I think yes, it's hard for people to understand that there are broader implications to the way that we engage with things, the way that we talk about things, the rhetoric that we use. Like, there are so many other things that come with what's happening right now. And I don't think they even take it into consideration. I don't even think they consider what it is that is happening right now and how they're propping it up. And it's obnoxious.
Happened. Let me pull it up. Hold on. I've got a whole thing here. Okay. Hold on, guys. Let me pull this up. 149.
The internet today.
Okay, all these videos are private now because I don't want people thinking I stand by associating with Destiny. I didn't know he was as bad as he was when I first got in contact with him. Obviously, I didn't know that. I didn't know. And I actually completely wrote him off even before the really bad allegations came out. So that tells you something. Here's the video we first did together. This is our first time talking, our first time collabing, okay? I ask him, or I tell him about friendships. Same with Ethan and everyone else. It's no fun, right? And so when I talk to people like you, that's the opportunity, right? And like my audience. Oh, and P.S. I should tell you, I was so annoyed at the whole group dynamics with the BreadTube people that I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop collabing with YouTubers because like I don't understand the social dynamics. And I took a break for a long time. And then when I finally felt confident again, I was like, hey audience, who should I collab with? And somebody in my audience was like, can you talk to Destiny? Progressive, non-binary, fights Republicans. And I was like, okay, cool. You know what I mean? Chat says, do you have a date for this? This is January 28th, 2022. Okay, January 28th, 2022. This is our conversation together, okay? This is the opportunity. But they don't know me that 100%, though I do have a theory that you can't ever be authentic except by yourself because I'm too hyper aware of people's like their space, like them in my space, that I think my most authentic self is when I'm completely alone.
So the first time that I ever met Brittany, I told her, she's like, I reached out to you to talk to you. And I saw that you had a lot of problems with the things that I said. And I was kind of upset because I don't know why you never reached out to me. She's like, I care to reach out to people and understand them and talk to them. You say that you care about the same thing, but you didn't. And I was like, well, funny story. I actually did. She's like, what? No, you didn't. I was like, yeah, I came into your chat one time and I asked you if I could interview you on something I wanted to talk to you about. And you said, currently, I'm really skeptical about engaging with other YouTubers, and I'm trying to keep my bubble small, and so I'm only going to talk to, I forget what she said, but it was something like, it was definitely like a very like backhanded. I can't remember exactly what she said. I can't remember the term that she used, but whatever it was like I found it to be very backhanded in the way that she said it, and I was like, oh, okay, well, fuck.
This is prior to meeting my now partner, and I just need you to know I agree with this. That's why I say when I'm with my partner, I feel like I'm completely alone because I'm completely authentic, unmasked and authentic. But I stand by what I said here. But that's why my marriage is so.
A hug box is an echo chamber. A hug box is just where everybody like agrees with each other. They're all just propping each other up and just queening each other all the time. That's it.
Special to me because it's the first time in my life I've been in a room with somebody else and been completely myself, which is interesting. So when you're hearing this and you're like thinking about it, how do I say this? I think I'm taking issue with the fact that like you gave Biden an A- because oh wait, wrong clip. Damn it. This is the wrong clip. Okay. First of all, I did take issue with the fact that
Yeah, I was about to say that was her getting mad that he was a fucking liberal.
Give Biden an A-, and that's when I realized he wasn't progressive. Okay, but hold on, that was the wrong clip. Oops. Wait, I linked my videos wrong. I'm gonna cry. That's the wrong clip. But yes, I actually was gonna bring that up later. Destiny is not a progressive. He's been a liberal through and through, and I remember being upset with him for giving Biden an A+. Wait, is this the link? Guys, Boomer Brittany, hold on.
I'll use the N-word. You see a lot of normies on the internet today.
it?
Yeah, it's definitely not the place that it was like 10 years ago. Not that that's good or bad, but it's definitely a way that it's changed, yeah.
Well, I think the consequences are clear, right? Like a lot of normies are on the internet. A lot of people's bosses see their stuff. A lot of people try to curve their talk. Even myself, I see myself. Actually, this is one thing that I thought was fascinating about your interaction with Mr. Girl. Okay, this is it. There was a time when he was trying to explain to you that he wanted to game with you offline. And you're like, ooh, like that's, and for me, I'm like, ooh, so I prefer to have conversations offline if I want to have a real conversation with someone, quote unquote. Not that we're not having a real conversation now, but there's just certain ways I talk in private that I just don't talk that way on the internet because I tried to be aware that there's a general audience that maybe won't understand me. You know what I mean? But I like to think my Discord's like a safe space for people to say like, okay, so, right? P.S. The Discord is a great safe space. It's actually gotten even more of a safe space for people to say what's in their heart's mind, but nothing bigoted, people, nothing bigoted. Okay, I'm trying to explain to him that I can only have real connections with people when the cameras aren't there because otherwise we're working, okay? So when Destiny burned the bridge with me and publicly smeared me and was acting like he blew up on me, it was like as if your coworker, imagine you're working with somebody and your coworker is going around being like, this woman betrayed me. And I was like, I don't even know you, bro. Like, I don't even know you. Because all the times I talked to Destiny, it was only him ranting about his relationships and needing advice. Do you know what I'm saying? The only time these YouTubers ever talk to me is to talk about their own fucking lives. And it's because I'm very private with my life. So even when they say, how are you? What's going on? I'd keep it pretty private because I was waiting to see if we would build to something more, you know. So when Destiny burned the bridge with me and I said, hey, you need to talk to me offline. And people were like, he wants to talk to you on stream. You have to talk to him on stream. And I was like, I don't want to talk to him on stream. If he's really upset with me, we should talk offline, because I, once again, assume that people are coming to work and going home, because I am at work right now. And guys, when I turn off my stream, I go home because I touch grass. I have a real life, right? A real life with a special interest in watching YouTube videos, but a real life. So I was trying to say to Destiny, if you really want to have a healthy friendship, you got to talk to me offline. But he couldn't do it. And I knew Destiny's pattern. I knew if I went to him and talked to him online on stream, he would have used my mental health against me, which he did for 2 years. He would have tried to use all those things, even though none of it was true, even though I was very calm through this process and he was yelling, right? Everyone painted it. Even Kyle in the moment said, Destiny, you're really logical and Brittany's very emotional. Even though if you go back and watch the content, which I recommend you do, I am incredibly calm and he's incredible.
So I also took it to be Brittany being emotional, and I was blown away the first time I heard her talk about the way that she took the last couple conversations she had with Destiny, because there were 2 conversations that she had. In one of them, she says, in that one, I was really triggered. It's obvious I was really triggered, and it did bring up a lot of things that I was bothered by, and so yes, I got really triggered by that. But she's like, in the other one, I was perfectly calm, very logical, and very reasoned, and it went a lot better. To me, it was the exact opposite. The exact opposite. The very first conversation she had with him, she seemed calm. She seemed like interested. She seemed to be like really asking questions to understand and to try to get somewhere. Whereas in the second conversation, she sounded triggered. She sounded very triggered, unwilling to listen, unwilling to understand, unwilling to like get somewhere. It was just it was really, really hard to listen to. And yeah, she somehow took it the exact opposite way. She felt like it was the opposite. So yeah, and that is the only time I always got annoyed with people using like her BPD against her, and everything that she ever did was because of her BPD and shit like that. It was always very annoying to me. But that is one time where I did wonder if the BPD was like playing a part in it or something. She says she hasn't had any relapses, and so it's not. But yeah, I didn't know. So I was but yes, people definitely always tried to like use her BPD against her and try to always say that like everything was triggering for her and everything was because of her BPD.
Incredibly crazy. Because, and this is the funniest of all the timestamps I have with him, check this out, because Destiny and all of these people get to exist in a bubble where this is their reality. Check this out. Be self-aware of the fact that like people aren't because they feel
exactly.
open. Okay.
You have to be aware that like people are doing things for reasons. There's no random shit, right? It's not like the Nazis weren't like uniquely evil, or like serial killers don't just kill because they're bored. Like everybody like is to some extent we're like products of our environment, of our biology. Like there's reasons why people act, and it's imperative even to uncover those reasons and understand those reasons. Otherwise you're like missing a huge part of the picture of existence, I guess.
Absolutely. So that basically is why I have, I think, such an obsession about the human condition, like what it means to exist and be a person. So I have to ask, do you enjoy existing?
Yes, absolutely.
What about existence itself? Do you enjoy that?
Yeah, for sure.
Really? What is it about existence that you like? For the definition for the audience, existence would be everything outside of Steven, everything outside of me. So Steven is like existence and I'm interacting with him. Your existence, audience, and I'm interacting with you. So what is it about existence that you don't seem to be bothered by?
This is so cringe. I don't think it is. This is why I like talking to Brittany. She asks interesting questions. She thinks about things in interesting ways. She's going to have conversations with you that nobody else will. She's going to like get you to think about things in a way that nobody else will. She's going to get you to like, you have to, they are challenging you. They're challenging you in a way that nobody else will challenge you. And while it might sound like very cringe and ooey gooey and like very but it's also kind of gay as fuck. I mean, sure, that's what I was saying. It's like I can understand how it can sound gay, but like they're actually interesting questions. Like they're actually interesting, and the being able to like articulate answers to those things where you're like talking about whether or not you enjoy existence and why, and whether or not you like existing or existence, or like these are things that are really enjoyable, and I really like talking to her because of those sorts of aspects of her dialogue. I like it a lot, and when I think of some of the best and most interesting conversations that I've had, I would definitely put the ones that I've had with Brittany Simon up there, like for sure. And it was always infuriating. Any stream that you go to where I talk to Brittany Simon, where I have conversations with her, I think every single stream, once the conversation is over and she leaves, the first thing I do is scold my chat. Every single time, every fucking time, every time. Sometimes I would do that with Lav. Most of the time I didn't. But with Brittany, every single time I would scold my chat, because I would turn around and say, like, guys, you guys are all just sitting there calling her a retard the whole time, saying she's an idiot, saying she's dumb as fuck, that she shouldn't be talking about these things. They're like, I want to have these conversations. If you don't want to listen to them, you don't have to. If you're super triggered by it, you shouldn't be here. But I want to have these conversations. And if you guys are going to chase off everybody that I find to be interesting and that I enjoy talking to, you're the one who's going to disappear, not her. You're the one who's going to be gone, not her. So I need everybody to bring it down. And most of the time I was typing it in chat during chat. Guys, chill. Seriously, chill. Stop. Like the amount of hate was just way too much. And it was also really annoying too, because every time she would post a video of us talking, her comments were, "Oh, I love Tom. He's so sweet. Tom's so great. I enjoy y'all's conversations so much. You guys should talk more. I wish you guys would collab more often. This is great." Then my comment section, "Fuck that bitch. She is so stupid. I don't know how she makes it out of bed every day. There's no way that she's living without a fucking, without a I can't think of the term, somebody who helps mentally ill people, like, with their day." And it was just, yeah, it makes me feel bad. Like, I feel really bad because I feel like I'm doing this to her now. Like, I know she's probably going to turn around. I read her fucking comment section. I know she probably read a caretaker. Yes, I know that she probably read my comment sections, and yes, I feel bad now because I'm looking at her comment section. They're so nice and everybody's so sweet and they're all like very encouraging, and then you go to my comment section and it's like a bunch of fucking rabid animals over there who are just foaming at the mouth. It's like, fuck, dude. Why does it have to be like this? So a normal comment section? Well, I mean, again, that's not her comment section. That's not what they were saying about me. Like, there's a great clip of us talking about our comment section, or sorry, not our comment sections, but like talking about our communities a little bit, and like, yeah, the way that she talks about how her community talks about me is just so nice. And in the moment that she's saying this, my chat is just ripping her to shreds. It's super annoying.
Now, to be fair, my audience is 60% women. So, to be fair, I'm dealing with a completely different audience. I think Kyla said hers is like 15% women. So I don't know if it's just like
mine is 35%, and I have the
believe you.
highest percentage in this space by far.
I believe you.
By
Do you know why?
far.
My audience was like, of course Tom has a high percentage of women. He's like, you're so lovely and you're so receptive and you're so not judgmental and you're so opinionated, but without being like, just like you don't write people off. So like, of course he does. Like
Sure.
he's so nice. Like you and Irrelevant are probably like top 2 boys that come on my stream that girls are like, okay.
I like
they're okay.
Irrelevant, yeah.
Me too. I love Relly. So it's like, okay, like why can't boys take notes? Take notes. Like now, to be fair,
So yeah, it always like made me feel like guilty. Like every time I'm looking at my chat, I feel like I'm doing this to her. Like I feel like I'm like, yeah, I'm doing something to her. It made me feel horrible.
I don't know why, I'm just lucky, I guess, but I have a very, very, very high like day-to-day experience. Like my mental is very high, my enjoyment of things are very
It's just the difference between mostly female and mostly male audiences. Yes, but the problem is that it's the females who are the fucking worst. That's the problem, is that when you put females in a mostly male audience, they end up being the worst. They are the ones, because it is true. Like this is said a lot, that like women do have to put on like a bit more of like a masculine toughness and be like a bit more brash and offensive in order to exist in those spaces. They have to be louder, more opinionated, more, these are things that we might consider to be like masculine traits, and they do have to portray a lot of those things a lot more. And so then when I'd have a conversation with her, it would be the women who are by far just the most unhinged, but not true. Masculine women are attracted to these spaces. Not the other way around. Are you talking to somebody else? That's what, that sounds like you're saying what I said. Oh, you're saying that, okay, because I said they have to put on a thing, that this sounds like they're like adjusting. It is, I would say it's both. Yeah, I would say it's both. They're like, masculine women are going to be more attracted to these spaces because it's somewhere where they'll enjoy it and they'll fit in more. But then there's also women who are opinionated and or just curious and want to be part of the conversations, or they just enjoy politics, but they're not like this loud. They're not this aggressive. They're not this volatile. They're not this offensive. They're not this like, and those are things that they do often have to put on. Those are things that they have to project a little bit. And we've heard this from tons of women, is that like they do have to kind of dig deep within themselves and find their inner bitch.
wake up and excited to do.
Speak for yourself, Mantis. Some of us just like gossip like men. Well, that is the thing that I think was made it to where I had like a higher percentage of women, is because not only was I covering a lot of drama, and my head mod, who was kind of like the head of the community aspect of my community, was a female, and she was like this hardcore like feminist socialist, but also like very cutesy and like nice and sweet to everybody. But the fact that like, yes, like covering drama and like getting into like shit like that without it being something that I'm overly hyping up and like ripping into people and like trying to like attack them and shit like that, I do think that those are all things that like contributed to something like that. Chatter's gonna chat, and all I want to say is Brittany haters are just cool. Okay, I need to get a kebab. I am starving. A kebab.
It's weird. It's like I think British people do say kebab, and it's like one of the only times that they pronounce the A, whereas in America we call it a kebab. It's almost like we switched pronunciations somewhere down the line, because they always pronounce their A's as O's.
To do things. I like everything I do every day. Like I'm just like a very, very, very high, like mentally functioning person, I guess. So so I tend to enjoy everything related to life and existence and all that.
Okay, interesting. Can I ask about your mental health background? Like, do you have any like fun diagnoses or anything like that that you share with the public?
No, I'm pretty normal, I think.
What's that like?
Pretty good actually. I guess it seems to be pretty.
Okay, I'll probably save this for a bit, but just remember, foreshadowing. Earlier we were talking about the fact that I make a big deal about the fact that, like, when it comes to Israel, Palestine, and things like that, that, like, for me, the truth is the thing that matters. And that if people who are on the left or the right are lying or spreading misinformation or just getting things wrong or whatever, I think it's important to correct those things. And especially in this space, we're just surrounded by way more left-leaning people, to where you just end up engaging with more misinformation from the left, just because that's who we're around, and those are the only people who really talk about the Israel-Palestine very much. But and because you just generally expect more from them as well. But that it is the truth that matters, not just who the good guy is and who the bad guy is, or not just that there's a genocide happening or an ethnic cleansing or like any of these things. That is not the only thing that matters. The truth is what matters, and that is that is like a big difference when I hear Brittany talk about this, that it doesn't seem to be the truth of the matter, but instead the moralizing of the matter that matters.
So let's talk about this. Pretty normal. Nope, I got nothing going on, because he avoided any opportunity to get diagnosed, even though it's clear, and this is a lot of empathy. I'm saying this with a lot of empathy. He had a very fucked up childhood. I cannot exaggerate enough how bad his childhood was. It was so bad. And there are things about Natalie and Steven that I will never share with the internet, that they told me in confidence, that genuinely the internet should never know about them. We're talking about mental health. And I am very empathetic to that, because I am BPD in remission. Okay, DBT saved my life. I am autistic, late diagnosed.
There was a stream a long time ago that nobody has ever mentioned since. I've never heard anybody ever talk about this. But there was a stream a long time ago where Destiny was talking to somebody, and they were talking about sexual abuse. And they kept saying to him, you talk about this in a way that is offensive, because you will never know what it's like to be an abuse victim. And they said it like 5 different times, to where eventually Destiny says, you don't know that. You don't know that. You are just making that up. Why do you just assume things about me? You don't know me. And they're like, oh, so you were? And he's like, I didn't say that. They're like, but were you? He's like, I don't want to talk about this. It doesn't matter. The point is that, like, I'm right, you're wrong. That's what matters. And they're like, sounds like you're deflecting. And he's like, it doesn't matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. Can we move on? And they're like, I'm really sorry that happened to you. I'm really sorry that happened to you. And I hope that you're able to get past it, and that you're able to move on from it, because it seems like you're harboring a lot from that interaction. And Destiny's like, this is exactly why I don't want to talk about it. Like, what I went through as a kid and all these things, those are from when I'm a kid. That's like, I'm over it. I've moved on. You're going to act like I need to get over it. I don't need to get over it. I'm over it. I want to move on with my life. You guys want to sit in and just all whine and cry about this for the rest of your lives and wallow in your misery.
I want to move on. And that was it. The Kiwi Farms talks about it. They made up a whole story about how Destiny's kid diddler, because he was raped as a child. I always see them say that Destiny's a kid diddler, and I always wonder, like, why do they always say this? Like, there's always right-wingers coming and calling him a kid diddler, but they say that about everybody, right? Like, the Kiwi Farms, like, right-wingers, they say that about literally everybody. The idea that they said this about him just didn't ever cross my mind, but okay, that makes sense. But yeah, I've never seen that brought back up again, even from people who talk about like how hard his trauma, his childhood was, and blah blah blah. They normally just bring up the fact that like his grandma killed dogs, and like while I can understand that be traumatizing, like the extent to like some of the things that he's talked about and how bad that could be, like that's the dog dying thing is like one thing among many that would definitely make somebody pretty jaded.
Diagnosed. I'm fibromyalgia. I've lived in a very like mid dysfunctional home. I know what it's like to have to deconstruct your childhood. It's hard. So I'm very empathetic to that, right?
So, okay. This is a problem that I have with the way that Brittany talks about this, and I'm going to try to make this quick so that we can get through this. But when people talk about the fact that you are harboring trauma and that you need to be able to get over it, that is insanely fucking subjective. And that like this is a thing that like right-wingers bring up a lot of times where they talk about soft science and the fact that it's very liberalized. They're not wrong, but it's based on society and the way that society works. When you say somebody's traumatized and that they have these like defects from it, those defects are based on their engagement with norms within society. That's what you're calling the defects. So there's like a lot of videos out there about the fact that we only call autism some sort of disability because society was structured in a certain type of way to where now people who are autistic have a disadvantage. But if they were born in a different society, it could be an advantage. It could be a superpower. And I've said this 1,000 times too. They're like, humans are natural killers. If you grew up in like a tribe where you guys were always at war, if you were a psychopath, that's beneficial. They're not going to call that a mental illness. It's not going to be anything that's debilitating. It's not something that's going to be bad. It's not a negative. It is the best fucking thing possible. They want a psychopath. You are the fucking hero. You're going to be the chief pretty soon if you're a psychopath. That is what they need. They're dying for a psychopath. And so the societies that you're in, that is what dictates what the thing, like whether or not the thing is a disability when it comes to mental illnesses and the soft sciences. When I would tell people that I don't want to be in relationships and that I'm just not interested in long-term committed relationships, that I'm only doing like short-term flings, just, shit like that. I had a mod who constantly told me that I was traumatized and that I haven't gotten over my ex, that I've been, that I need to introspect, I need therapy, I need all these different things. And I would always say, why? And she would say, so that you can fix yourself. That drives me fucking crazy. It drove me up a wall. And there's like DMs of us too, like where she's like, you always get so triggered every time I say this. Is so I'm just not allowed to point out that you have trauma. It's like, shut the fuck up. I don't have trauma. You are projecting issues that you have with my life. I don't have those issues with my life. I don't want to be in a committed relationship. I don't want to have long-term relationships. I don't want those things. I like what I'm doing. I like what I have. I like how I'm living. I don't want those things. So you're acting like I need to want those things. I need to move in that direction. if I want to be normal, if I want to be one of the good ones, if I want to be the way that you want me to be, I have to go in that direction and I have to want to be in a long-term relationship. But what if I'm just happy with how things are now? Like, why isn't that the thing that's important? Why isn't it important if I like my life and if I like where I am and I like how my life is? Why doesn't that matter? She's like, because you're broken. You need to be fixed. And I'm like, I'm not. I'm just choosing this. I chose this because this is what I want. I am choosing to be in this. I would say, if anything, I have trauma from the fact that I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian household where I couldn't have sex outside of marriage, where I was wrong for any sort of like sexual interaction with a girl, where I felt bad forever having women attracted to me in the first place, and where I would never even consider having sex with somebody that I didn't have a long-term relationship with in the first place. That is the thing that I might have trauma from, to where now I'm like, hey, like, now I'm not a Christian. I don't believe this shit anymore. Now the whole field is open to run on. And so, yeah, like, if anything, that is the thing that I might be traumatized from. But I can just be happy with what I'm doing. I can just enjoy this. And that was so hard for people to... it was so hard for some people to even comprehend that I would want to live this way, that I would want to not have long-term relationships, that I would want to be single, and that I would want to want those things. Like, I don't feel like I'm, oh man, if only I could just get past this so I could be in a long-term relationship. Like, you are projecting what you want for other people's lives onto them when you are acting as though they are broken. When, if they see the way that they engage with things and they don't mind some of the, what we would call negative outcomes from it, and they like the way that that works, there's nothing broken about it. Like, if destiny turns out that, hey, I actually know that I don't have a lot of long-term relationships, that a lot of bridges get burnt, I'm not able to keep a wife or a girlfriend for a long period of time, to where they stay forever. Like, I'm not capable of doing that. But also, I don't want that. I'm happy that my life is this way, that I have different chapters with different people where we get to enjoy each other and love each other and get to know each other, and we have fun together, and then it ends and we move on to the next one. And I like that. Whereas the rest of us would look and be like, wow, you just can't keep them, can you? You just can't keep them, and you're always fucking up, and or yeah, you cheated on him again. You can't keep it in your pants. And he's like, yeah, because I don't want to keep it in my pants. And if the cost of that is that they leave me, then I would just rather they leave me, because I'm happy with the decision that I made. Like, okay, that's on you, bro. Like, if you're happy with it, then that's cool. But Brittany will look at it and say, you cheated on somebody? That is disgusting. And the only reason that you're doing something that is so disgusting is because you're broken and you need to be fixed. That is like, it's weird because, again, Brittany was the one where everything was subjective. Everything was so random. Everything, when she was defending me on the sex pest allegations, I had to pretty often say, like, dude, love Brittany. She's such a fucking trooper. I appreciate her defense. She is so cool. Just so everybody knows, I totally disagree with almost everything she's saying, though. Just so you guys know. Like, I do not defend that. I do not hold those same positions, but I think she's fucking awesome for saying them, and I appreciate it so much. Like, because a lot of the shit that she was saying is where people were like, yeah, but he sexually harassed those women, and I'm getting ready to be like, no, I didn't. But she's like, you're projecting your morality onto him. So what? Like, that's your problem if you don't like being sexually harassed. Maybe some women do. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I don't want this to be my fucking defense. I don't want this to be the way that people defend me. Holy shit, this is not what I want. Like, because I was just like, kind of like, oh no, dude, not so what? Who fucking cares if he sexually harassed me? No, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. It's not sexual harassment. That's not what happened. Like, you're lying. Like, that's the fucking argument, not so what. But she was so, like, hardcore about the subjectivity of the morality that anytime you tried to get somebody to abide by your morality, you were automatically projecting. Now, it feels like she is what's the term? There's a term for this, where you're somebody that is, like, super strict about morals, and it's used for, like, Christians mostly, where they are just very hardcore about, like, morality, very strict, very stringent, very straight line, like, you got to do things this way. Dogmatic? No, it's not dogmatic. It's not a saint. It's not a prude. It's again, it's about the, like, a Puritan. Yes, Puritan is good. But yes, she is a Puritan.
But I want you to understand that people get to exist on the internet without any responsibility towards their diagnoses because they avoid getting them. And even after you got an ADHD diagnosis,
A zealot? Isn't that the opposite? A zealot is a person who is intensely passionate and devoted to a cause, often to the point of extremism. Yeah, okay, yes. I think this is what I was trying to think of, is zealot. Yes. That is what I was trying to think of. Yep. Thank you. That was, I knew Puritan was close enough, but it was a different word, but it was close enough. But I was thinking, like, it's a word that, like, we use for, like, nuns a lot of time, and you know, things like that. But yes, zealot. Well done.
obviously, okay, he like downplays it or uses it as an excuse to get away with stuff. So let me make this clear. I'm going to bring this all together. Thank you for staying with me. Thank you for being here, guys. If you have any comments or questions, you need clarifications, I will answer them because I think all of this is very human. And I think we have to stop pretending like this shit isn't happening. There's no such thing as a normal person. There's no such thing as a person who got to be raised without dysfunction. There's no such thing as a person who exists in the world that doesn't have problems. Okay. We all have problems. The question is, are we going to get to the...
So because like when he says that like he doesn't have any mental illnesses, she says that's because he never took the time to get diagnosed. I've said it for a long time, like I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was younger. I've gone the majority of my adult life without any sort of medication, any sort of adjustments, anything like that. I wish I had, but I also believe the majority of adults with ADHD are living without these things. They are, and they just live their fucking lives. And they choose to just ignore that aspect of things and move on. They didn't heal. They didn't stop having attention issues. They just kind of move on. And lots of times I know that this is something that bugs people like Mantis because she's the only person who ever complains about it, but I like my ADHD when it comes to streaming. I think it's something that has made my streams a little bit more interesting. The fact that we'll just veer off and go down a rabbit hole out of nowhere that's very unplanned because it's just like, it's, you know, it's just very unexpected. Like, here we go. Oh, we're off on a whole fucking lore about the word baby because somebody said baby in the middle of this Israel-Palestine debate. Okay, we're learning about the word baby and how, okay, cool. Like, I don't know. I think I like the ADHD aspects of my streams, and I think that they're a little bit better because of that. And I like streams that are ADHD. I like watching them. I like streams that are kind of all over the place, that go in a bunch of different directions. And that is actually the only reason I ever started watching Destiny streams was because they were ADHD. He would fly off in the middle of something. He would be reviewing it, and like he'd get like an hour in and then just veer off in another direction for like 3 hours and then come back and finish the video. And I'm like, I totally forgot we were even fucking watching this. What the fuck? Okay, that was crazy, dude. That was nuts. Yeah, so just totally just go in like a direction about lore now, and you're just learning about that thing. And that was it's a lot less now that he takes his ADHD medicine, so it's not as interesting. Don't really watch him anymore, but yeah, I did And that's what I liked about it. I would say I take ADHD medication. I'm much better at being able to read articles and like retain information and learn history and shit like that. But I think, yes, the squirrel brain is still there. I like that I've still got enough of the squirrel brain attached.
The healthier side of our problems, which I recommend we all do because it's a life-changing experience. Okay. And I think I'm living proof of that. Now, there's two ways I want to move forward with this conversation. Is one, I want to show you how I normally end relationships with content creators. Okay. When things are shifting, because I think it's important. And I want you to recognize that not everybody has to do it this way, but this is how
And I said earlier, she is one of the few people that did, like when the bridge was burnt, she reached out, she told me, and she didn't turn around and try to use it for like clout or like drama farming. She didn't try to like make a big deal about it. She didn't talk shit about me, like not in like a gross way. And so, yeah, the way that she did things with me, I really appreciated.
I do it, right? When I gave, so Destiny burned the bridge with me, and behind closed doors, I genuinely believed he would one day come around. The same way I genuinely believed one day Contra would come around. The same way I genuinely believed the people who had done inappropriate things would eventually realize it was bad. And then they never did. And I'm like, okay, so are you not going to get better? Okay, remember that Steven and Abba at the time were upset with me for remaining hopeful about Sneeko. Who remembers the moment I stopped talking to Sneeko and the moment I took down our collapse together? It was the moment two women came forward about the way that he abused them. That's it. That's all I needed. I didn't want men on the internet who were already misogynistic to be lecturing me about giving Sneeko a chance because I was giving both Abba and Destiny a chance. But they didn't process it that way. These boys didn't process that I'm giving all of you a chance. Yeah, I'm giving all of you a chance to get better. And the fact that you don't know that is so interesting to me. And then I cut everybody off. Now, when Destiny, when I realized Destiny wasn't going to get better, when I realized he was going to double down, when I realized he wasn't going to admit what he did was wrong. By the way, he had an affair with Lauren Southern. At the time that he was telling me everything is good and life is good, he was literally having an affair with Lauren Southern. His wife was coming to me, asking me how to fix her marriage. Everybody was worried about him. But the thing about Steven is that he just plays it off like it's all fine. And who can blame any of us for being interested in Steven or wanting to give him a chance? You know what I mean? It's really easy to be swept up by Steven.
I just made my own choices and built my own business model, I guess, if I were to use a term like that. I paved it on my own because I thought, like, this is a concept that I think is cool, gaming. This is a concept that I think you can marry with gaming, political commentary. I paved it on my own,
Chad says Abba spoke about what Destiny did was wrong. No, he didn't. You think he did, but I'm going to show you today that he didn't.
Yeah, I don't think Abba did. But that was... In a lot of the conversations that I was showing you guys earlier with Brittany Simon, in a lot of those conversations, Destiny would say, yes, like, I fucked up there. I shouldn't have done that. And then Brittany would say, he still refuses to he still doesn't understand what he did wrong. And I'm like, wait, he did though. He said this, and this. That's what you're saying. She's like, yes, but he hasn't changed. In order for us to believe that he knows what he did was wrong, he has to implement that change. And there's no sign that he's done that. I'm like, well, first off, you don't know whether or not he's done that. There hasn't been a sign that he hasn't done that. But also, you put a triangle under the ball. I can't because this will, so like if you do this, this will end up on top. So if I do like any sort of like triangle or anything, this will go up. It'll flip over to where the yellow will hit, not the ball. But anyways, so yeah, she would say like, we don't know that he implemented those things. And so yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, is that like, where I think like the way that somebody analyzes something is the important part, that like they understand something. And for her, it's not. So like, she wants to like see that they've changed something, whereas I can understand somebody understanding why they did something wrong, but also not caring enough to change that behavior. Like they can, like I've said before, like I say the word retard a lot, and I try not to, and I try to like move it out of my vernacular, but I end up still saying it sometimes, and it's like it is what it is. It doesn't mean that I don't understand why it's bad or why it's harmful or anything like that. I totally understand. Just sometimes I don't care. Sometimes in the moment I don't care. If you ask somebody like who loves their husband or loves their wife, like, would you ever try to hurt them? Almost all of them would always say, no, I would never try to hurt them. But then if you go ask the other person, does he ever say things to try to hurt you? They're like, yeah, sometimes we're in a fight and he'll say that thing that he knows is going to get under my skin just to get under my skin. Like, it's just a thing that like everybody does. Like they would all say like, no, I would never try to hurt them. But then, yeah, you do. Like everybody does shit that they think is wrong sometimes, but they do it anyways. And it doesn't mean that you don't understand why it's wrong. It just means that. Now, when it comes to like my relationship with somebody, if somebody does something to me, yes, I don't care if they understand why it's wrong. I want to see that change so that they don't do it to me again in the future. But if we're talking about the way that somebody deals with like, they have trouble with how they engage in romantic relationships, but that doesn't really apply to their personal friendships, I'm not going to stop being friends with them because they're bad at romantic relationships. That has nothing to do with me. I'm not going to turn around and be like, well, fuck that guy. I'm not friends with him. He cheats on his girlfriend. Like, I think that's bad. I think that's horrible. And I would say I'm closer to Brittany, where I do think cheating is a horrific thing. I really do. I think it's horrible. I've been cheated on many, many times, and it is, I think it is one of like the grossest things to do to somebody. She thinks it is so bad she can't even talk to somebody who does shit like that. She will not even engage with them. It is like one of the 7 deadly sins to her.
You fell for it. You fell for him thinking he was standing up against what Destiny did. I'll show you how Abba actually didn't.
Paved it on my own.
Shout out to Destiny, by the way.
Oh, Kyle Klinsky, Trihex. Do you remember the situation with this? Okay, Kyle Klinsky, Destiny have definitely had their moments together. Shout out to Kyle Klinsky. Okay, Hassan, Destiny definitely helped Hassan rise to prominence. But when Destiny wouldn't stop saying the N-word, Trihex and Hassan were like, what are you doing? And it became like a whole thing. Okay, right? Mikey, membership for 17 months, says, do you feel like you ever want to rekindle the relationships you had with these men if they ever show actual growth and change? Or is it curtains, baby? And this is what I mean to say. I am more than happy to talk about paths of redemption. I'm not willing to do any of the emotional labor. I am more than happy to explain to the internet, not through DMs, but to the internet, ways I would recommend redemption for these people. But I in no way am interested in doing any of the emotional labor. Do not DM me. Anybody I mention in this video, I will not respond to your DMs. Most likely, unless it's Cat Black, because I love her, or FD or somebody. But nobody else, okay? I'm not doing this so I can get your DMs. I'm doing this so I can explain something that I think is important.
So the way that just a minute ago she said that she always thought that Destiny would eventually learn and come back and they would be friends again. I think the same thing. I think the same thing, mostly because I feel like this has always been one of her core principles, is that like other people can differ with her on what is right and wrong, and that's what makes the conversations interesting. But yeah, to me, like I'm talking to people because they disagree. I'm talking to people because we differ on how we think about these things. And I think ever drawing a hard line on the way that you consider something is something that I won't ever do. I don't think it's something I've ever done is based on the way that they think about something. It could be based on their actions, yes, but not based on the way that they think about something. Because, like I said, like I've talked to like pedophiles and debated pedophiles. I would debate murderers. I would debate like just about anybody about anything. And yeah, I don't think there's like a hard line that I would ever draw on anything ever.
All of civilization, not just YouTube. YouTube is just civilization on the micro, guys. On the macro, it's the same. Look what just happened with Elon and Trump. Same thing that's happening here, except somebody has the nuclear codes. Pay attention.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, yeah.
Oh, you know of them, okay, cool.
Yeah.
But when I watched that video, I was like, oh, that's cool. So we have like somebody in the gaming community who's actually pushing back.
Hell yes, that's actually Destiny's the reason why I know about Trihex as well.
If Destiny was my roommate, I get him laid all the time. I was like, all right, whatever. Well, I don't have anything. Like, I don't have anything. I have no option. I'm in the next 11 days. So much so that, like, Steven was DMing me on Discord and saying, hey, you know what? If you don't have a place to live, buddy, like, you can come stay with me. It's okay. What a
Okay, that's what. Wait.
good guy. Destiny is a great guy.
Okay, so for all those people that were like, I can't trust Brittany Simon. She knew Destiny. We all knew Destiny. I don't know why we all got sucked into his little place, but we all got, okay. I don't blame Hassan. You know, I even DM'd Destiny one time because I only learned about Hassan really through Destiny. And I was like, is Hassan a narcissist? And Destiny's like, nah, I don't think so. I think he just like, you know, whatever. I don't remember what he said. And I just remember thinking like, man, who is this Hassan guy? And then I did my research outside of the Destiny orbit and I was like, oh, yeah, all of you are kind of just men at the end of the day, but Hassan is a better man. And that, you know, but he's still a man, but he's a better man. And I think that's significant.
He's
okay.
still a man.
Being a consent violator, huge deal. Destiny is literally a consent violator, like huge deal, right? Okay. So we're all guilty of interacting with this Weasley little liar, dude. Okay.
Weasley
And I'm not going to fault us for
little
trying.
liar.
I think we should continue to try. I think we should continue to try. I think we should continue to be better. I think we should try to build bridges. I just think we should be cautious with who we build bridges with. Okay. Chet says, not gonna lie, when I saw you with Destiny, I definitely judged because I already had a certain picture of in my mind of the type of people that surrounded him. Fair. 100% fair. Y'all, if you're mad at me for collabing with Destiny, you should be. I'm mad at me too. I'm pissed at me too, girl. Me too. I don't blame you. I'm fucking mad too. So when I put out my video about Destiny, that was in November. I finally was ready to talk about it in like a real way and say like, look, I'm sick of knowing this man's secrets. I just want to be.
Brittany Simon is now endorsing Hassan the fuck with Destiny. No, she actually agrees with him. Like she endorses Hassan because she agrees with his politics. She says he's a better man because she likes his politics. Hassan's done some really gross stuff in relationships as well. He's done some really sick shit. Like, there's a reporter who came out with a story about the fact that Hassan pulled out his phone and said, sorry about all of the nudes, and then started clicking on all of the DMs and be like, bro, it's fucking wild. I don't even ask for them. They just send them to me. And like showing this reporter all of these nudes of all of these women. Now there's a difference there because a lot of people will say, well, they sent those nudes with like unprompted. Therefore, they are sexually harassing him. They are just flashing him and wrong. He has no like responsibility to respect their privacy if they don't respect his consent and shit like that. To an extent, I kind of agree. But I also remember Lav saying, if you ever send me a dick pic unprompted, I will leak it on Twitter. And she has like posted men's like penises on Twitter and shit. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think a guy could ever get away with that. I don't like, and so that's why I'm like saying the thing about Hassan is because yeah, I feel like guys could never say or do that, but yeah, I don't know. Source, I don't remember. Cosmopolitan.
Here it is. Riled up by her provocative stances, Piker posted his first Tommy takedown, in which he ripped her apart. He ripped apart Lauren's commentary on the Women's March in January 2017. It got more than 12 million views. His next two videos were also anti-Lauren's rants. One about the Muslim ban, 17 million views, and another more generally about Lauren's conservative opinions, 18 million views. But Piker's video about Lauren, is talking about Tommy Lauren, also started getting him in trouble. In each mention that Lauren is kind of cute, asked her to slide into these DMs and asked why she hadn't hit him up for a date. Lauren declined to comment on Piker and has never publicly responded to his videos. I'm getting really tired of this whole I hate her but I want to date her thing, even if it's all a joke, Piker said. Fuck. Yeah, that was not what I was looking for. Young Turks. Yeah, these are. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Before we head to the highlight room against the publicist's wishes, Piker pulls out his phone to show me more examples of his impact via the Snapchats DMs fans send him of them wearing his merchandise. A black t-shirt he designed that says racism, bigotry, patriarchy, white supremacy, inequality, oppression, intolerance, injustice. On it in white letters, each word crossed out in red. He sold nearly 2,000 of them so far. It's so dope, he says. Opening Snapchat, I don't know if any of these are nudes, so don't judge me. The first one is a nude. He reads the message attached aloud. I'm sure you have hot girls throwing themselves at you all the time, but I'm a huge fan of TYT and love all your work. As promised, there are photos in his inbox of fans wearing the shirt, but it's about 70% nudes. Whoa, that's crazy, he says, methodically opening each message. That was like actually her blowing someone. I don't even like talk to any of these people. That's but he said that's butt stuff. Cool. The next day, Hassan jokes that his career will be over when my article comes out. Maybe he said too much, shown me one too many Snapchat DMs. But a few months later, in February 2018, he doesn't seem too worried about his public persona, tweeting, "It's Valentine's Day. I encourage every conservative pundit to eat ass and get their ass eaten. It might help them loosen up a bit." It's 2018. We've already moved on to spitting in mouths, but y'all can't try that 2017 shit. Or y'all can. This is why I'll never be hired by a mainstream outlet. So that's the very end of the article. And so yeah, like other people have said, well, he's not purposefully trying to show him nudes. First off, if that was the case, you wouldn't click on each one with the phone showing to the person. Like, you wouldn't be like, that's whoopsies. There's another. Oh fuck. So, I don't, dude, that's crazy. I can't believe they sent that to me. Isn't that crazy that they sent that to me? That's nothing. Oh, that's butt stuff, dude. Whoa, shit. I didn't know that was going to be there. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. They said like 70% of them were fucking nudes. Like I would think after a while, yeah, you would like be like, okay, let me find one that's
be done with this space. Leave me alone. And I made a really great video that Hassan ignored, which is fine. Interesting that Hassan watched Ryan Beard's video, but not mine. It's fine. Maybe my video was boring. Probably was, you know. I thought it was a good video, but whatever. And
Tom, are you familiar with John Ronson's work? His book. So you've been publicly shamed. I think it presents a good challenge to some of your cancellation takes. Though I agree with you in part. Okay. You're talking about the fact that I say I agree with cancel culture. I have not read it. I don't remember who Paul Ronson is. The name sounds familiar, but I can't remember it.
I wanted out of the space. And then Lauren Southern allegations came out, proof came out with the receipts, because I talked about Lauren Southern, but I didn't have the receipts. Then the receipts showed up. All the DMs got leaked. It was all out there. Okay. And then everything started, you know, his revenge porn stuff, him recording women without their consent and sharing the videos. All of it started to come out. Now, this is important. The DMs I'm about to show you only took place before the allegations and right after I put out my video for the initial allegations of being a rape apologist and stuff. Okay. So I, Brittany, am showing you DMs, which I know is very uncouth, but I think it's necessary because I'm trying to paint my character here. So you understand why I think this all ties into Contra and Cavernacle and everything else we're doing here. This is going to be a long stream, girls. I'm going to go hard today. Okay. So I put out my video and I waited to see how people reacted to it. And of course, I started to cut off every single person that stood by Destiny after that point. So here was the message I wrote to Tom Foolery as an example of how I communicate with people. I saw Tom do a video stream reacting to my video. I didn't appreciate his takeaway from it. I said, hey, Tom, I saw you react to my latest video on Destiny. I appreciate you giving it a watch. Moving into 2025, I'm narrowing down my work connections and looking to collab with people who share similar views, especially on topics as important as abuse, rape, apology, and misogyny. Based on your review of my video, it seems we are not aligned. I wish you the best and I hope nothing but happiness for you heading into 2025. I'm a very fucking nice communicator, okay? I almost always send people a letter saying, thank you for our time together. I'd like to move on. Okay, that's basically how I end connections with people. Okay, when I made my video about Destiny, I sent Kyla a message. I sent a bunch of people messages. But actually, fun fact, Abba reached out to me before I had a chance to reach out to him. And he sent me this video or this message. And we talked for a bit. He sent me a message, said, oh, I see I'm in a Brittany Simon video. I said, yes, did you watch it? Like, this is something very serious.
Yeah, I guess she didn't read my response. The other day that I said I was looking for DMs with somebody, and I couldn't find them. And that person was Brittany. I said I was looking for them because I had sent her my record and somebody was asking something about it, and so it was just like the first place I thought of that I could just easily go find it and click on it. But I can't remember. I can't find our DMs anywhere. I can't find our DMs anywhere. I've searched her name. I can't find them anywhere. Apparently, I guess either we're not friends anymore, or we like friends on Discord, or we just or she has a different name. Like, even if we weren't friends, I should still be able to find her, but I can't. I can't find her anywhere. So, yeah, it's a little frustrating, but because I was looking for it again because I wanted to read my response to her, but the thing that I remember that was like the big thing was that I said I said that the disagreement was not a moral one. So when she says things like that, where she says, I cannot, like, abide people standing by Destiny, and, like, you know, she didn't like my reaction to her video. My disagreements with her were factual disagreements. My disagreements with her were over the facts. And that a lot of the conclusions that she came to were based on incorrect facts. That she was wrong on what she was claiming. And so I was correcting what I found to be misinformation in her videos. This is like another area where I was saying earlier, where she seems to sometimes value the moralizing of things more than the facts themselves. And so when it came to the things that she said about Destiny, a lot of the facts that she got were just wrong. Now, with that said, I've always been pretty consistent in criticizing Destiny in the way that he engages in relationships. DGG has pretty much always disliked me because I would fight with them when they would kind of simp in for every little thing. And one of the bigger ones was when I made a big deal about the fact that oh wait, there it is. Okay, let me read this real quick so I can make sure I can read this. Okay, yeah. So she said in there that moving into 2025, she's narrowing down her work connections and looking to collab with people who share similar views, especially on topics as important as abuse, rape apology, and misogyny. Based on your review of my video, it seems we are not aligned. I wish you the best. So I said, wow, that's disappointing. I thought you'd want to talk about the difference in perspective. But I don't think we disagreed on those things at all. I disagreed with the evidence you presented and the way it was presented. I don't think we disagreed on any of the things that you just mentioned, but instead, I just thought you were missing a lot of the context. Obviously, I've called Destiny out for being abusive and allowing sexism in his community in the past. In the video, if I think you misread what was being said, if I think you misread what was being said, we don't disagree on abuse. We disagree on what was said. Though I can understand if you're though I can understand if you're sure of your reading, why that would come across as abuse apologia. So, where in her video, she puts forward like a bunch of clips and a bunch of evidence and then says, this is how we know he's abusive. And a lot of the clips where she would show them, I would be like, that's not what happened. She's totally misframing this. That is not what happened. This is what happened. Then this. And then also this, and they said this first, so he was responding to that, and if you take that out, now it just sounds like he's just saying this. Like, there was a lot of things like that. And so I'm like, yeah, this is not happening the way she's claiming it's happening. And so when I'm saying to her, we don't disagree on abuse, if we call something, like, if you and I agree something is abusive, I'm not going to be like, yeah, abuse is great. Everybody should do abuse. Abuse is my favorite. Like, no, we don't disagree on abuse. And neither one of us are saying, well, if somebody did this, that would be abusive. The other one isn't saying, no, it wouldn't be. That's not what's happening. It's not that she's categorizing things as abuse that I wouldn't categorize as abuse. It's that she's saying, this happened,
And I'm saying, no, it didn't. That's not what happened. And so then she's saying, well, this did happen, and that's abusive. And I'm saying, yeah, that is abusive, but that's not what happened. And so that is the way that I remember, like, the disagreement with her video, my disagreement with her video being. But I said, I was actually planning on reaching out to you about something else that had upset me and wanted to see if we could talk off stream. If you're no longer willing to talk, I understand. If you change your mind in the future, I'll still be around. So yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, is that, like, to me, the moral thing is the thing that she seems to care about. It literally is as dumb as, you don't condemn him the way that I want you to. Again, that might be true. I mean, again, like, I'm somebody who is a heroin addict. Like, I've got a bunch of felonies. And I'm still friends with all of my friends from back then, where we were robbing people and stealing from people and dealing drugs and just doing lots of horrible, shitty shit. And then I go to prison, I make friends with people in prison, and then we get out and we still talk and we're still friends. And then sometimes those people go back to prison and then get out again. And it's not like, oh, they went to prison, they did their time, they're a totally different person, and now Tom's friends with them. Nah, some of them still do some really fucked up shit, and they're still getting arrested for it, and they're still going to jail. I think people can be, like, good friends and still do fucked up shit. And that's that I'm willing to engage with people who are fucked up, who have problems, who have issues. And the only reason that I ever got better and that I ever actually got clean and, recovered from addiction was because there were a lot of people around me that just didn't give up on me, that didn't just throw me to the side. And that made it to where once I was capable of getting clean and, like, capable of making those decisions, I had the support systems there and I had the people around me, so that I was capable of being capable. And so, yeah, some of my best friends are shitty people. They are. That doesn't mean that if somebody doesn't treat me poorly that I won't, like, cut them off or something, but it does mean that if Destiny is abusive to his girlfriends, I will just choose to never be his girlfriend. And I will still call him out for being abusive to his girlfriends. But, yeah.
Is happening, and this is before. You need to hear me. This is.
But I just say this is how I attach it to, like, the like, Israel-Palestine stuff, is that, yes, the moralizing of it is the important thing. That as long as we call it abuse, we need to call it abuse, and then we need to condemn it. And then I'm saying, wait, but if we, like, know the facts and we get the facts right, we may not still call it abuse anymore. And that's the part that I have an issue with. Just the same as, like, yeah, with the genocide or the ethnic cleansing or all these things, that it's, yeah, that's my issue. I feel like there's the moralizing of these things is just, you can't moralize something when you don't even have the facts yet.
We talked for a bit. He sent me a message that, oh, I see I'm in a Brittany Simon video. I said, yes, did you watch it? Like, this something very serious is happening. And this is before, you need to hear me. This is before we knew about Destiny recording women and sharing it. So this is Ab and I having a conversation about everything else. Okay, the rape apologia in his videos, making fun of Kelly Jean, who I understand is not a good person. That doesn't make her less of a victim. Destiny, doing what he did to me, all of the other stuff, right? Like all of the issues that were there in that space. Okay, so Abba messaged me, and this is the message. He said, I didn't watch most of it. I tried to stay out of y'all's beef, to be honest. And I tried to explain to him, it's not beef. See, the dilemma is everybody keeps calling it beef. I need to set a standard here that the problem with YouTube is the same problem with Vance and Trump making fun of Zelensky for not having a suit. It's all the same thing. You keep thinking it's just beef. We're the adults in the room. And I don't know how to tell you all this, but we're going to be 40. Do you want to be Ethan Klein at 40? We have got to grow up. And I'm working really hard to get rid of my streamer language and to grow up. One of the reasons I don't watch Hassan is he's got too much streamer language and I'm going to pick it up. Okay? My echolalia just copies everything from accents to the ways people talk. We have got to grow up. And the problem is like, we're not going to do it. Certainly not if the world leaders aren't. But this is all.
Yeah, see, she's hardcore going to like side with Hassan and Denims and all of those other people. When I think all of us look at that situation and we're like, damn, dude, these people are so fucked up. They're doing a lot of really shitty stuff to Ethan. She looks at it and is like, oh, could never be Ethan. Ethan doing fine, right? But that's because, yes, I think like he cares about the facts. He cares about the facts, the truth. Like that is the important part to him. He's worried about what is true, and so when people are saying things that are wrong, he's going to correct it and like make sure that the facts are the thing that gets crossed. Whereas, yeah, like it doesn't matter how many times these people have been disproven and shown to be lying, she'll for some reason still defend them.
Connected. It's high school with money. It's high school with money. And then they have the audacity to try to throw around like, these people are crazy, these people are crazy. You're crazy. You're hanging out with us. Okay? I always wondered why Abba liked me or Destiny since we're so neurodivergent. Come to find out Abba's ADHD. Of course he is. Of course he is. Do you know what I mean? So I sent him this message. I said,
I don't think that's related at all. All right, I don't think that has any bearing on it whatsoever. I am one of the most ADHD people you will ever meet in your life. The majority of people that I hang out with are not ADHD, don't have any sort of like neurodivergency, and they just don't think it's related.
I'm running an event right now on Discord, so I'm not sure. I can send you a voice note, so I'll type. I'm not sure if you're saying that you don't know the full context and aren't interested in knowing ? Or if you know the full context but don't care. This isn't beef. This is a moral issue and abuse is occurring. I'm not saying that Steven can't.
So earlier when she said that she was going to show DMs, I know this is bad. People frown upon this. I thought she was going to leak our DMs. But she didn't show my response. She didn't show my response and just showed what she said to me. Again, I really appreciate the fact that she actually reached out and like told me, hey, this is why I'm not going to talk to you anymore, instead of just ghosting me and not talking to me. I hate that. But and I'm also glad that she didn't just leak my DMs without asking or saying anything. But yeah, I wonder if here she asked if she could show these DMs, because yeah, that would be a little wild.
Can't ever get better or change. I'm saying I won't do the work for him and no one else should. I'm reading really small text on my screen right now, so hold on. You guys are seeing it right though, right? Hold on. You guys are seeing this, right? My text is really small on my end. It says, all abusers can recover and be better, mostly, right? I said, did you want to clarify your position and then we can move on? I've always appreciated our connection and have appreciated your content over the years, even when we disagree. I don't want any bad energy between us, even if we decide never to connect again. Okay. He said most of his personal life looks like dysfunctional mentally ill people who are hell-bent on lying and hurting each other. So I don't feel bad for them or Destiny when they lie and cheat on each other. Kelly Jean especially, she's a pathological liar in my experience with her. And I understand that, right? Like I'm not trying to defend Kelly Jean, but that doesn't mean she's not a victim, right? He said basically I don't care. But if you feel differently about the gravity of what, guys, hold on, let me pull up I can't read this, it's too small for my eyes. Hold on. Give me a second. I'll read it on my computer and you guys can just, here I am trying to like scrunch my eyes like a little old lady. I need glasses, bro. Okay. He said, but if you feel differently about the gravity of what he's doing and all the seriousness of it, like I said, I get it, but I just don't share your view. I get it, but I just don't share your view. I think abuse is abuse. And Brittany said, I think abuse is abuse no matter who you're abusing. I also consider what he did to me abusive, even just as a coworker. I never lied about him. I tried my best to stick up to my values, and he retaliated without hesitation and painted me without mercy as somebody that I wasn't. I understand that I might not be something that's important to you, or that I understand that might not be something that's important to you. And I think that's actually fair as we aren't close. And then I said, hold on, girlies, Boomer Brittany moving very slowly through these receipts. Then I said, Boom. Then I said, give me a second. Moving forward, I wish you health and happiness. Thank you for every positive moment together. I'll remember our moments fondly. Boom. Okay, that's the end, right? So then that was it. Okay, that was the end of Abba and I connecting. Okay, that's how I handle conflict to the best of my ability. I'm not always perfect, but that's like I think that was a pretty good way to handle the situation. Okay. Okay. So remember, I think we're all high schoolers with money and status. And that's the important part here, because it was such a disappointment to see, right? Abba's reaction to when the allegations actually came out against Destiny. Because in Abba's video about Destiny's allegations and him burning the bridge with Destiny, it wasn't because he was a predator. It was because he was bad for Abba's brand. That was the disappointment part. So let's talk about that. Remember, I'm not friends with these people. Like, I need you to understand, we're not friends. Abba and Kyla are friends with Destiny. I am not a friend. Nobody established a real friendship with me. They established a cordial YouTube friendship with me. We don't talk to each other. They don't learn about my family. I don't share photos of my partner. Like, we don't have that kind of relationship. But Abba and Kyla were doing that. Chat says, I keep thinking you were close to them. Maybe that's why it felt abrupt. That's the problem. That's the illusion I am trying to get you guys to understand. The illusion is that we're close. We're not close. That's why I'm annoyed with these people on the internet, because the audience thinks we're close. They play it like we're close. I'm sorry. You don't even know me. Maybe you guys are close to each other, but y'all aren't close to me. And you keep dragging me into your beef like we're close. And then when I call out the abuse, you're like, I can't believe my friend did this to me. We're not close. Kyla and I, we tried. We couldn't get there. I just couldn't trust Kyla. She was too defensive of Destiny. You know? Like, I couldn't get there. Kidology, we never got close. I never got close to these people. We did not talk, guys. We were not shooting the beef. Now, some YouTubers, I do have a couple of YouTubers, actually just one right now, that we actually do like chat. We talk on a pretty okay frequent basis. And we're attempting to have a very good friendship. And I hope it goes well, right? But most people, nah, I'm not friends with these people. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to make you understand. And this is what's happening. That's why when Trump goes, Elon and I, we were friends. Elon and I, we were like so close. No, they're not. You know? No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. This whole thing is absolutely what's happening globally. It's happening in your family's relationships. It's happening with presidents. It's happening everywhere. You are pedestaling your parents without understanding they haven't deconstructed. You're giving elders, status in the community when they haven't earned it. Okay? You're giving Trump credit when him and Elon are fighting like fucking losers on the internet. Okay? It's all a fucking game. And the game is, we're all participating in it. And I'm saying, it's not the game. It's the fact that we keep refusing that it's happening. And we're not maturing or getting healthier. Dr. Kirkonda tried.
I mean, I've said this 1,000 times because I keep debating a lot of these progressives, but I keep saying that when they say something like they haven't deconstructed, it almost always means they don't moralize this the way that I do. That's always pretty much what it means. Because especially when like you're talking about a liberal and a progressive, lots of times you guys have heard me in tons of conversations now with a bunch of black people and white people on TikTok who are these like uber soy leftists who are saying shit like, you just need to deconstruct. The problem is we disagree on racism. And I'm like, we don't though. We don't disagree on any of this. We don't disagree on what racism is. We don't disagree on systemic racism. We don't disagree on any of these things. We disagree on the moralizing of it. And it's impossible to ever get them to have the conversation about the morality of these actions. Because I don't think that they actually consider the moral aspects of these things. It's really hard when we're talking about how you hold an individual accountable for the way that they interact within a system. But you're mostly talking about your own personal responsibility in the way that you engage and what it is that you do. And they don't ever look at it that way. It's like they'll say things like, oh, well,
all white people are racist and all racism is really bad. It's horrible. It's the worst thing ever. It's like, but you're like, when we talk about something being moral, we're talking about like a decision that somebody is making with like purpose, that they know what they're doing. They have some knowledge to do it. If somebody like does something on accident, if they're like, you know, if a helicopter comes by and picks up somebody's house and then drops another one there that looks identical to it, but there's another family that lives inside that house, and you come home from work and walk inside their house and they're naked and having sex, you didn't do something wrong. You didn't do something wrong, even though you're technically trespassing. I mean, forget the like property part of it, just the house, but that you didn't do something wrong because you didn't know that you were going inside somebody else's house. Like, it's a perfectly understandable thing. It's a mistake. It was it's something that's that had no purpose or intent behind it. And lots of times when we're talking about these like, you know, doing some engaging in racism or something like that, but you're saying that it's something that they can't help and something that they will always do regardless, that you can't put a moral implication on that. And I think that lots of times the moral implications that we're talking about, that is the whole fucking conversation. It was a whole conversation. You were tricked by no fault of your own. Yeah. Like, it's kind of and this isn't like, this is taken into consideration when we're talking about patriarchy, when we're talking about like any sort of systematic thing. And when we're talking about deconstructing, we're always talking about some sort of social norm that exists that you're just socialized into. And yeah, I think lots of times nobody's actually considering they're not really considering the moral implication. They're not really thinking about it very much. And that to me, that's the only part that matters. Like, when you use these words, you're trying to communicate something, some sort of moral issue. When you say Destiny is abusive, you're communicating a moral issue that's there. But what it actually seems like they're doing is they're not communicating a moral issue. They're communicating a stigma. That's what that's the thing that they're engaging with. They're not engaging with a moral quandary. They're engaging with a stigma. The stigma is the thing that they're upset about. The stigma is the thing that they want to communicate. This guy is abusive. Well, if we look at the facts, we wouldn't call that abusive. Well, I cannot believe you're justifying abuse right now. That's it. Like, I didn't justify it. I'm saying that's not abuse. Like, these are very different conversations that we're having. Like, it's not a justification for it. It's just a flat out denial of it.
Tried to participate in a way he thought was good, and he got bullied into privating his video because Ethan threatened him. Because Ethan is that kind of person. And I'm saying, I want to talk about y'all, but I don't want to be with you. We're all participating in it. And I'm saying, it's not the game. It's the fact that we keep refusing that it's happening. And we're not maturing or getting healthier. Dr. Kirkonda tried to participate in a way he thought was good, and he got bullied into privating his video because Ethan threatened him. Because Ethan...
It's amazing. It's amazing, bro. It's fucking amazing. Fucking amazing, dude. That's fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing. You can watch the most abusive video that has ever existed, that is nothing but gaslighting and crazy making, and then turn around and say that Ethan is being a bully afterwards, and just totally ignore all of the other people who are being insanely abusive in that case, and taking their side and justifying it and making excuses for it. Just straight up siding with blatant abuse
from iDubbbz and all of these other fucks, and then sit here high horsing your anti-abusiveness.
Is that kind of person. And I'm saying, I want to talk about y'all, but I don't want to be with y'all. I want to talk about it. I don't want to get involved in it with peace and love. I think I'm really trying to do stuff out here. Okay. You know, I think I in 20 years will have something really productive to show. But for now, just think of me as a girly doing research and having like an interest in this bubble. But I'm not here to be a part of I don't want to be a player, you know? And then somehow people like drag me in. But then see how Destiny blamed me? Lindsay blamed me. And I'm like, are none of you going to hold yourselves accountable? I am a nobody. But because I'm a nobody, I think it's easy for people to be like, you needed Destiny to build your career. I had a whole career. I literally was a full-time content creator before I met him. You know what I mean? You know? Chaz says, and you're disappointed in ABBA. It took the girls coming forward publicly to believe Destiny was toxic because he didn't believe you. Hey, I don't know what you're missing from this conversation, but let me show you ABBA's videos to get an idea. Because it's like I'm allowed to be disappointed in people. I'm disappointed in politicians all the time. I'm disappointed in neighbors. I'm disappointed in a lot of people. You're allowed to be disappointed in people. But ABBA wants credit where credit is not due. And you give him credit where credit is not due. He wasn't listening to people. Lots of women came forward, myself included. I made excuses thinking I just believe Destiny. Okay, so we're all responsible for not doing the due diligence. The difference is I at least thought I was a little bit more of a credible source, but I guess I was just another girl. ABBA didn't change his mind because girls came forward. He changed his mind because Destiny was facing a felony. He changed his mind because it was bad for his brand. Okay, and I'll show you that in a second. Let me get it out. Hold on, I have so many videos. And wait until I get to CJ the X and FD Signifier.
Destiny's not facing a felony as far as I know.
Who I love. Well, I love FD. Wait until I get into that. Not that I'm going to have receipts on them, but I'm going to have a point I'm going to make with them wanting to build a bridge with Kyla, who still won't refuse to stand with Destiny. We'll talk about that, okay? This is all connected, girls. It's all connected. So connected. Okay, just a reminder of who ABBA is. Hold on, this is like really important. I was definitely disappointed when ABBA
after you donate.
My bad, bro. That was crazy loud. Okay, I was definitely disappointed, and the disappointment started pretty early. So I always knew ABBA and Preach were transphobes and homophobes, but I saw a great change in them, right? I saw an amazing change, and I was like, oh, they're growing, but it wasn't enough. And y'all used to call me out on that, right? Y'all kept trying to tell me, Brittany, ABBA and Preach aren't, you know, they're not learning, they're not doing good. And I was like, well, maybe they will, though. Fingers crossed. Like, maybe they will. And I really believed in that, and I still believe in it. I just don't want to do the emotional labor, but I was doing it. Every time ABBA and I would talk, I would really try to see him where he was coming from and give him his flowers. But we obviously disagreed. It was like I was the progressive in the bubble that nobody treated like a progressive. And then I realized it's like, oh, because you guys aren't progressive. I knew ABBA wasn't progressive. But I kept thinking there must be something progressive here, right? Like there must be something here. And like, that's the problem. What is it? So then I saw FD Signifier say that he would debate Destiny. If Destiny donated 10K, here's the video. I'll show it to you. It's going to be loud. Hold on.
25K.
Okay, bye.
Come on your stream. After you donate 25K to community movement builders here in Atlanta to address the Stop Cop City movement.
Okay, so FD says if you raise $25,000, right, for activists, I will come on your show. And I thought, damn, that's really good, right? That's really good. That's amazing. And what did ABBA and Destiny do? They donated $10,000 to the cops.
Hey, I'm from Atlanta. That's where the money needed to go. That's where the money needed to go. Not to Stop Cop City, where they literally got arrested for racketeering and money laundering. So disappointing that you didn't send the money to the fucking terrorists. Crazy.
This is Destiny, okay? Sorry for the delay, FD. Some of us work and have busy lives, though. Can't believe you couldn't wait 4 days for your 10,000 anti-police fund donation, so I went ahead and just donated 10K to the Atlanta Police Department. Okay. Right? That is the shittiest thing. That's so gross. That's so gross, right? And what's even crazier is like, ABBA had the audacity and continues to have the audacity to be like, I'm not one of them, but I'm in there. But also, to be fair to ABBA, he did somewhat hold himself accountable for even being in it in the first place. But Okay. And hold on, wait, I don't want to lose my train of thought. Wait. FT signifier, ABBA. I just thought of something else. I'll remember again. I'm really going off the cuff here. This is what ABBA put out after basically the Victims of Destiny came out.
Title. I stand behind it. It's not big. It's not
It says Destiny Bridge burning.
a joke. Destiny's getting canceled, all right? And the reason being this time is that he supposedly had an intimate relationship with some women. And what he would do is when he would film intimate moments with these ladies, record them, he would share some of these with other women he was approaching. In one case, he shared it with a 19-year-old e-girl who he had never met in his life, and he was flirting with her and shared videos of himself sleeping with another person without their consent. Essentially, the 19-year-old gets hacked, and that stuff goes public. The person who was in the videos finds out, loses her mind, files a lawsuit asking Destiny for a huge sum of money. And then, it comes out thereafter that Destiny appearance.
Listen to the language. Loses her mind, asks Destiny for a bunch of money. Already the misogyny is coming out. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the misogyny of it all. Listen to the framing. Listen to the framing and tell me that I'm not annoyed with these men who are shocked that I think they're all misogynists.
He had also recorded a lot of other women while they were in his apartments without their consent. So this has kind of gotten bigger and bigger since. We're back. Me specifically. Where's Preach?
Wait, that's not the way that I took that. I took that as like he was like doing something fucked up and she was pissed off about it.
Their consent. Essentially, the 19-year-old gets hacked, and that stuff goes public. The person who was in the videos finds out, loses her mind, files a lawsuit asking Destiny for a huge sum of money. And then, it comes out thereafter that Destiny appearance.
Listen to the language.
Yeah, I'm not taking that the way that she's taking it. I am not. I hear that totally differently. Like, yeah, I would also say she lost her mind. That, like, a bunch of people were looking at her nudes on the internet. Like, yeah, I'd lose my fucking mind over that shit too.
Loses her mind, asks Destiny for a bunch of money. Already the misogyny is coming out. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the misogyny of it all. Listen to the framing. Listen to the framing and tell me that I'm not annoyed with these men who are shocked that I think they're all misogynists.
He had also recorded a lot of other women while they were in his apartments without their consent. So this has kind of gotten bigger and bigger since. We're back. Me specifically. Where's Preach? Preach busy.
So they've been gone for a few weeks, but look at the way he's handling this video. So the Abba and Preach had been on vacation. And then this thing happened and everybody was like, is Abba going to say something? Look at the way he downplays the video. He dances. It's funny. It's all lighthearted. Your friend is a predator. Our coworker is a predator. Our coworker is a predator. And you are downplaying it. I had no idea this was happening. I don't think Abba knew either. But when I found out, I was so mortified. I was devastated because like now you start wondering, did he record me? Am I being recorded? I heard he was recording people in his bathroom allegedly. And I was like, I use his bathroom. And I was like sitting there like, what the hell is happening? It was so devastating. Okay. And look at Abba coming out.
You know what I mean? Out there doing gay shit with his wife. Me, I'm here for you guys right now.
Okay, so he's like showing videos of Preach having fun on vacation.
Well, I can go spend time on the internet to talk about white on white violence. You are bugging. And if you guys are wondering where Preach is.
Okay, like Q, Preach is having fun, but like this is serious. Can you please focus?
One woman that each of us are going to defend in our lives. For him, it's his wife. For me, it's a streamer named Destiny, and we got to do our job. So this is my responsibility. I'm gonna handle her. Now, some of you guys know, Destiny is a friend of mine. Okay, and you might be confused why I decided to come out dripped out for my friend's cancellation. You know what I'm saying?
I remember seeing a video from Abba and Preach. I couldn't find it, but I remember seeing it and thinking, I think so highly of Abba. And it was a video about not inviting people to the get-together who did bad shit. And I thought
the way that she's taking this, where like he's joking around and being funny in this, I personally, if I was the victim in this case, I would like that he is joking in a video where he is calling out Destiny. If I'm Destiny, I would be a little pissed that he's joking around in a video where he says like he's burning the bridge with me and shit, right? Like you would be almost like more honored if in the video where he says like you're a piece of shit and he doesn't like you anymore, it's like a very like serious like thing that they're like, that would almost be like more honoring, whereas yeah, it's a bit more insulting to like joke while you're talking about the fact that you got that you're burning the bridge with them. The commentary freaks that are surrounding him now. Yeah, well, and I see that you're mentioning Kelly Jean, that was one of the things that I really disagreed with Brittany about, is she said Destiny was being abusive to Kelly Jean. And that was like the main thing that I was like having like a hardcore disagreement with her about, is she was saying that Destiny was being abusive to Kelly Jean. And the way that she framed the back and forth, with everybody does, but the way that they frame the back and forth between Anavar and Destiny is they always only show what Destiny does, and they don't show what he's responding to ever. And that's what people have done to me over and over. It's like that's like my issue over and over and over, is that people will go and like show like, look at what Tom Foolery said to this person, and I'm like, did you see what they said to me? Yeah, of course I said that fucking shit to them. Yeah, like, what the fuck? And that, yes, it's just that you anytime I see something like that, I always think, I wonder what they were responding to. I wonder why they did that. I wonder what was going through their head that would make them do something like this. That's always my fucking thought process. But it's really annoying to me when all these other people don't ever even consider what the person is responding to. They're just looking at out of context actions. And it's like videoing somebody punch someone in the face, and you're like, wow, that's fucked up. They just assaulted that person. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know if it's fucked up. Did they? Like, what happened before this? That's it. That's all I see is them just punching them. You find out later, like, the guy just raped their daughter or something. And you're like, oh, I don't give a fuck that he punched the guy. Who cares? Like, yeah, punch him again. Punch him 100 more times. Fuck. Like, but it's like, yeah, we just don't get anything that comes before this. And that's all I ever want. I feel like I'm broken in my brain. Maybe I'm just too skeptical or too untrustworthy, because yes, anytime I see things that like, or actions like this, all I'm thinking is like, well, what made them do that? Why did they do that? That's I don't have an opinion on this until I have that information.
He's going to stand up for justice. I had seen so many videos of Abba saying he would stand up for victims, and I wanted to believe him. So when I saw this, I was like, when I reached out to him, I was like, do you know what I mean? Chat says, Brittany, imagine what the boys talked about when you weren't there. That's what I mean. God knows. God knows. Okay? And I get it. And by the way, look, I know, and I'm not, never.
Looking kind of fresh. And again, you fucking idiot! This is a fairly serious matter, and people want to hear my opinions. And I'll be honest with you, for all the bad things that are happening in Destiny, I don't feel bad. The reason why I don't feel.
And I will say, nothing in private ever happened with Abba that was bad. Like, I will say that he was really nice. He was incredibly generous and very kind. And we did.
I don't think I ever watched Abba's video on this. I never saw it. So
this is when we went to Miami. We shared an Airbnb together. He was an incredible gentleman. Okay, very courteous. Paid for the Airbnb.
I never liked Abba and Preach's content very much, and a lot of times I saw them making videos that I thought were just completely bullshit, and that they were saying dumb shit pretty consistently, and I just, yeah, never really liked them, and I think they, yeah, they just wasn't my shit.
Be, very just like generous, right? Very nice person. Spent the whole weekend talking to me about D&D, which, so I had nothing bad about Abba in private that I could think about. The only thing that stood out to me about these people is they thought I was crazy, that I don't lie to my partner, that I practice radical honesty with my partners. That was the only thing. Everybody was like, that's crazy. And I was like, yeah, I practice radical honesty with my partner. I trust them. I trust them like I trust myself, and I'm honest with myself. But that's the thing. People aren't honest.
Like, sorry, I like them as people. I don't like their content. Like, they seem cool. I like Abba when, like, I've listened to him in conversations or in, like, debates, or when I listen to him in interviews and stuff like that. I like Preach as well. They're, like, I think they're fucking hilarious. I just don't, I don't like their content. And I don't like their, like, a lot of the times when they analyze things and come to conclusions, I feel like sometimes they're even, like, slandering people and just getting shit completely wrong a lot.
with themselves. That's why Destiny can get on stream and say, oh, I'm normal. I don't have any problems. My life is great. Well, knowing that he's having an affair and he has cheating allegations and he's an abusive asshole, because we don't have good relationships with ourselves. So of course, you know, I'm sitting there like, of course I don't lie to my partner. That's the only conversation we ever had that made me look at everybody with a raised eyebrow, even Abba. But otherwise, every interaction was great, genuinely. So it was a big disappointment that he couldn't walk the walk when it came to it. Because look at the downplay.
So bad, and this might surprise some of you because some of you don't know this. Me and Destiny have spoken about his dating behavior for a very long time. We've talked about it on stream, off stream, and I've always been.
Apparently, Brittany married a fan. Yeah, I don't care about that. I defended her at the time when that shit came out. I don't think that that's a big deal. Don't think it matters all that much.
Very vocal about the fact that I think he's very fucking dysfunctional with how he handles his dating life, with how he prioritizes pleasure over everything else. And I think the root of a lot of these issues in this whole situation is that he prioritizes his own selfish desires over other people's well-being, over.
But he's not, see how the way he's talking about it is the same way I genuinely thought.
Okay.
This is why I'm saying I had the same attitude when Destiny and Melina were coming to me about their relationship. That, hey, you guys are toxic. You're not treating each other well. You got to stop doing this to each other. And I wasn't understanding the gravity of the situation. Then I find out about Lauren before I come to Miami, okay? I had just learned about Lauren right before I was about to meet everybody for the first time. And I was like, oh. And then, okay, and then I didn't even know about everything else. The fact that Abba...
By the way, Abba talked to him about this before. Yeah, so did I. So did I. It's, yeah, both me and Abba, the first two people that she's brought up so far, we are two people who did, like, call Destiny out for this sort of stuff and did say that, like, he engaged in, like, really abusive types of behavior and shit like that. We're two of very few people who actually had those conversations with him. Yo, Axiom's Mirror, appreciate the dono. Thank you, sir. I am about to get off. Nobody donate like to keep me on. I put on the screen a while ago that I'm not doing another 2 hours, but I am just waiting for her to get through the ABBA part so I can see what it is that he said. But yeah, this is why no one likes you. What? But yeah, like, I think, like, you're saying, like, Abba and I are two people that had these conversations while we were talking to him. And still, middle road? How am I middle of the road all the time? I am never middle of the road. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I am never middle of the road. I take pretty staunch stances on everything. I have no... all of my positions are very staunch stances on everything. Like, you are completely incorrect. You're saying middle of the road, like I'm, like, fence sitting. Like I'm, like, sitting on the fence about things, whereas I'm not fence sitting. I keep the bridges, bro. I have no idea what you're saying. I don't know what you're talking about. You are sitting on the fence. On what? What did I sit on the fence on? Yeah, I bet he's gonna name two staunch positions real quick. He's gonna give me a fence sitting position real quick.
Is doing this well, knowing what he did to those girls. That's what I'm saying. What does a man have to do for you to admit he's a predator? What does your boy have to do before it's too far? Okay, so when I say that there is a correlation between all of this high school with money and the downplaying of the abuse, it's there.
You stand up for Destiny and you won't say it's two rows. What? You stand up for Destiny and you won't say it's two roads. You don't stand by your stand position. Okay, this has got to be a troll at this point. This has got to be a troll at this point. I don't know if, like, English is a third, fourth language or something like that, but it is. None of this is communicating anything to me right now. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
But trust me when I say this, like
Mobar tipped $10. I understood most of the mental health issues, social retardation and contextual ignorance of the political streamer and essayist world. But Brittany's disclosures shed new light on how deep everyone's are, including hers. So it's a tiny bit ironic. Clown face emoji.
True. Thank you, Moba, for the $10 dono. Appreciate it, man. Let's get some W's and cheers in chat from Moba.
like most of the petty shit that happens on the left is petty fucking shit. Most of the shit that happens with these centrist liberals and conservatives is some fucked up shit. I will say out of all my lived experiences, whether it was me having a sandwich with Abigail Thorne, which by the way was very lovely. Abigail was actually lovely. We had a very quick, very non-personal.
It's cool that you're covering this. The somebody earlier was mad that I was covering this, so
lunch with a group of people. Okay. She was really lovely when I met her. Natalie was anxious and fucked up, but she wasn't like Destiny. Okay. Lindsay was rude and a mean girl, but she wasn't like Destiny as far as I know. Okay. Dan and H Bomber Guy, they have the ego, but they're not Destiny. Destiny is Destiny. He's literally a predator, but he gets to be on the internet as a.
What's your thoughts on Red Bar Radio?
I have no idea who that is. Oh, wait, yeah, wait. No. There used to be somebody who kept coming into my chat for a while that kept like adding me saying, Tom, Adbar just destroyed you. Adbar Radio or Red Bar Radio or something like that. Yeah, Red Bar Radio just destroyed you. Tom, Red Bar wants you to go on. Tom, Red Bar wants to talk to you. Red Bar completely destroyed you. And I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, dude. And there was one time that I even like went and looked it up to see who it was and never found anything. Couldn't find anything called Red Bar Radio or Red Bar anything. Never found it. Then one day somebody sent me a clip of something, and it was it was somebody talking about not Glenn Greenwald, the other one, the comedy guy who used to be on TYT, and now everybody hates him. But yeah, it turned out it was Red Bar Radio talking about him, and no, not Andrew Schultz. He's like a older comedian guy who he was the one who was like talking shit about Anna Kasparian bending over Jimmy Dore. Yeah, he was talking about his like friendship with Jimmy Dore or some shit. I was like, but yeah, I saw the name. I was like, wait. This is Red Bar? I had no idea who the fuck Red Bar was. I'd never heard of him before, and now that's weird. But yeah, I don't know anything about him.
The guy who stands up for women. I'll show you this in a second. Let me show you how normies view Destiny, because that's what I was thinking a little bit when I came into the space. Let me show you his branding on TikTok after this video, but this video is important because there's two different views of Destiny. The guy who fights MAGA guys and red pillars and defends women, and the guy who blames cluster Bs for all his problems. The men who joke about how women, right? Like like about their sexual assaults and about their stuff, but like jokes. Remember that Destiny is the guy who on a panel with me and Abba.
Thanks, Tom, for making my work this morning go quickly and keeping me interested. Appreciate it. Hakuki Gaming. Thank you.
Said he'd rather be he'd rather be raped by a man than punched in the face. Because this man is so afraid of conflict and physical fighting, he goes for your reputation. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, Destiny will go for your reputation. That's how he fights you. That's why he's downplaying what he did to these girls, because he didn't physically beat them. He emotionally abused them and gaslit them and filmed them against their consent. Everyone's going to downplay it. Because
I do think, and I've said this a bunch of times, I do think that Destiny is like really hardcore about framing, and he does like, he does represent things dishonestly sometimes in a way that I would never, I just don't agree with. I think that lots of times he will do things, and I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, that like when all of the stuff came out about like Pixie and everybody, the people who kept saying that he was like a predator, he should be on the sex offender registry, like he was a rapist and like all of this shit. I kept saying, you know, that he's running a sex cult. They're like, I kept saying, you guys are giving him the out that he always needs. Like this always happens. There's people who have legitimate criticisms of him and legitimate concerns. And then we'll have a bunch of people who come in and make the most disgusting, hyperbolic, out of context, and just dishonest claims. And then they end up being the loudest above all of the people with legitimate, real claims. And then Destiny will hyper focus on those people, put out his fucking manifesto on them, and then it's just easily destroyed, stupid claims that people make about him. And so I was telling everybody, I'm like, you guys are giving him the out. You guys are giving him this like really easy ability to just hyper focus on you guys and call you guys out and argue against you guys. And then that's what everybody's going to remember. They're not going to remember the legitimate claims from the legitimate people. They're going to remember you guys getting completely destroyed on your stupid claims. And then they're going to, oh, well, yeah, he was right. I remember. He totally destroyed those people. They were so dumb. And that's just, it's a very easy out to optically paint things in a specific way. And it's, yeah, it's just fucking obnoxious.
Destiny doesn't get violent. Destiny gets revenge.
Who are you guys? Well, I had that specific fight with STV Philly and maybe a couple other people, but I also like obviously JSTLK falls in there. Queeman, you know, there's a bunch of people who just like went hardcore on the Destiny hate train. They're like, yeah, those were like the types of critiques they were making.
Revenge. Destiny doesn't get violent, right? Chat said people think Destiny is some defender of women. Wait until I show you guys, because it shocks me to the core, my core, every time I see it. Every time I see it, I'm like, there he is. Destiny. Everyone thinks he's such a good guy to women. You know, Chet says, didn't he say he was violent with his first wife? I think he was the victim of that abuse situation, but I think Destiny also said that Steven Crowder, I know Destiny said that Steven Crowder wasn't abusive, and that we can't know that. So Destiny is abusive.
It can't be both of those things. He did not say he was not abusive, and this is one of the things that I corrected her on in her video, is she made a really big deal about the fact that she said Destiny defended Steven Crowder, which I reviewed the Steven Crowder footage before he did, and I came to the same exact position. We don't know. We can't know this. We can't know what happened here. I will say, I'm leaning towards this being abusive. It looks like it's probably abusive, but I don't know. I need context for this. I need to know what the hell he's talking about. He's making a lot of claims here, and it's possible a lot of these are right, and they could be even worse, and that this is like something that's built up over the course of years, and that he's had the nice, sweet, calm conversation 1,000 times, and now this is the one that blows up, that, you know, where he's had it and she's just being very dismissive the whole time and not really listening, and that's a possibility. We don't know. So I'm gonna say it looks abusive, but I can't know. I can't know from just this. There's no way I could know. But everybody like, but she's pregnant. I don't care. Her being pregnant doesn't give her the ability to be abusive to where he's not allowed to be upset and respond in this way. Like, that's not that's not a justification. So yeah, it is, but yeah, she says that he defended the abuse, and he didn't. He said we can't know if it's abuse, but I think he said, but I think it's most likely, if like I had to pick one, I think it's most likely just abusive. But
from my understanding, I think he was the one being physically beat by his wife during that relationship, I believe. Okay, listen to Abba say this video.
What's good for his business and his career, and now it's costing him more.
See, listen to that. Listen to what he just said. Listen to what he just said.
I think the roots of a lot of these issues in this whole situation is that he prioritizes his own selfish desires over other people's well-being, over what's good for his business and his career, and now it's costing him more. It cost him already some things in the past, and he's always been very much in denial about how it affects him negatively, and now it's costing him even more. And I'm, to this day, not entirely sure if he's ready to really acknowledge the impact it has on him.
Do you think I'm self-destructive? This is the video clip. Abba is showing this in his video, but this is the video clip that I reference when I say even Abba called Destiny out on his hedonism, and Destiny's like, when? When has Abba ever done this? But Abba does. I just wish Abba could have followed up, and I'm waiting. I am open, if not to being friends with Abba, but I'm open to hearing. I would love to see a video from Abba saying that Destiny is a predator. I shouldn't have watered down the video. I should have been honest. I should have said he belongs. You know, he's dangerous to people. He's dangerous, and that's the problem.
Yeah, see, saying he's dangerous, I think that is a fine claim. I'm happy to say that he's dangerous. To say he's abusive, or sorry, because I think a lot of times he is abusive. I think he's done very abusive things. To say he's a predator, that's ridiculous. You have no evidence for that. Like, a predator is somebody who is like seeking out their prey. They're looking for them. They're looking for people that are going to be easily manipulated into these things or easily taken advantage of. He's looking for people that he's going to be able to do this with. And they use the thing that like, oh, well, a lot of these women, they have BPD and they have OCD. And so then he's able to just blame that afterwards. And so then he's got his out afterwards for why everything was justified. And he's able to just slander them and call them crazy the whole time. And so he's just going after crazy women. The majority of these women weren't that, though. Like, we know about very few, but with the thing with Lav, sounds like the whole time she was the one who pushed the interaction. The stuff with Cherry, same thing, but like also the fact that like he did like leave her and then come back. With Anna, same thing. He like would cut things off a bunch and then she would eventually keep like poking and prodding until eventually he would start talking to her again. But like Melina, she wasn't crazy. She wasn't somebody he could easily take advantage of. She wasn't neurodivergent or like BPD, OCD. She wasn't any of these things. And there's like Bose was not any of those things. The abusive, I would say rude or inconsiderate, but I wouldn't say abusive. No. Okay, so I would say that there's a number of like examples with Anna where I would say he is abusive and some of the things that he did were abusive, and he's admitted that those things are abusive. Like he will straight up say that a lot of those things are abusive. Like a lot of times when he has conflict in relationships, he just disengages and just completely disappears, and just that's that. Like, and it's weird because in his online life, he wants conflict. He's looking for conflict. He seeks it out. In his offline life, he is hyper avoidant of conflict. And when conflict starts, he disengages and will completely ghost people, stonewall, like all of these things. That just is abusive. Like if you have a relationship with somebody, especially in an intimate relationship where that relationship is expected to have problems, resolve them, and carry on, but instead you have problems and he just disappears and then comes back with the expectation to carry on without the resolution. Like, yes, that is abusive because you're leaving the other person now to have to just get over it without a resolution. And there's a reason why stonewalling is considered an abuse tactic, is because it just is abusive. Do I think he's a predator from that? No, he's not a predator. I think that that's like a normal human response for a lot of people, is that they just don't want to put up with it. And I think that he is upfront with the fact that he does this. He's very clear about the fact that like, yeah, I just don't do this. Like I will just disengage. I will just like dip off. Like I just, lots of times I just don't, I'm not willing to put up with the bullshit, and I'm just going to go. And so, yeah, like I think he is upfront with the fact that he does this, but it doesn't mean that it's not abusive anymore. It's still something that I think is very much like fucked up.
People people won't see him as dangerous. I mean, people are still doing political events with him. And I get it if you don't know. I really do. I empathize if you genuinely don't know. But that's why I say from now on, I'm going to try my best to do research and just tell people, if there's anything about this person, tell me now. Because I did not know most of the stuff about Destiny. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you engage in hedonism, I would say you're self-destructive. I say the same thing about Destiny. I think he can be self-destructive, and I don't think
And from a philosophical perspective, I also think hedonism is bad. I'm not a fan of it, and I don't agree.
entirely disagree.
I completely disagree. I don't think I'm self-destructive.
Hold on. I was actually curious. You don't think that to some degree your hedonism doesn't bite you in the ass?
No, I think I have a really good engagement with most of my hobbies. I think I do it pretty well. I think that my mental functioning is very high. I think my career is incredibly successful. There are parts of my life that I can.
Pause. Actually, Chad, you're so smart. Says Destiny doesn't want to feel superior physically. He wants to feel superior mentally. That's why his abuse looks like. When he talked to Dr. K, and he told Dr. K, I identify solely with my mind, and I can't imagine anyone identifying with their body. That's exactly it. He wants to be the smartest person in the conversation. So that tells him he's right. If he's the smartest person in the room, he must be right no matter what he does. Remember when I said you can't trust Destiny politically if he's abusing people behind closed doors and cheating on people? And he said, what does my personal life have to do with my politics?
I agree with that. Those are not related whatsoever. They make no difference to me. If I watch if I watch Anderson Cooper for him to read me the news, and I find out that he's some like serial abuser and horrible person, that doesn't change his ability to read me the news. Like, and you might be like, but Tom, obviously, he's excusing these things in his mind to make it to where he thinks it's okay for him to keep doing it, so he cannot be objective. And you're expecting him now to give you objective news? Yes, I think that like people, when it comes to their own actions, it's gonna be a lot harder for them to self-analyze than it is for somebody to analyze other people's actions and talk about those. That is very common. It is natural for us to try to find ways to justify what it is that we're doing so that we think highly of ourselves. That is a very natural and normal thing to do. It's not good. But that doesn't mean that you're going to do the same thing when it comes to other people's actions. It doesn't mean you're going to do the same thing when it comes to the way that other people engage. And so, yeah, if you're able to analyze other people well, good, then I want to listen. If you don't live up to the expectations that you have on other people, that sucks. You're a fucking hypocrite. But if you say, I'm a hypocrite and I'm able to like analyze these scenarios really well, but I don't live up to those expectations, and so I just want people to understand ahead of time that while I'm willing to morally condemn these actions, I also will do them myself. That's the person that I want to listen to. That makes it to where, yeah, they have an even better insight. I want to listen to somebody who talks about how bad rape is while being a rapist. I'm just kidding. That was horrible. All right, I gotta head off. I keep extending this because I want to listen to what Abba has to say, but it's taken too long to get through it. So I'm gonna head off. I will be back on tomorrow. Make sure you hit the thumbs up for me. And when the stream is over, leave a comment. The stream gets pushed a lot more in the algorithm if people leave comments after stream. It is super helpful to getting more people to watch, to getting more people to find my channel, and to get into the community, to subscribe. We just recently hit 12,000 subscribers, and we're already halfway through to 13,000. So appreciate all you guys' help. Appreciate all the donations. We're gonna honor our awesome members, and then I will end stream, and if you'll just stick around just for us to honor the members, then leave a comment. I will greatly appreciate it. And if there's a question that you had in chat that I missed and you wanted me to answer it, just put it in the comment section afterwards, and I will always come back and answer it. So appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. The way that these tariffs work is if they're doing something to us, we'll do something to them. Rob, show the picture. Thailand, all these countries are charging us way more
90% of Vietnam
to access their markets than we are charging them.
That is not, that's the whole
Sam,
point.
stop
Those
it.
are not tariffs.
Stop. They charge us in many cases 200 to 300% for dairy. Okay, Mexico is an
No,
example.
they do not. No, you're absolutely 100% wrong on the dairy. No. Your dairy thing is absolutely wrong.
You think this is my dairy thing?
Yes, this is not.
What Trump
there is
said
not,
in his speech.
Yes, Trump.
What are you talking about? This is what Trump said in the speech.
Here's a full list from Newsweek. China, tariffs charged to the U.S., 67%.
That's just not.
Us to them, 34%. EU, 39.
This is the list that the White House put out, and all economists are looking at this and going, "What are they talking about?"
Can fact check.
Yeah, they're not
going
going to put out false information.
Can fact check.
They're not going to. The White House, not Trump's White House. No. Literally every single White House fact sheet that's been put out since Trump has taken office has been completely false. And you can go read all of these articles saying, we've reached out to them asking them where they got this information from. They don't know. But from all available evidence, from all available data, from their own Department of Homeland Security, from their own Department of Education, from their own IRS, like from his own departments, they are saying he's wrong on all of these things. And this is the real data. We reached out to the Trump administration and asked them where they got these numbers from, and they don't know.
Economists are looking at this and going, "What are they talking about?"
Can fact check.
Yeah, they're not going to put out false information.
Can fact check this. Newsweek can fact check this. Not. That's Newsweek. You don't believe in fake news.
The president of the United States just held up the thing.
You believe in real news.
Okay. So here's Trump holding up this sign with the numbers on it. This is a Newsweek article. So this is what they were just showing. Here it is. This is it. This is their chart. They said, "Oh, you don't trust Newsweek?" All right. Here's Newsweek. This is a Newsweek article, as you can see. The title: Donald Trump's tariffs are based on bizarre math. What a bunch of Weasley little liars, dude. He's talking about Newsweek. Oh, you don't trust Newsweek? Well, Newsweek doesn't trust that chart. I don't know what you're talking about. Newsweek doesn't trust that chart, homie.
Fact check.
Yeah, they're not going to put out false information.
Fact check this.